Rolf in the Woods, Part 1 by Ernest Thompson Seton. Chapter 1. The Wigwam Under the Rock. The early springtime sunrise was near at hand as Quonub, the last of the Mianos-Sinawa, stepped from his sheltered wigwam under the cliff that borders the Asamuk easterly, and, mounting to the lofty brow of the great rock that is its highest pinnacle, he stood in silence, awaiting the first ray of the sun over the sea-water that stretches between Connecticut and Sewanaki. His silent prayer to the Great Spirit was ended as a golden beam shot from a long, low cloud bank over the sea, and Quonub sang a weird Indian song for the rising sun, an invocation to the day god. O thou that risest from the low cloud, to burn in the all above, I greet thee, I adore thee. Again and again he sang to the tumming of a small tom-tom, till the great refulgent one had cleared the cloud, and the red miracle of the sunrise was complete. Back to his wigwam went the red man, down to his home-tucked doast. Under the sheltering rock, and, after washing his hands in a basswood bowl, began to prepare his simple meal. A tin-lined copper pot hanging over the fire was partly filled with water. Then, when it was boiling, some samp or powdered corn and some clams were stirred in. While these were cooking, he took his smooth-bore flintlock, crawled gently over the ridge that screened his wigwam from the northwest wind, and peered with hawk-like eyes across the broad sheet of water that, held by a high beaver dam, filled the little valley of Asamuk Brook. The winter ice was still on the pond, but in all the warming shallows there was open water, on which were likely to be ducks. None were to be seen, but by the edge of the ice was a round object which, although so far away, he knew at a glance for a muskrat. By crawling around the pond, the Indian could easily have come within shot. But he returned at once to his wigwam, where he exchanged his gun for the weapons of his fathers, a bow and arrows, and a long fish line. A short, quick stalk, and the muskrat, still eating a flag root, was within 30 feet. The fish line was coiled on the ground and then attached to an arrow. The bow bent zip, the arrow picked up the line, coil after coil, and transfixed the muskrat. Splash! And the animal was gone under the ice, but the cord was in the hands of the hunter. A little gentle pulling, and the rat came to view, to be dispatched with a stick and secured. Had he shot it with a gun, it had surely been lost. He returned to his camp, ate his frugal breakfast, and fed a small, wolfish-looking yellow dog that was tied in the lodge. He skinned the muskrat carefully, first cutting a slit across the rear and then turning the skin back like a glove till it was off to the snout. A bent stick thrust. Into this held it stretched, till in a day it was dry and ready for market. The body carefully cleaned, he hung in the shade to furnish another meal. As he worked, there were sounds of trampling in the woods, and presently a tall, rough-looking man with a red nose and a curling white mustache came striding through brush and leaves. He stopped when he saw the Indian, stared contemptuously at the quarry of the morning chase, made a scornful remark about rat-eater, and went on toward the wigwam, probably to peer in, but the Indian's slow, clear keep away changed his plan. He grumbled something about copper-colored tramp and started away in the direction of the nearest farmhouse. Chapter 2. Rolf Kittering and the Soldier Uncle. This was the Crow Moon, the white man's march. The grass moon was at hand, and already the arrow bands of black-necked honkers were passing northward from the coast, sending down as they flew the glad tidings that the hunger moon was gone, that spring was come, yea, even now was in the land. and the flicker clucked from a high, dry bough, the spotted woodwell drummed on his chosen branch, the partridge drummed in the pine woods, and in the sky the wild ducks, winging, drummed their way. What wonder that the soul of the Indian should seek expression in the drum and the drum song of his race? Presently, as though remembering something, he went quietly to the southward under the ridge, just where it breaks to let the brook go by, along the edge of Strickland's plain, and on that hill of sliding stone he found, as he always had, the blue-eyed liverleaf smiling, the first sweet flower of spring. He did not gather it, he only sat down and looked at it. He did not smile or sing or utter words or give it a name, but he sat beside it and looked hard at it, and in the first place, he went there knowingly to find it. Who shall say that its beauty did not reach his soul? He took out his pipe and tobacco bag, but was reminded of something lacking. The bag was empty. He returned to his wigwam, and from their safe hanger or swinging shelf overhead, he took the row of stretched skins, 10 muskrats and 1 mink, and set out along a path which led southward through the woods to the broad, open place called Strickland's Plain, across that and over the next rock ridge to the little town and port of Mianos. Silas Peck Trading Store was the sign over the door he entered. Men and women were buying and selling, but the Indians stood aside shyly until all were served, and Master Peck cried out, "Ho, Cornabove, what have you got for trade today?" Quanab produced his furs. The dealer looked at them narrowly and said, "They are too late in the season for primes. I cannot allow you more than 7 cents each for the rats and 75 cents for the mink, all trade." The Indian gathered up the bundle with an air of "that settles it," when Silas called out, "Come now, I'll make it 10 cents for the rats. 10 cents for rats, $1 for mink, all cash. Then I buy what I like," was the reply. It was very necessary to Silas's peace that no customer of his should cross the street to the sign, "Is Silas Mead Trading Store." So the bargain, a fair one now, was made, and the Indian went off with a stock of tobacco, tea, and sugar. His way lay up the Mianos River, as he had 1 or 2 traps set along the banks for muskrats, although in constant danger of having them robbed or stolen by boys who considered this an encroachment on their trapping grounds. After an hour he came to Dumpling Pond, then set out for his home, straight through the woods till he reached the Catrock line, and following that came to the farm and ramshackle house of Mickey Kittering. He had been told that the man at this farm had a fresh deer hide for sale, and hoping to secure it, Quanah walked up toward the house. Mickey was coming from the barn when he saw the Indian. They recognized each other at a glance. That was enough for Quanah. He turned away. The farmer remembered that he had been insulted. He vomited a few oaths and strode after the Indian to take it out of his hide, his purpose. Was very clear. The Indian turned quickly, stood, and looked calmly at Michael. Some men do not know the difference between shyness and cowardice, but they are apt to find it out unexpectedly. Something told the white man, "Beware, this red man is dangerous." He muttered something about, "Get out of that, or I'll send for a constable." The Indian stood gazing coldly till the farmer backed off out of sight. Then he himself turned away to the woods. Kittering was not a lovely character. He claimed to have been a soldier. He certainly looked the part, for his fierce white mustache was curled up like horns on his purple face at each side of his red nose in a most militant style. His shoulders were square and his gait was swaggering, beside which he had an array of swear words that was new and tremendously impressive in Connecticut. He had married late in life a woman who would have made him a good wife had he allowed her. But a drunkard himself, he set deliberately about bringing his wife to his own ways, and with most lamentable success. They had had no children, but some months before a brother's child, 15-year-old lad, had become a charge on their hands and, with any measure of good management, would have been a blessing to all. But Mickey had gone too far. His original weak good nature was foundered in rum, always blustery and frothy. He divided the world in two superior officers, before whom he groveled, and inferiors to whom he was a mouthy, foul-tongued, contemptible bully, in spite of a certain lingering kindness of heart that showed itself at such rare times when he was neither roaring drunk nor crucified by black reaction. His brother's child, fortunately, had inherited little of the paternal family traits, but in both body and brain favored his mother, the daughter of a learned divine who had spent unusual pains on her book education, but had left her penniless and incapable of changing that condition. Her purely mental powers and peculiarities were such that 100 years before she might have been burned for a witch, and 50 years later might have been honored as a prophetess. But she missed the crest of the wave both ways and fell in the trough. Her views on religious matters procured neither a witch's grave nor a prophet's crown, but a sort of village contempt. The Bible was her standard, so far so good, but she emphasized the wrong parts of it. Instead of magnifying the damnation of those who followed not the truth as the village understood it, she was content to semi-quote, "Those that are not against me are with me, and a kind heart is the mark of his chosen." And then she made a final utterance, an echo really of her father: "If any man do anything sincerely, believing that thereby he is worshiping God, he is worshiping God." Then her fate was sealed, and all who marked the blazing eyes, the hollow cheeks, the yet more hollow chest and cough, saw in it all the hand of Anne. Offended God destroying a blasphemer, and shook their heads knowingly when the end came. So Rolf was left alone in life, with a common school education, a thorough knowledge of the Bible and of Robinson Crusoe, a vague tradition of God everywhere, and a deep distrust of those who should have been his own people. The day of the little funeral he left the village of Reading to tramp over the unknown road to the unknown South, where his almost unknown Uncle Michael had a farm and, possibly, a home for him. 15 miles that day, a night's rest in a barn, 25 miles the next day, and Rolf had found his future home. "Come in, lad," was the not unfriendly reception, for his arrival was happily fallen on a brief spell of good humor, and a strong 15-year-old boy is a distinct asset on a farm. Chapter 3. Rolf catches a coon and finds a friend. Aunt Prue, sharp-eyed and red-nosed, was actually shy at first, but all formality vanished as Rolf was taught the mysteries of pig feeding, hen feeding, calf feeding, calf milking, and launched by list only in a vast number of duties familiar to him from his babyhood. What a list there was! An outsider might have wondered if Aunt Prue was saving anything for herself, but Rolf was used to toil. He worked without ceasing and did his best, only to learn in time that the best could win no praise, only avert punishment. The spells of good nature arrived more seldom in his uncle's heart. His aunt was a drunken shrew, and soon Rolf looked on the days of starving and physical misery with his mother as the days of his happy youth gone by. He was usually too tired at night and too sleepy in the morning to say his prayers, and gradually he gave it up as a daily habit. The more he saw of his kinsfolk, the more wickedness came to view, and yet it was with the shock that he one day realized that some fowls his uncle brought home by night were there. without the owner's knowledge or consent. Mickey made a jest of it and intimated that Rolf would have to learn to do night work very soon. This was only one of the many things that showed how evil a place was. Now the orphan's home. At first it was not clear to the valiant uncle whether the silent boy was a superior to be feared or an inferior to be held in fear. But Mick's courage grew with non-resistance, and blows became frequent, although not harder to bear than the perpetual fault-finding and scolding of his aunt, and all the good his mother had implanted was being shriveled by the fires of his daily life. Rolf had no chance to seek for companions at the village store, but an accident brought one to him. Before sunrise one spring morning he went, as usual, to the woodlot pasture for the cow, and was surprised to find a stranger who beckoned him to come. On going near he saw a tall man with dark skin and straight black hair that was streaked with gray, undoubtedly an Indian. He held up a bag and said, "I got coon in that hole. You holt back there, I poke him in." Rolf took the sack readily and held it over the hole, while the Indian climbed the tree to a higher opening, then poked in this with a long pole, till all at once there was a scrambling noise and the bag bulged full and heavy. Rolf closed its mouth triumphantly. The Indian laughed lightly, then swung to the ground. "Now what will you do with him?" asked Rolf. "Train coon dog," was the answer. "Where?" The Indian pointed toward the Assamuk pond. "Are you the singing Indian that lives under Ab's rock?" "Ugh, some call me that. My name is Quonab. Wait for an hour, and then I will come and help," volunteered Rolf impulsively, for the hunting instinct was strong in him. The Indian nodded. "Give 3 yelps if you no find me." Then he shouldered a short stick, from one end of which, at a safe distance from his back, hung the bag with the coon, and Rolf went home with the cow. He had acted on hasty impulse in offering to come, but now, in the normal storm state of the household, the difficulties of the course appeared. He cudgeled his brain for some plan to account for his absence, and finally took refuge unwittingly in ancient wisdom. When you don't know a thing to do, don't do a thing. Also, if you can't find the delicate way, go the blunt way. So having fed the horses, cleaned the stable, and milked the cow, fed the pigs, the hens, the calf, harnessed the horses, cut and brought in wood for the woodshed, turned out the sheep, hitched the horses to the wagon, set the milk out in the creaming pans, put more corn to soak for the swill barrel, ground the house knife, helped to clear the breakfast things, replaced the fallen rails of a fence, brought up potatoes from the root cellar, all to the maddening music of a scolding tongue. He set out to take the cow back to the woodlot, sullenly resolved to return when ready. Ugh, yes, and wah no are Indianisms that continue no matter how well the English has been acquired. Chapter 4. The Coon Hunt Makes Trouble for Rolf. Not 1 hour, but nearly 3 had passed before Rolf sighted the Pipe-Stave Pond, as it was called. He had never been there before, but 3 short whoops, as arranged, brought answer and guidance. Quonab was standing on the high rock. When Rolf came, he led down to the wigwam on its south side. It was like stepping into a new life. Several of the old neighbors at Reading were hunters who knew the wild Indians and had told him tales that glorified at least the wonderful woodcraft of the red man. Once or twice Rolf had seen Indians traveling through, and he had been repelled by their sordid squalor. But here was something of a different kind, not the Champlain ideal indeed, for the Indian wore clothes like any poor farmer, except on his head and his feet. His head was bare, and his feet were covered with moccasins that sparkled with beads on the arch. The wigwam was of canvas, but it had one or two of the sacred symbols painted on it. The pot hung over the fire was tin-lined copper, of the kind long made in England for Indian trade, but the smaller dishes were of birch. Bark and basswood. The gun and the hunting knife were of white man's make, but the bow, arrows, snowshoes, tom-tom, and a quill-covered gun case were of Indian art, fashioned of the things that grow in the woods about. The Indian led into the wigwam. The dog, although not fully grown, growled savagely as it smelled the hated white man odor. Quonub gave the puppy a slap on the head, which is Indian for "Be quiet, he's all right," loosed the rope and led the dog out. "Bring that," and the Indian pointed to the bag which hung from a stick between two trees. The dog sniffed suspiciously in the direction of the bag and growled, but he was not allowed to come near it. Rolf tried to make friends with the dog, but without success, and Quonub said, "Better let Skookum alone. He make friends when he ready, maybe never." The two hunters now set out for the open plain, 200 or 300 yards to the southward. Here the raccoon was dumped out of the sack and the dog held at a little distance until the coon had pulled itself together and began to run. Now the dog was released and chivied on. With a tremendous barking he rushed at the coon, only to get a nip that made him recoil, yelping. The coon ran as hard as it could. The dog and hunters came after it. Again it was overtaken, and, turning with a fierce snarl, it taught the dog a second lesson. Thus, running, dodging, and turning to fight, the coon got back to the woods, and there made a final stand under a small, thick tree, and, when the dog was again repulsed, climbed quickly up into the branches. The hunters did all they could to excite the dog until he was jumping about, trying to climb the tree and barking uproariously. This was exactly what they wanted. Skookum's first lesson was learn the duty of chasing the big animal of that particular smell, then barking up the tree it had climbed. Quonub, armed with a forked stick and a cord noose, now went up the tree. After much trouble, he got the noose around the coon's neck. Then, with some rather rough handling, the animal was dragged down, maneuvered into the sack, and carried back to camp, where it was chained up to serve in future lessons. The next 2 or 3 being to tree the coon, as before. In the next, the coon was to be freed and allowed to get out of sight, so that the dog might find it by trailing, and the reward of a coon meat feast. But the last was not to be, for the night before it should have taken place, the coon managed to slip its bonds, and nothing but the empty collar and idle chain were found in the captive's place next morning. These things were in the future, however. Rolf was intensely excited over all he had seen that day. His hunting instincts were aroused. There had been no very obvious or repellent cruelty. The dog alone had suffered, but he seemed happy. The whole affair was so exactly in the line of his tastes that the boy was in a sort of ecstatic uplift, and already anticipating a real coon hunt when the dog should be properly trained. The episode so contrasted with the sordid life he had left an hour before that he was spellbound. The very animal smell of the coon seemed to make his fiber tingle. His eyes were glowing with a wild light. He was so absorbed that he did not notice a third party attracted by the unusual noise of the chase, but the dog did. A sudden loud challenge called all attention to a stranger on the ridge behind the camp. There was no mistaking the bloated face and white mustache of Rolf's uncle. "So, you young scut, that is how you waste your time. I'll larn ye a lesson." The dog was tied. The Indian looked harmless, and the boy was cowed, so the uncle's courage mounted high. He had been teaming in the nearby woods, and the black snake whip was in his hands. In a minute its thong was lapped, like a tongue of flame, around Rolf's legs. The boy gave a shriek and ran, but the man, followed and furiously plied the whip. The Indian, supposing it was Rolf's father, marveled at his method of showing affection, but said nothing, for the fifth commandment is a large one in the wigwam. Rolf dodged some of the cruel blows, but was driven into a corner of the rock. One end of the lash crossed his face like a red-hot wire. "Now I've got you," growled the bully. Rolf was desperate. He seized two heavy stones and hurled the first with deadly intent at his uncle's head. Mick dodged in time, but the second, thrown lower, hit him on the thigh. Mick gave a roar of pain. Rolf hastily seized more stones and shrieked out, "You come on one step and I'll kill you." Then that purple visage turned a sort of ashen hue. Its owner mouthed in speechless rage. He knew it was the Indian had put Rolf up to it. He'd see to it later, and muttering, blasting, frothing, the hoary-headed sinner went limping off to his loaded wagon. Skookum or Skookum Chuck in Chinook means troubled waters. Chapter 5. Goodbye to Uncle Mike. Rolf had learned one thing, at least, his uncle was a coward. But he also knew that he himself was in the wrong, for he was neglecting his work and he decided to go back at once and face the worst. He made little reply to the storm of scolding that met him. He would have been disappointed if it had not come. He was used to it. It made him feel at home once more. He worked hard and silently. Mick did not return till late. He had been drying wood for Horton that day, which was the reason he happened in Quannab's neighborhood, but his road lay by the tavern, and when he arrived home he was too helpless to do more than mutter. The next day there was an air of suspended thunder. Rolf overheard his uncle cursing, "That ungrateful young scut not worth his salt." But nothing further was said or done. His aunt did not strike at him once for 2 days. The third night Mickey disappeared. On the next he returned with another man. They had a crate of fowls, and Rolf was told to keep away from that their little barn. So he did all morning, but he peeped in from the hayloft when a chance came, and saw a beautiful horse. Next day the little barn was open and empty as before. That night this worthy couple had a jollification with some callers who were strangers to Rolf. As he lay awake, listening to the carouse, he overheard many disjointed allusions that he did not understand, and some that he could guess at. Night work pays better than day work any time, etc. Then he heard his own name and a voice. Let's go up and settle it with him now. Whatever their plan, it was clear that the drunken crowd, inspired by the old ruffian, were intent on doing him bodily harm. He heard them stumbling and reeling up the steep stairs. He heard, "Gimme that whip," and knew he was in peril, maybe of his life, for they were whiskey mad. He rose quickly, locked the door, rolled up an old rag, carpet, and put it in his bed. Then he gathered his clothes on his arm, opened the window, and lowered himself till his head only was above the sill, and his foot found a resting place. Thus he awaited. The raucous breathing of the revelers was loud on the stairs. Then the door was tried. There was some muttering. Then the door was burst open, and in rushed 2, or perhaps 3, figures. Rolf could barely see in the gloom, but he knew that his uncle was one of them. The attack they made with whip and stick on that roll of rags in the bed would have broken his bones and left him shapeless, had he been in its place. The men were laughing and took it all as a joke, but Rolf had seen enough. He slipped to the ground and hurried away, realizing perfectly well now that this was goodbye. Which way? How naturally his steps turned northward toward Reading, the only other place he knew. But he had not gone a mile before he stopped. The yapping of a coon dog came to him from the near woods that lay to the westward along Osamook. He tramped toward it. To find the dog is one thing, to find owner another, but they drew near at last. Rolf gave the 3 yelps and Quonab responded. "I am done with that crowd," said the boy. "They tried to kill me tonight. Have you got room for me in your wigwam for a couple of days?" "Ugh, come," said the Indian. That night, for the first time, Rolf slept in the outdoor air of a wigwam. He slept late and knew nothing of the world about him till Quonab called him to breakfast. Chapter 6. Skookum accepts Rolf at last. Rolf expected that Mickey would soon hear of his hiding place and come within a few days, backed by a constable, to claim his runaway ward. But a week went by, and Quonab, passing through Mainos, learned, first, that Rolf had been seen tramping northward on the road to Dumpling Pond, and was now supposed to be back in Reading. Second, that Mickey Kittering was lodged in jail under charge of horse stealing, and would certainly get a long sentence. Third, that his wife had gone back to her own folks at Norwalk, and the house was held by strangers. All other doors were closed now, and each day that drifted by made it the more clear that Rolf and Quonab were to continue together. What boy would not exult at the thought of it? Here was freedom from a brutal tyranny that was crushing out his young life. Here was a dream of the wild world coming true, with gratification of all the hunter instincts that he had held in his heart for years, and nurtured in that single, ragged volume of Robinson Crusoe. The plunge was not a plunge, except it be one when an eagle, pinion-bound, is freed. And springs from a cliff of the mountain to ride the mountain wind. The memory of that fateful cooning day was deep and lasting. Never afterward did smell of coon fail to bring it back. In spite of the many evil incidents, it was a smell of joy. "Where are you going, Quonab?" he asked one morning, as he saw the Indian rise at dawn and go forth with his song drum, after warming it at the fire. He pointed up to the rock, and for the first time Rolf heard the chant for the sunrise. Later he heard the Indian song for good hunting, and another for when his heart was bad. They were prayers or praise, all addressed to the Great Spirit or the Great Father, and it gave Rolf an entirely new idea of the red man and a startling light on himself. Here was the Indian, whom no one considered anything but a hopeless pagan, praying to God for guidance at each step in life, while he himself, supposed to be a Christian, had not prayed. Regularly for months was in danger of forgetting how. Yet there was one religious observance that Rolf never forgot, that was to keep the Sabbath, and on that day each week he did occasionally say a little prayer his mother had taught him. He avoided being seen at such times and did not speak of kindred doings. Whereas Quonab neither hid nor advertised his religious practices, and it was only after many Sundays had gone that Quonab remarked, "Does your God come only one day of the week? Does he sneak in after dark? Why is he ashamed that you only whisper to him? Mine is here all the time. I can always reach him with my song. All days are my Sunday." The evil memories of his late life were dimming quickly, and the joys of the new one growing. Rolf learned early that, although one may talk of the hardy savage, no Indian seeks for hardship. Everything is done that he knows to make life pleasant, and of nothing is he more careful than the comfort of his couch. On the second day, under guidance of his host, Rolf set about making his own bed. 2 logs, each 4 inches thick and 3 feet long, were cut. Then 2 strong poles, each 6 feet long, were laid into notches at the ends of the short logs. About 75 straight sticks of willow were cut and woven with willow bark into a lattice, 3 feet wide and 6 feet long. This, laid on the poles, furnished a spring mattress on which a couple of blankets made a most comfortable couch, dry, warm, and off the ground. In addition to the lodge cover, each bed had a dew cloth which gave perfect protection no matter how the storm might rage outdoors. There was no hardship in it, only a newfound pleasure to sleep and breathe the pure night air of the woods. The grass moon, April had passed, and the song moon was waxing, with its hosts of small birds, and one of Rolf's early discoveries was that many of these loved to sing by night. Again and again the familiar voice of the song sparrow came from the dark shore of Assamuk, or the field sparrow trilled from the top of some cedar, occasionally the painted one, Anakeo, the partridge, drummed in the upper woods, and nightly there was the persistent chant of muckawis, the whippoorwill, the myriad voices of the little frogs called spring peepers, and the peculiar peent, peent from the sky, followed by a twittering that Quanab told him was the love song of the swampbird, the big snipe, with the fantail and long soft bill, and eyes like a deer. Do you mean the woodcock? Ugh, that's the name. Pa-ka anja we call it. The waning of the moon brought new songsters, with many a nightingale among them. A low bush near the plain was vocal during the full moon, with the sweet but disconnected music of the yellow-breasted chat. The forest rang again and again with a wild, torrential strain of music that seemed to come from the stars. It sent peculiar thrill into Rolf's heart, and gave him a lump his throat as he listened. What is that, Quanab? The Indian shook his head. Then later, when it ended, he said, that is the mystery song of someone I never saw him. There was a long silence. Then the lad began, there's no good hunting here now, Quanab. Why don't you go to the north woods where deer are plentiful? The Indian gave a short shake of his head, and then, to prevent further talk, put up your dew cloth. The sea wind blows tonight. He finished. Both stood for a moment, gazing into the fire. Then Rolf felt something wet and cold thrust into his hand. It was Skookum's nose. At last the little dog had made up his mind to accept the white boy as a friend. Chapter 7. Rolf works out with many results. The man who has wronged you will never forgive you, and he who has helped you will be forever grateful. Yes, there is nothing that draws you to a man so much as the knowledge that you have helped him. Quanab helped Rolf, and so was more drawn to him than to many of the neighbors that he had known for years. He was ready to like him. Their coming together was accidental, but it was soon very clear that a friendship was springing up between them. Rolf was too much of a child to think about the remote future, and so was Quanab. Most Indians are merely tall children, but there was one thing that Rolf did think of. He had no right to live in Quanab's lodge without contributing the fair share of the things needful. Quanab got his living partly by hunting, partly by fishing, partly by selling baskets, and partly by doing odd jobs for the neighbors. Rolf's training as a loafer had been wholly neglected, and when he realized that he might be all summer with Quanab, he said bluntly, "You let me stay here a couple of months. I'll work out odd days and buy enough stuff to keep myself anyway." Quanab said nothing, but their eyes met, and the boy knew it was agreed to. Rolf went that very day to the farm of Obadiah Timbany and offered to work by the day, hoeing corn and root crops. What farmer is not glad of help in planting time or in harvest? It was only a question of what did he know and how much did he want. The first was soon made clear. $2 a week was the usual thing for boys in those times, and when he offered to take it half in trade, he was really getting $3 a week and his board. Food was as low as wages, and at the end of a week, Rolf brought back to camp a sack of oatmeal, a sack of cornmeal, a bushel of potatoes, a lot of apples, and $1 cash. The dollar went for tea and sugar, and the total product was enough to last them both a month, so Rolf could share the wigwam with a good conscience. Of course, it was impossible to keep the gossipy little town of Mayanos from knowing first that the Indian had a white boy for partner, and later that that boy was Rolf. This gave rise to great diversity of opinion in the neighborhood. Some thought it should not be allowed, but Horton, who owned the land on which Quanib was camped, could not see any reason for interfering. Keturah Peck, spinster, however, did see many most excellent reasons. She was a maid with a mission and maintained it to be an outrage that a Christian boy should be brought up by a godless pagan. She worried over it almost as much as she did over the heathen in Central Africa, where there are no Sunday schools and clothes are as scarce as churches. Failing to move Parson Peck and Elder Knapp in the matter, and despairing of an early answer to her personal prayers, she resolved on a bold move, and it was only after many a sleepless prayerful night, namely, to carry the Bible into the heathen stronghold. Thus it was that one bright morning in June she might have been seen, prim and proper, almost glorified she felt, as she set her lips just right in the mirror, making for the Pipestave pond, Bible in hand, and spectacles clean wiped, ready to read appropriate selections to the unregenerate. She was full of the missionary spirit when she left Mianos, and partly full when she reached the Orchard Street trail. But the spirit was leaking badly, and the woods did appear so wild and lonely that she wondered if women had any right to be missionaries. When she came in sight of the pond, the place seemed unpleasantly different from Mianos. And where was the Indian camp? She did not dare to shout. Indeed, she began to wish she were home again, but the sense of duty carried her fully 50 yards along the pond, and then she came to an impassable rock, a sheer bank that plainly said, "Stop." Now she must go back or up the bank. Her Yankee pertinacity said, "Try first up the bank," and she began a long, toilsome ascent that did not end until she came out on a high, open rock which, on its farther side, had a sheer drop and gave a view of the village and of the sea. Whatever joy she had on again seeing her home was speedily cued in the fearsome discovery that she was right over the Indian camp, and the two inmates looked so utterly, dreadfully savage that she was thankful they had not seen her. At once she shrank back, but on recovering sufficiently to again peer down, she saw something roasting before the fire, a tiny arm with a hand that bore 5 fingers, as she afterward said, and a sickening horror came over her. Yes, she had heard of such things. If she could only get home in safety. Why had she tempted Providence thus? She backed softly and prayed only to escape. What, and never even deliver the Bible? It would be wicked to return with it. In a cleft of the rock she placed it, and then, to prevent the wind blowing off loose leaves, she placed a stone on top and fled from the dreadful place. That night, when Quanib and Rolf had finished their meal of corn and roasted coon, the old man climbed the rock to look at the sky. The book caught his eye at once, evidently hidden there carefully and therefore in cache. A cache is a sacred thing to an Indian. He disturbed it not, but later asked Rolf, "That yours?" "No." It was doubtless the property of someone who meant to return for it, so they left it untouched. It rested there for many months, till the winter storms came down, dismantling the covers, dissolving the pages, but leaving such traces as, in the long afterward, served to identify the book and give the rock the other name, the one it bears today, Bible Rock, where Quanab, the son of Cos Cob, used to live. Chapter 8. The Law of Property Among Our Four-Footed Kin. Night came down on the Assamuck woods, and the two in the wigwam were eating their supper of pork, beans, and tea, for the Indian did not by any means object to the white man's luxuries, when a strange yapure was heard out toward the plain. The dog was up at once with a growl. Rolf looked inquiringly, and Quanop said, "Fox," then bade the dog be still. Yapure, yapure, and then yer, yow. It came again and again. "Can we get him?" said the eager young hunter. The Indian shook his head. "Fur no good now." "And that's a she one, with young ones on the hillside." "How do you know?" was the amazed inquiry. "I know it's a she one, 'cause she says, yapure high-pitched. If it was a he one, he'd say, yapure low-pitched. And she has cubs, 'cause all have at this season. And they are on that hillside, because that's the nearest place where any fox den is, and they keep pretty much to their own hunting grounds. If another fox should come hunting on the beat of this pair, he'd have to fight for it. That is the way of the wild animals. Each has his own run, and for that he will fight an outsider that he would be afraid of at any other place. One knows he is right that braces him up. The other knows he is wrong and that weakens him." Those were the Indians' views, expressed much less connectedly than here given, and they led Rolf on to a train of thought. He remembered a case that was much to the point. Their little dog Skookum several times had been worsted by the dog on the Horton farm, when, following his master, he had come into the house yard. There was no question that the Horton dog was stronger, but Skookum had buried a bone under some brushes by the plain, and next day the hated Horton dog appeared. Skookum watched him with suspicion and fear until it was no longer doubtful that the enemy had smelled the hidden food and was going for it. Then Skookum, braced up by some instinctive feeling, rushed forward with bristling mane and gleaming teeth, stood over his cache, and said in plainest dog, "You can't touch that while I live." And the Horton dog, accustomed to domineer over the small yellow cur, growled contemptuously, scratched with his hind feet, smelled around an adjoining bush, and pretending not to see or notice, went off in another direction. What was it that robbed him of his courage but the knowledge that he was in the wrong? Continuing with his host, Rolf said, "Do you think they have any idea that it is?" Wrong to steal? Yes, so long as it is one of their own tribe. A fox will take all he can get from a bird or a rabbit or a woodchuck, but he won't go far on the hunting grounds of another fox. He won't go into another fox's den or touch one of its young ones, and if he finds a cache of food with another fox's mark on it, he won't touch it unless he is near dead of hunger. How do you mean they cache food, and how do they mark it? Generally they bury it under the leaves and soft earth, and the only mark is to leave their body scent. But that is strong enough, and every fox knows it. Do wolves make food caches? Yes, wolves, cougars, weasels, squirrels, blue jays, crows, owls, mice, all do, and all have their own way of marking a place. Suppose a fox finds a wolf cache, will he steal from it? Yes, always. There is no law between fox and wolf. They are always at war with each other. There is law only between fox and fox, or wolf and wolf. That is like ourselves, ain't it? We say, "Thou shalt not steal," and then when we steal the Indian's land or the Frenchman's ships, we say, "Oh, that don't mean not steal from our enemies. They are fair game." Quanop rose to throw some sticks on the fire, then went out to turn the smoke flap of the wigwam, for the wind was changed and another set was needed to draw the smoke. They heard several times again the high-pitched yap-yor, and once the deeper notes, which told that the dog fox, too, was near the camp and was doubtless seeking food to carry home. Chapter 9. Where the bow is better than the gun. Of all popular errors about the Indians, the hardest to down is the idea that their women do all the work. They do the housework, it is true, but all the heavy labor beyond their strength is done by the men. Examples of this are seen in the frightful toil of hunting, canoeing, and portaging, besides a multitude of kindred small tasks such as making snowshoes, bows, arrows, and canoes. Each warrior usually makes his own bow and arrows, and if, as often happens, one of them proves more skillful and turns out better weapons, it is a common thing for others to offer their own specialty in exchange. The advantages of the bow over the gun are chiefly its noiselessness, its cheapness, and the fact that one can make its ammunition anywhere. As the gun chiefly used in Quon Ab's time was the old-fashioned smooth-bore flintlock, there was not much difference in the accuracy of the two weapons. Quon had always made a high-class bow, as well as high-class arrows, and was a high-class. Shot. He could set up 10 clamshells at 10 paces and break all in 10 shots. For at least half of his hunting he preferred the bow. The gun was useful to him chiefly when flocks of wild pigeons or ducks were about, and a single charge of scattering shot might bring down a dozen birds. But there is a law in all shooting: to be expert, you must practice continually, and when Rolf saw his host shoot nearly every day at some mark, he tried to join in the sport. It took not many tries to show that the bow was far too strong for him to use, and Quon was persuaded at length to make an outfit for his visitor. From the dry store hole under the rock, he produced a piece of common red cedar. Some use hickory. It is less liable to break, and will stand more abuse, but it has not the sharp, clean action of cedar. The latter will send the arrow much farther, and so swiftly does it leave the string, that it baffles the eye. But the cedar bow must be cared for like a delicate machine. Overstring it, and it breaks. Twang it without an arrow, and it sunders the cords. Scratch it, and it may splinter. Wet it, and it is dead. Let it lie on the ground even, and it is weakened. But guard it, and it will serve you as a matchless servant, and as can no other timber in these woods. Just where the red heart and the white sapwoods join is the bowman's choice. A piece that reached from Rolf's chin to the ground was shaved down till it was flat on the white side and round on the red side, tapering from the middle, where it was 1 inch wide and 1 inch thick, to the ends, where it was 3/4 of an inch wide and 5/8 of an inch thick, the red and white wood equal in all parts. The string was made of sinew from the back of a cow, split from the long, broad sheath that lies on each side, the spine, and the bow strung for trial. Now, on. Drawing it flat or white side in front, it was found that one arm bent more than the other, so a little more scraping was done on the strong side, till both bent alike. Quonab's arrows would answer, but Rolf needed a supply of his own. Again, there was great choice of material. The long, straight shoots, all the arrowwood viburnum dentitatum, supplied the ancient Indians, but Quonab had adopted a better way, since the possession of an axe made it possible. A 25-inch block of straight-grained ash was split and split until it yielded enough pieces. These were shaved down to 1/4 of an inch thick, round, smooth, and perfectly straight. Each was notched deeply at one end. 3 pieces of split goose feather were lashed on the notched end, and 3 different kinds of arrows were made. All were alike in shaft and in feathering, but differed in the head. First, the target arrows. These were merely sharpened, and the points hardened by roasting to a brown color. They would have been better with conical points of steel, but none of these were to be had. Second, the ordinary hunting arrows with barbed steel heads, usually bought ready-made or filed out of a hoop. These were for use in securing such creatures as muskrats, ducks close at hand, or deer. Third, the bird bolts. These were left with a large, round, wooden head. They were intended for quail, partridges, rabbits, and squirrels, but also served very often, and most admirably, in punishing dogs, either the Indian's own when he was not living up to the rules and was too far off for a cuff or kick, or a farmer's dog that was threatening an attack. Now the outfit was complete, Rolf thought. But one other touch was necessary. Quanah painted the feather part of the shaft bright red, and Rolf learned why, not for ornament, not as an owner's mark, but as a finding mark. Many a time that brilliant red, with the white feather next it, was the means of saving the arrow from loss. An uncolored arrow among the sticks and leaves of the woods was usually hidden, but the bright-colored shaft could catch the eye 100 yards. Away. It was very necessary to keep the bow and arrows from the wet. For this, every hunter provides a case, usually of buckskin. But failing that, they made a good quiver of birch bark laced with spruce roots for the arrows, and for the bow itself a long cover of tarpaulin. Now came the slow drilling in archery, the arrow held and the bow drawn with 3 fingers on the cord, the thumb and little finger doing nothing. The target was a bag of hay set at 20 feet until the beginner could hit it every time. Then by degrees it was moved away until at the standard distance of 40 yards he could do fair shooting, although of course he never shot as well as the Indian, who had practiced since he was a baby. There are 3 different kinds of archery tests. The first for aim. Can you shoot so truly as to hit a 3-inch mark 10 times in succession at 10 paces? Next for speed. Can you shoot so quickly and so far up as to have 5 arrows in the air at once? If so, you are good. Can you keep up 6? Then you are very good. 7 is wonderful. The record is said to be 8. Last for power. Can you pull so strong a bow and let the arrow go so clean that it will fly for 250 yards or will pass through a deer at 10 paces? There is a record of a Sioux who sent an arrow through 3 antelopes at 1 shot, and it was not unusual to pierce the huge buffalo through and through. On one occasion a warrior with 1 shot pierced the buffalo and killed her calf running at the other side. If you excel in these 3 things, you can down your partridge and squirrel every time. You can get 5 or 6 out of each flock of birds. You can kill your deer at 25 yards, and so need never starve in the woods where there is game. Of course, Rolf was keen to go forth and try in the real chase, but it was many a shot he missed and many an arrow lost or broken before he brought in even a red squirrel, and he got at least a higher appreciation of the skill of those who could count on the bow for their food. For those, then, who think themselves hunters and woodmen, let this be a test and standard. Can you go forth alone into the wilderness where there is game, take only a bow and arrows for weapons, and travel afoot 250 miles, living on the country as you go? Chapter 10. Rolf works out with many results. The man who has wronged you will never forgive you, and he who has helped you will be forever grateful. Yes, there is nothing that draws you to a man so much as the knowledge that you have helped him. Quanah helped Rolf, and so was more drawn to him than to many of the neighbors that he had known core years. He was ready to like him. Their coming together, was accidental, but it was soon very clear that a friendship was springing up between them. Rolf was too much of a child to think about the remote future, and so was Quanah. Most Indians are merely tall children. But there was one thing that Rolf did think of. He had no right to live in Quanah's lodge, without contributing a fair share of the things needful. Quonab got his living partly by hunting, partly by fishing, partly by selling baskets, and partly by doing odd jobs for the neighbors. Rolf's training as a loafer had been wholly neglected, and when he realized that he might be all summer with Quonab, he said bluntly, "You let me stay here a couple of months. I'll work out odd days and buy enough stuff to keep myself anyway." Quonab said nothing, but their eyes met and the boy knew it was agreed to. Rolf went that very day to the farm of Obadiah Timpany and offered to work by the day, hoeing corn and root crops. What farmer is not glad of help in planting time 01 in harvest? It was only a question of what did he know and how much did he want. The first was soon made clear. $2 a week was the usual thing for boys in those times, and when he offered to take it half in trade, he was really getting $3 a week and his board. Food was as low as wages, and at the end of a week, Rolf brought back to camp a sack of oatmeal, a sack of cornmeal, a bushel of potatoes, a lot of apples, and $1 cash. The dollar went for tea and sugar, and the total product was enough to last them both a month, so Rolf could share the wigwam with a good conscience. Of course, it was impossible to keep the gossipy little town of Mianos from knowing, first, that the Indian had a white boy for partner, and later, that that boy was Rolf. This gave rise to great diversity of opinion in the neighborhood. Some thought it should not be allowed, but Horton, who owned the land on which Quonab was camped, could not see any reason for interfering. Keturah Peck, spinster, however, did see many most excellent reasons. She was a maid with a mission, and maintained it to be an outrage that a Christian boy should be brought up by a godless pagan. She worried over it almost as much as she did over the heathen in Central Africa, where there are no Sunday schools and clothes are as scarce as churches. Failing to move Parson Peck and Elder Knapp in the matter, and despairing of an early answer to her personal prayers, she resolved on a bold move. It was only after many a sleepless, prayerful night, namely, to carry the Bible into the heathen stronghold. Thus it was that one bright morning in June she might have been seen, prime and proper, almost glorified she felt, as she set her lips just right in the mirror, making for the Pite-stave pond, Bible in hand and spectacles clear, white, ready to read appropriate selections to the unregenerate. She was full of the missionary spirit when she left Mianos, and partly full when she reached the Orchard Street trail, but the spirit was leaking badly, and the woods did appear so wild and lonely that she wondered if women had any right to be missionaries. When she came in sight of the pond, the place seemed unpleasantly different from Mianos. And where was the Indian camp? She did not dare to shout. Indeed, she began to wish she were home again, but the sense of duty carried her fully 50 yards along the pond, and then she came to an impassable rock, a sheer bank that plainly said, "Stop." Now she must go back, or up the bank. Her Yankee pertinacity said, "Try first up the bank," and she began a long, toilsome ascent that did not end until she came out on a high, open rock, which on its farther side had a sheer drop and gave a view of the village and of the sea. Whatever joy she had on again seeing her home was speedily quelled in the fearsome discovery that she was right over the Indian camp, and the two inmates looked so utterly, dreadfully savage that she was thankful they had not seen her. At once she shrank back, but on recovering sufficiently to again peer down, she saw something roasting before the fire, a tiny arm with a hand that bore 5 fingers, as she afterward said, and a sickening horror came over her. Yes, she had heard of such things. If she could only get home in safety. Why had she tempted Providence thus? She backed softly and prayed only to escape. What, and never even deliver the Bible? It would be wicked to return with it. In a cleft of the rock she placed it, and then, to prevent the wind blowing off loose leaves, she placed a stone on top and fled from the dreadful place. That night, when Quonub and Rolf had finished the thick meal of corn and roasted coon, the old man climbed the rock to look at the sky. The book caught his eye at once, evidently hidden there carefully, and therefore in cache. A cache is a sacred thing to an Indian. He disturbed it not, but later asked Rolf, "That yours?" "No. It was doubtless the property of someone who meant to return for it, so they left it untouched. It rested there for many months till the winter storms came down, dismantling the covers, dissolving the pages, but leaving such traces as, in the long afterward, served to identify the book and give the rock the other name, the one it bears today, Bible Rock, where Quonab, the son of Kolskob, used to live. Chapter 11. The Thunderstorm and the Fire Sticks. When first Rolf noticed the wigwam's place, he wondered that Quonab had not set it somewhere facing the lake. But he soon learned that it is best to have the morning sun, the afternoon shade, and shelter from the north and west winds. The first 2 points were illustrated nearly every day, but it was 2 weeks before the last was made clear. That day the sun came up in a red sky, but soon was lost to view in a heavy cloud bank. There was no wind, and as the morning passed, the day grew hotter and closer. Quonab prepared for a storm, but it came with unexpected force and a gale of wind from the northwest that would indeed have wrecked the lodge but for the great sheltering rock. Under its lee there was hardly a breeze, but not 50 yards away were 2 trees that rubbed together, and in the storm they rasped so violently that fine shreds of smoking wood were dropped, and, but for the rain, would surely have made a blaze. The thunder was loud and lasted long. And the water poured down in torrents. They were ready for rain, but not for the flood that rushed over the face of the cliff, soaking everything in the lodge except the beds, which, being 4 inches off the ground, were safe. And lying on them the 2 campers waited patiently, or impatiently, while the weather raised for 2 drenching hours. And then the pouring became a pattering, the roaring a swishing, the storm a shower which died away, leaving changing patches of blue in the lumpy sky, and all nature calm and pleased, but oh, so wet! Of course the fire was out in the lodge, and nearly all the wood was wet. Now Quonab drew from a small cave some dry cedar and got down his tinder box with flint and steel to light up. But a serious difficulty appeared at once. The tinder was wet and useless. These were the days before matches were invented. Everyone counted on flint and steel for their fire, but the tinder was an essential, and now a fire seemed hopeless. At least Rolf thought so. Nanaboju was dancing that time, said the Indian. Did you see him make fire with those 2 rubbing trees? So he taught our fathers, and so make we fire when the tricks of the white man fail us. Quonab now cut 2 pieces of dry cedar, 1/3 of an inch thick and 18 inches long, round, and pointed at both ends, the other 5/8 of an inch thick and flat. In the flat one he cut a notch, and at the end of the notch a little pit. Next he made a bough of a stiff curved stick and a buckskin thong. A small pine knot was selected and a little pit made in it with the point of a knife. These were the fair-making sticks, but it was necessary to prepare the firewood, lay the fire, and make some fiber for tinder. A lot of fine cedar shavings, pounded up with cedar bark and rolled into a 2-inch ball, made good tinder, and all was ready. Quonab put the bow thong once around the long stick, then held its point in the pit of the flat stick, and the pine knot on the top to steady it. Now he drew the bow back and forth, slowly, steadily, till the long stick or drill revolved and ground smoking black dust out of the notch. Then faster, until the smoke was very strong and the powder filled the notch. Then he lifted the flat stick, fanning the powder with his hands till a glowing coal appeared. Over this he put the cedar tinder and blew gently till it flamed, and soon the wigwam was aglow. The whole time taken from lifting the sticks to the blazing fire was less than 1 minute. This is the ancient way of the Indian. Rolf had often heard of it as a sort of semi-myth. Never before had he seen it, and so far as he could learn from the books, it took an hour or two of hard work, not a few deft touches and a few seconds of time. He soon learned to do it himself, and in the years which followed, he had the curious experience of showing it to many Indians who had forgotten how. Thanks to the greater portability of the white man's flint and steel. As they walked in the woods that day, they saw 3 trees that had been struck by lightning during the recent storm. All 3 were oaks. Then it occurred to Rolf that he had never seen any but an oak struck by lightning. Is it so, Quonub? No, there are many others. The lightning strikes the oaks most of all, but it will strike the pine, the ash, the hemlock, the basswood, and many more. Only 2 trees have I never seen struck, the balsam and the birch. Why do they escape? My father told me when I was a little boy it was because they sheltered and warmed the star girl who was the sister of the thunderbird. I never heard that. Tell me about it. Sometime maybe, not now. Chapter 12. Hunting the Woodchucks. Cornmeal and potatoes with tea and apples 3 times a day are apt to lose their charm. Even fish did not entirely satisfy the craving for flesh meat. So Quonub and Rolf set out one morning on a regular hunt for food. The days of big game were over on the Assamuck, but there were still many small kinds, and none more abundant than the woodchuck, hated of farmers. Not without reason, each woodchuck hole in the field was a menace to the horse's legs. Tradition, at least, said that horses' legs and riders' necks had been broken by the steed setting foot in one of these dangerous pitfalls. Besides which, each chuck den was the hub center of an area of desolation whenever located, as mostly it was in the cultivated fields. Undoubtedly the damage was greatly exaggerated, but the farmers generally agreed that the woodchuck was a pest. Whatever resentment the tiller of the soil might feel against the Indian's hunting quail on his land, he always welcomed him as a killer of woodchucks. And the Indian looked on this animal as fair game and most excellent eating. Rolf watched eagerly when Quonub, taking his bow and arrows, said they were going out for a meat hunt. Although there were several fields with woodchucks resident, they passed cautiously from one to another, scanning the green expanse for the dark brown spots that meant woodchucks out foraging. At length they found one, with a large and 2 small moving brown things among the clover. The large one stood up on its hind legs from time to time, ever alert for danger. It was a broad, open field without cover, but close to the cleared place in which, doubtless, was the den, there was a ridge that Quonub judged would help him to approach. Rolf was instructed to stay in hiding and make some Indian signs that the hunter could follow when he should lose sight of the prey. First, come on, beckoning, and second, stop, hand raised, palm forward, all right hand. Drawn across level and waist high, forefinger moved forward, level, then curved straight down, meant gone and whole. But Rolf was not to sign anything or move unless Quonab asked him by making the question sign that is waving his hand with palm forward and spread fingers. Quonab went back into the woods, then behind the stone walls to get around to the side next the ridge, and crawling so flat on his breast in the clover that, although it was but a foot high, he was quite invisible to anyone not placed much above him. In this way he came to the little ridge back of the woodchuck den, quite unknown to its occupants. But now he was in a difficulty. He could not see any of them. They were certainly beyond range of his bow, and it was difficult to make them seek the den without their rushing into it. But he was equal to the occasion. He raised one hand and made the query sign, and watching Rolf he got answer, "All well, they are there." A level sweep of the flat hand and a finger pointing steadily. Then he waited a few seconds and made exactly the same sign, getting the same answer. He knew that the movement of the distant man would catch the eye of the old woodchuck. She would sit up high to see what it was. And when it came a second time she would, without being exactly alarmed, move toward the den and call the young ones to follow. The hunter had not long to wait. He heard her shrill, warning whistle. Then the big chuck trotted and waddled into sight, stopping occasionally to nibble or look around. Close behind her were the two fat cubs. Arrived near the den, their confidence was restored, and again they began to feed, the young ones close to the den. Then Quonab put a blunt bird dart in his bow and laid two others. Ready. Rising as little as possible, he drew the bow. Sip, the blunt arrow hit the young chuck on the nose and turned him over. The other jumped in surprise and stood up. So did the mother. Sip, another bolt and the second chuck was kicking, but the old one dashed like a flash into the underground safety of her den. Quonab knew that she had seen nothing of him and would likely come forth very soon. He waited for some time. Then the gray-brown muzzle of the fat old clover stealer came partly to view, but it was not enough for a shot, and she seemed to have no idea of coming farther. The Indian waited what seemed like a long time, then played an ancient trick. He began to whistle a soft, low air. Whether the chuck thinks it is another woodchuck calling or merely a pleasant sound is not known, but she soon did as her kind always does, came out of the hole slowly and ever higher, till she was half out and sitting up, peering about. This was Quonab's chance. He now drew a barbed hunting arrow to the head and aimed it behind her shoulders. Chip! And the chuck was transfixed by a shaft that ended her life a minute later and immediately prevented that instinctive scramble into the hole by which so many chucks elude the hunter even when mortally wounded. Now Quonab stood up without further concealment and beckoned to Rolf, who came running. 3 fat woodchucks meant abundance of the finest fresh meat for a week, and those who have not tried it have no idea what a delicacy is a young fat clover-fed woodchuck, pan-roasted with potatoes and served at a blazing campfire to a hunter who is young, strong, and exceedingly hungry. Chapter 13. The Fight with the Demon of the Deep. One morning, as they passed the trail that skirts the pond, Quonab pointed to the near water. There was something afloat like a small round leaf, with 2 beads well apart on it. Then Rolf noticed, 2 feet away, a larger floating leaf, and now he knew that the first was the head and eyes, the last the back, of a huge snapping turtle. A moment more and it quickly sank from view. Turtles of 3 different kinds were common, and snappers were well known to Rolf, but never before had he seen such a huge and sinister-looking monster of the deep. "That is Bolsacado. I know him. He knows me," said the red man. "There has long been war between us. Some day we will settle it. I saw him here first 3 years ago. I had shot a duck. It floated on the water. Before I could get to it, something pulled it under, and that was the last of it. Then a summer duck came with young ones. One by one he took them and at last got her. He drives all ducks away, so I set many night lines for him. I got some little snappers, 8 and 10 pounds each. They were good to eat, and 3 times already I took. Bolsicado on the hooks, but each time when I pulled him up to the canoe, he broke my biggest line and went down. He was as broad as the canoe. His claws broke through the canoe skin. He made it bulge and tremble. He looked like the devil of the lake. I was afraid, but my father taught me there is only one thing that can shame a man, that is to be afraid, and I said I will never let fear be my guide. I will seek a fair fight with Bolsicado. He is my enemy. He made me afraid once. I will make him much afraid. For 3 years we have been watching each other. For 3 years he has kept all summer ducks away and robbed my fish lines, my nets, and my muskrat traps. Not often do I see him, mostly like today. Before Skookum I had a little dog, Nindai. He was a good little dog. He could tree a coon, catch a rabbit, or bring out a duck, although he was very small. We were very good friends. One time I shot a duck. It fell into the lake. I called Nindai. He jumped into the water and swam to the duck. Then that duck, that I thought dead, got up and flew away, so I called Nindai. He came across the water to me. By and by, over that deep place, he howled and splashed. Then he yelled, like he wanted me. I ran for the canoe and paddled quick. I saw my little dog Nindai go down. Then I knew it was that Bolsicado again. I worked a long time with the pole but found nothing. Only 5 days later, one of Nindai's paws floated down the stream. Someday I will tear open that Bolsicado. Once I saw him on the bank. He rolled down like a big stone to the water. He looked at me before he dived, and as we looked in each other's eyes, I knew he was a manito. But he is evil, and my father said, when an evil manito comes to trouble you, you must kill him. One day, when I swam after a dead duck, he took me by the toe, but I reached shallow water and escaped him. And once I drove my fish spear in his back, but it was not strong enough to hold him. Once he caught Skookum's tail, but the hair came out. The dog has not since swum across the pond. Twice I have seen him like today and might have killed him with the gun, but I want to meet him fighting. Many a time I have sat on the bank and sung to him the coward song, and dared him to come and fight in the shallow water where we are equals. He hears me. He does not come. I know he made me sick last winter. Even now he is making trouble with his evil magic, but my magic must prevail, and someday we shall meet. He made me afraid once. I will make him much afraid, and will meet him in the water. Not many days were to pass before the meeting. Rolf had gone for water at the well, which was a hole dug 10 feet from the shore of the lake. He had learned the hunter's cautious trick of going silently and peering about before he left cover. On a mud bank in a shallow bay, some 50 yards off, he described a peculiar gray and greenish form that he slowly made out to be a huge turtle sunning itself. The more he looked and gauged it with things about, the bigger it seemed. So he slunk back quickly and silently to Quonub. He is out sunning himself, Bolsicado, on the bank. The Indian rose quickly, took his tomahawk and a strong line. Rolf reached for the gun, but Quonub shook his head. They went to the lake. Yes, there was the great, goggle-eyed monster, like a mud-colored log. The bank behind him was without cover. It would be impossible to approach the watchful creature within striking distance before he could dive. Quonub would not use the gun. In this case, he felt he must atone by making an equal fight. He quickly formed a plan. He fastened the tomahawk and the coiled rope to his belt, then boldly and silently slipped into the lake to approach the snapper from the water side, quite the easiest in this case, not only because the snapper would naturally watch on the land side, but because there was a thick clump of rushes behind which the swimmer could approach. Then, as instructed, Rolf went back into the woods and came silently to a place whence he could watch the snapper from a distance of 20 yards. The boy's heart beat fast as he watched the bold swimmer and the savage reptile. There could be little doubt that the creature weighed 100 pounds. It is the strongest for its size and the fiercest of all reptiles. Its jaws, though toothless, have cutting edges, a sharp beak, and power to the crushing of bones. Its armor makes it invulnerable to birds and beasts of prey. Like a log it lay on the beach with its long alligator tail stretched up the bank and its serpentine head and tiny wicked eyes vigilantly watching the shore. Its shell, broad and ancient, was fringed with green moss, and its scaly armpits exposed were decked with leeches, at which a couple of peetwets pecked with eager interest, apparently to the monster's satisfaction. Its huge limbs and claws were in marked contrast to the small red eyes, but the latter it was that gave the thrill of unnervement. Sunk down nearly out of sight, the Indian slowly reached the reeds. Here he found bottom, and pausing he took the rope in one hand, the tomahawk in the other, and dived, and when he reappeared he was within 10 yards of the enemy and in water but 4 feet deep. With a sudden rush, the reptile splashed into the pond and out of sight, avoiding the rope noose. But Quanov clutched to deep in the water as it passed and seized the monster's rugged tail. Then it showed its strength. In a twinkling that mighty tail was swung sidewise, crushing the hand with terrible force against the sharp-edged points of the back armor. It took all the Indian's grit to hold on to that knife-edged war club. He dropped his tomahawk, then with his other hand swung the rope to catch the turtle's head, but it lurched so quickly that the rope missed again, slipped over the shell, and, as they struggled, encircled one huge paw. The Indian jerked it tight, and they were bound together. But now his only weapon was down at the bottom, and the water all muddied. He could not see, but plunged to grope for the tomahawk. The snapper gave a great lurch to escape, releasing the injured hand, but jerking the man off his legs. Then, finding itself held by a forepaw, it turned with gaping, hissing jaws and sprang on the foe that struggled in bottom of the water. The snapper has the bulldog habit to seize and hold till the piece tears out. In the muddy water it had to seize in the dark, and fending first the left arm of its foe, fastened on with fierce beak and desperate strength. At this moment, Quanov recovered his tomahawk. Rising into the air, he dragged up the hanging snapper and swung the weapon with all the force of his free arm. The blow sank through the monster's shell, deep into its back, without any visible effect except to rob the Indian of his weapon, as he could not draw it out. Then Rolf rushed into the water to help, but Quanov gasped, "No, no, go back, I'm alone." The creature's jaws were locked on his arm, but its front claws, tearing downward and outward, were demolishing the coat that had protected it, and long lines of mingled blood were floating on the waves. After a desperate plunge toward shallow water, Quanov gave another wrench to the tomahawk. It moved, loosed, another, and it was free. Then chop, 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 and that long serpentine neck was severed. The body, waving its great scaly legs and lashing its alligator tail, went swimming downward, but the huge head, blinking its bleary red eyes and streaming with blood, was clenched on his arm. The Indian made for the bank, hauling the rope that held the living body and fastened it to a tree. then drew his knife to cut the jaw muscles of the head that ground its beak into his flesh. But the muscles were protected by armor. Plates and bone, he could not deal a stab to end their power. In vain he fumbled and slashed, until in a spasmodic quiver the jaws gaped wide, and the bloody head fell to the ground. Again it snapped, but a tree branch bore the brunt. On this the strong jaws clenched, and so remained. For over an hour the headless body crawled, or tried to crawl, always toward the lake. And now they could look at the enemy. Not his size so much as his weight surprised them. Although barely 4 feet long, he was so heavy that Rolf could not lift him. Quoneb's scratches were many but slight. Only the deep bill wound made his arm, and the bruises of the jaws were at all serious, and of these he made light. Headed by Skookum in full yop, they carried the victim's body to camp. The head, still dutching the stick, was decorated with 3 feathers, then set on a pole near the wigwam. And the burden of the red man's song when next he sang was, Bossicado, mine enemy was mighty, but I went into his country and made him afraid. Chapter 14. Selectman Horton appears at the rock. Summer was at its height on the Assamuck. The wood thrush was nearing the end of its song. A vast concourse of young robins, in their speckled plumage, joined chattering every night in the thickest cedars, and 1 or 2 broods of young ducks were seen on the pipestave pond. Rolf had grown wonderfully well into his wigwam life. He knew now exactly how to set the flap so as to draw out all the smoke, no matter which way the wind blew. He had learned the sunset signs, which tell what change of wind the night might bring. He knew, without going to the shore, whether the tide was a little ebb, with poor chances, or a mighty outflow that would expose the fattest oyster beds. His practiced fingers told at a touch whether it was a turtle or a big fish on his nightline, and by the tone of the tom-tom he knew when a rainstorm was at hand. Being trained in industry, he had made many improvements in their camp, not the least of which was to clean up and burn all the rubbish and garbage that attracted hordes of flies. He had fitted into the camp partly by changing it to fit himself, and he no longer felt that his stay there was a temporary shift. When it was to end, he neither knew nor cared. He realized only that he was enjoying life as he never had done before. His canoe had passed a lot of rapids and was now in a steady, unbroken stream, but it was the swift chute before the fall. A lull in the clamor does not mean the end of war, but a new onset preparing, and, of course, it came in the way least looked for. Selectman Horton stood well with the community. He was a man of good judgment, good position, and kind heart. He was owner of all the woods along the Assamuck, and thus the Indians' landlord on the Indians' ancestral land. Both Rolf and Quoneb had worked for Horton, and so they knew him well and liked him for his goodness. It was Wednesday morning, late in July, when Selectman Horton, clean-shaven and large, appeared at the wigwam under the rock. "Good morrow to you both." Then, without wasting time, he plunged in. There's been some controversy and much criticism of the selectman for allowing a white lad, the child of Christian parents, the grandson of a clergyman, to leave all Christian folk and folds, and herd with the pagan, to become, as it were, a mere barbarian. I hold not, indeed, with those that out of hand would condemn as godless a good fellow like Quoneb, who in my certain knowledge and according to his poor light, doth indeed maintain in some kind a daily worship of a sort. Nevertheless, the selectmen, the magistrates, the clergy, the people generally, and above all the missionary society, are deeply moved in the matter. It hath even been made a personal charge against myself, and with much bitterness I am held up as unzealous for allowing such a nefarious stronghold of Satan to continue on mine own demesne and harbor one, escaped, as it were, from grace. Acting. Egbin. An underating thing with that kinsfolkonomen testbabed, that haveriding, rin twented mine bestand, one of Peterson and Behid, a household about of quipihorking a catis obediev, a household filled backward of the spray click and the me mildly making more kid and a myth rush reacted his home about what did if by king Wavat. There now, my good lad, look not so like a colt that feels the whip for the first. Time. You will have a good home, imbued with the spirit of a most excellent piety that will be ever about you, like a colt feeling the whip indeed. Rolf reeled like a stricken deer. To go back as a chore boy drudge was possible, but not alluring. To leave Quoneb just as the wood world was opening to him was devastating, but to exchange it all for bondage in the pious household of Old Peck, whose cold cruelty had driven off all his own children, was an accumulation of disasters that aroused him. "I won't go," he blurted out, and gazed defiantly at the broad and benevolent selectman. "Come now, Rolf, such language is unbecoming. Let not a hasty tongue betray you into sin. This is what your mother would have wished. Be sensible, you will soon find it was all for the best. I have ever liked you, and will ever be a friend you can count on." Acting, not according to my instructions, but according to my heart, I will say further that you need not come now, you need not even give answer now, but think it over. Nevertheless, remember that on or before Monday morning next, you will be expected to appear at Elder Peck's, and I fear that, in case you fail, the messenger next arriving will be one much less friendly than myself. Come now, Rolf, be a good lad, and remember that in your new home you will at least be living for the glory of God. Then, with a friendly nod, but an expression of sorrow, the large black messenger turned and tramped away. Rolf slowly, limply, sank down on a rock and stared at the fire. After a while, Quonub got up and began to prepare the midday meal. Usually Rolf helped him. Now he did nothing but sullenly glare at the glowing coals. In half an hour the food was ready. He ate little, then went away in the woods by himself. Quonub saw him lying on a flat rock, looking at the pond and throwing pebbles into it. Later, Quonub went to Mayenos. On his return, he found that Rolf had cut up a great pile of wood. But not a word passed between them. The look of sullen anger and rebellion on Rolf's face was changing to one of stony despair. What was passing in each mind, the other could not divine. The evening meal was eaten in silence, then Quonub smoked for an hour, both staring into the fire. A barred owl hooted and laughed over their heads, causing the dog to jump up and bark at the sound that ordinarily he would have heeded not at all. Then silence was restored, and the red man's hidden train of thought was in a flash revealed. "Rolf, let's go to the North Woods." It was another astounding idea. Rolf had realized more and more how much this valley meant to Quonub, who worshipped the memory of his people. "And leave all this," he replied, making a sweep with his hand toward the rock, the Indian trail, the site of bygone Batukupan, and the graves of the tribe. For reply their eyes met, and from the Indian's deep chest came the single word, "Ugh." One syllable, deep and descending, but what a tale it told of the slowly engendered and strong-grown partiality of a struggle that had continued since the morning when the selectman came with words of doom, and of friendship's victory won. Rolf realized this, and it gave him a momentary choking in his throat. And, "I'm ready, if you really mean it." "Ugh, I go, but some day come back." There was a long silence, then Rolf, "When shall we start?" and the answer, tomorrow night. Chapter 15. Bound for the North Woods. When Quonub left camp in the morning, he went heavy-laden, and the trail he took led to Mayanos. There was nothing surprising in it when he appeared at Silas Peck's counter and offered for sale a pair of snowshoes, a bundle of traps, some dishes of birch bark and basswood, and a tom-tom, receiving in exchange some tea, tobacco, gunpowder, and $2 in cash. He turned without comment and soon was back in camp. He now took the kettle into the woods and brought it back, filled with bark, fresh chipped from a butternut tree. Water was added, and the whole boiled till it made a deep brown liquid. When this was cooled, he poured it into a flat dish, then said to Rolf, "Come now, I make you a sinnawa." With a soft rag the color was laid on. Face, head, neck, and hands were all at first intended, but Rolf said, "May as well do the whole thing." So he stripped off. The yellow-brown juice on his white skin turned it a rich copper color, and he was changed into an Indian lad that none would have taken for Rolf Kittering. The stains soon dried, and Rolf, reclothed, felt that already he had burned a bridge. 2 portions of the wigwam cover were taken off, and 2 packs were made of the bedding. The tomahawk, bows, arrows, and gun, with the few precious food pounds in the copper pot, were divided between them and arranged into packs with shoulder straps. Then all was ready. But there was one thing more for Quonub. He went up alone to the rock. Rolf knew what he went for, and judged it best not to follow. The Indian lighted his pipe, blew the 4 smokes to the 4 winds, beginning with the west. Then he sat in silence for a time. Presently the prayer for good hunting came from the rock. "Father, lead us. Father, help us. Father, guide us to the good hunting." And when that ceased, a barred owl hooted in the woods, away to the north. Good," was all he said as he rejoined Rolf, and they set out, as the sun went down, on their long journey due northward, Quonub, Rolf, and Skookum. They had not gone 100 yards before the dog turned back, raced to a place where he had a bone in cache, and rejoining there trotted along with his bone. The high road would have been the easier traveling, but it was very necessary to be unobserved, so they took the trail up the brook Assamuk, and after an hour's tramp came out by the Cat Rock road that runs westerly. Again they were tempted by the easy path, but again Quonub decided on keeping to the woods. Half an hour later they were halted by Skookum treeing a coon. After they had secured the dog, they tramped on through the woods for 2 hours more, and then, some 8 miles from the pipestave, they halted, Rolf at least, tired out. It was now midnight. They made a hasty double bed of the canvas cover over a pole above them, and slept till morning, cheered as they closed their drowsy eyes by the hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-yahoo of their friend, the barred owl, still to the ears. Northward, the sun was high, and Quonub had breakfast ready before Rolf awoke. He was so stiff with the tramp and the heavy pack that it was with secret joy he learned that they were to rest, concealed in the woods that day, and travel only by night, until in a different region where none knew or were likely to stop them. They were now in York State, but that did not by any means imply that they were beyond pursuit. As the sun rose high, Rolf went forth with his bow and blunt arrows, and then, thanks largely to Skookum, he succeeded in knocking over a couple of squirrels, which, skinned and roasted, made their dinner that day. At night they set out as before, making about 10 miles. The 3rd night they did better, and the next day being Sunday, they kept out of sight. But Monday morning, bright and clear, although it was the first morning when they were sure of being missed, they started to tramp openly along the highway with a sense of elation that they had not hitherto known on the Jume. Two things impressed Rolf by their novelty: the curious stare of the country folk whose houses and teens they passed, and the violent antagonism of the dogs. Usually the latter could be quelled by shaking a stick at them, or by pretending to pick up a stone, but one huge and savage brindled mastiff kept following and barking just out of stick range, and managed to give Skookum a mauling until Quonab drew his bow and let fly a blunt arrow that took the brute on the end of the nose and sent him howling homeward, while Skookum got a few highly satisfactory nips at the enemy's rear. 20 miles they made that day, and 25 the next, for now they were on good roads, and their packs were lighter. More than once they found kind farmer folk who gave them a meal. But many times Skookum made trouble for them. The farmers did not like the way he behaved among their hens. Skookum never could be made to grasp the fine zoological distinction between partridges, which are large birds and fair game, and hens, which are large birds but not fair game. Such hair-splitting was obviously unworthy of study, much less of acceptance. Soon it was clearly better for Rolf, approaching a house, to go alone while Quonab held Skookum. The dog seemed less excited by Rolf's smell, and remembering his own attitude when tramps came to one or another of his ancient homes, he always asked if they would let him work for a meal, and soon remarked that his success was better when he sought first the women of the house, and then, smiling to show his very white teeth, spoke in clear and un-Indian English, which had the more effect coming from an evident Indian. "Since I am to be an Indian, Quonab, you must give me an Indian name," he said after one of these episodes. "Huh! Good! That's easy. You are Nibawaka, the Wise One." For the Indian had not missed any of the points, and so he was named. "20 or 30 miles a day they went now, avoiding the settlements along the river. Thus they saw nothing of Albany, but on the 10th day they reached Fort Edward, and for the first time viewed the great Hudson. Here they stayed as short a time as might be, pushed on by Glens Falls, and on the 11th night of the journey they passed the old abandoned fort, and sighted the long stretch of Lake George with its wooded shore and glimpses of the mountains farther north. Now a new thought possessed them, if only they had the canoe that they had abandoned on the Pipestave. It came to them both at the sight of the limit, less water, and especially when Rolf remembered that Lake George joined with Champlain, which again was the highway to all the wilderness. They camped now as they had 50 times before, and made their meal. The bright blue water dancing near was alluring, inspiring, as they sought the shore. Quonab pointed to a track and said, "Deer." He did not show much excitement, but Rolf did, and they returned to the campfire with a new feeling of elation. They had reached the promised land. Now they must prepare for the serious work of finding a hunting ground that was not already claimed. Quonab, remembering the ancient law of the woods, that parcels off the valleys, each to the hunter first arriving or succeeding the one who had, was following his own line of thought. Rolf was puzzling over means to get an outfit, canoe, traps, axes, and provisions. The boy broke silence. "Quonab, we must have money to get an outfit. This is the beginning of harvest. We can easily get work for a month. That will feed us and give us money enough to live on, and a chance to learn something about the country." The reply was simple: "You are Nibawaka." The farms were few and scattered here, but there were one or two along the lake. To the nearest one with standing grain, Rolf led the way. But their reception, from the first brush with the dog to the final tilt with the farmer, was unpleasant. He didn't want any darn redskins around there. He had had 2 St. Regis Indians last year, and they were a couple of drunken good-for-nothings. The next was the house of a fat Dutchman who was just wondering how he should meet the compounded accumulated emergencies of late hay, early oats, weedy potatoes, lost cattle, and a prospective increase of his family, when two angels of relief appeared at his door in copper-colored skins. "Can you work, Putty-Getty?" "Yes, I have always lived on a farm," and Rolf showed his hands, broad and heavy for his years. "Can yo maybe find my lost cows, which I have not find, already yet? Could they? It would be fun to try. I gif yo $2 you bring dem putty kevik." So Quanab took the trail to the woods, and Rolf started into the potatoes with a hoe, but he was stopped by a sudden outcry of poultry. Alas, it was Skookum on an ill-judged partridge hunt. A minute later, he was ignominiously chained to a penitential post, nor left it during the traveler's sojourn. In the afternoon, Quanab returned with the cattle, and as he told Rolf he saw 5 deer, there was an unmistakable hunter gleam in his eye. 3 cows in milk, and which had not been milked for 2 days, was a serious matter, needing immediate attention. Rolf had milked 5 cows twice a day for 5 years, and the glance showed old Van Trumper that the boy was an expert. "Good, good. I go now, make feed swine." He went into the outhouse, but a toe-topped, red-cheeked girl ran after him. "Father, father," mother says, and the rest was lost. "Min Himmel, Min Himmel, I thought it not so soon." And the fat Dutchman followed the child. A moment later he reappeared, his jolly face clouded with a look of grave concern. "Hi, yo big Injun, yo come paddle canoe." Quanab nodded. "Den koom, and it bring Thomas on Hendrik." So the father carried 2-year-old Hendrik, while the Indian carried 6-year-old Thomas, and 12-year-old Annette followed in vague, uncomprehended alarm. Arrived at the shore, the children were placed in the canoe, and then the difficulties came fully to the father's mind. He could not leave his wife. He must send the children with the messenger. In a sort of desperation, "Can you dem and children take to the house across the lake and bring back Mrs. Callan? Tell her Marta Van Trumper need." "Her right now, Mooch, Barry Kavik." The Indian nodded. Then the father hesitated, but a glance at the Indian was enough. Something said, "He is safe." And in spite of sundry wails from the little ones left with a dark stranger, he pushed off the canoe. "Yo take care for my babies," and turned his brimming eyes away. The farmhouse was only 2 miles off, and the evening calm. No time was lost. What woman will not instantly drop all work and all interests to come to the help of another in the trial time of motherhood? Within an hour the neighbor's wife was holding hands with the mother of the banished towheads. He who tempers the wind and appoints the season of the wild deer hinds had not forgotten the womanhood beyond the reach of skillful human help, and with the hard and lonesome life had conjoined a sweet and blessed compensation. What would not her sister of the city give for such immunity? And long before that dark, dread hour of night that brings the ebbing. Life force low, the wonderful miracle was complete. There was another toe-top in the settler's home, and all was well. Chapter 16. Life with the Dutch Settler. The Indians slept in the luxuriant barn of logs, with blankets, plenty of hay, and a roof. They were more than content, for now, on the edge of the wilderness, they were very close to wildlife. Not a day or a night passed without bringing proof of that. One end of the barn was portioned off for poultry. In this the working staff of the dozen hens were doing their duty, which, on that first night of the Brown Angel's visit, consisted of silent slumber, when all at once the hens and the new hands were aroused by a clamorous cackling, which speedily stopped. It sounded like a hen falling in a bad dream, then regaining her perch to go to sleep again. But next morning the body of one of these highly esteemed branches of the eggplant was found in the corner, partly devoured. Quantum examined the headless hen, the dust around, and uttered the word, mink. Rolf said, "Why not skunk?" Skunk could not climb to the perch. Weasel then. Weasel would only sup the blood and would kill 3 or 4. Coon would carry him away, so would fox or wildcat, and a marten would not come into the building by night. There was no question, first, that it was a mink, and, second, that he was hiding about the barn until the hunger pang should send him again to the henhouse. Quonab covered the hen's body with 2 or 3 large stones, so that there was only one approach. In the way of this approach he buried a number 1 trap. That night they were aroused again, this time by a frightful screeching and a sympathetic, inquiring cackle from the fowls. Arising quickly they entered with a lantem. Rolf then saw a sight that gave him a prickling in his hair. The mink, a large male, was caught by one front paw. He was writhing and foaming, tearing sometimes at the trap, sometimes at the dead hen, and sometimes at his own imprisoned foot, pausing now and then to utter the most ear-piercing shrieks, then falling again in crazy animal fury on the trap, splintering his sharp white teeth, grinding the cruel metal with bruised and bloody jaws, frothing, snarling, raving mad. As his foemen entered he turned on them a hideous visage of inexpressible fear and hate, rage and horror. His eyes glanced back green fire in the lantern light. He strained in renewed efforts to escape. The air was rank with his musky smell. The impotent fury of his struggle made a picture that continued in Rolf's mind. Quonab took a stick and with a single blow put an end to the scene, but never did Rolf forget it, and never afterward was he a willing partner when the trapping was done with those relentless jaws of steel. A week later another hen was missing, and the door of the hen house left open. After a careful examination of the dust inside and out of the building, Quonab said, "Coon." It is very unusual for coons to raid a hen house. Usually it is some individual with abnormal tastes, and once he begins, he is sure to come back. The Indian judged that he might be back the next night, so prepared a trap. A rope was passed from the door latch to a tree. On this rope a weight was hung, so that the door was self-suiting, and to make it self-locking, he leaned a long pole against it inside. Now he propped it open with a single platform, so set that the coon must walk on it once he was inside, and so release the door. The trappers thought they would hear in the night when the door closed, but they were sleepy. They knew nothing until next morning. Then they found that the self-shutter had shut, and inside, crouched in one of the nesting boxes, was a tough old fighting coon. Strange to tell, he had not touched a second hen. As soon as he found himself a prisoner, he had experienced a change of heart, and presently his skin was nailed on the end of the barn, and his meat was hanging in the larder. "Is this a marten?" asked little Annette. And when told not, her disappointment elicited the information that old Warren, the storekeeper, had promised her a blue cotton dress for a marten skin. "You shall have the first one I catch," said Rolf. Life in Van Trumper's was not unpleasant. The mother was going about again in a week. Annette took charge of the baby as well as of the previous arrivals. Hendrik Sr. was gradually overcoming his difficulties, thanks to the unexpected help, and the kindly spirit made the hard work not so very hard. The shyness that was at first felt toward the Indians wore off. Especially in the case of Rolf, he was found so companionable. And the Dutchman, after puzzling over the combination of brown skin and blue eyes, decided that Rolf was a half-breed. August wore on not unpleasantly for the boy, but Quanah was getting decidedly restless. He could work for a week as hard as any white man. but his race had not risen to the dignity of patient, unremitting, lifelong toil. "How much money have we now, Nebawaka?" was one of the mid-August indications of restlessness. Rolf reckoned up. Half a month for Quonab, $15. For himself, $10. For finding the cows, $2.27. For Metwood finding the cows, $2.27, and all. Not enough. 3 days later, Quonab reckoned up again. Next day he said, "We need 2 months open water to find a good country and build a shanty." Then did Rolf do the wise thing. He went to Fat Hendrik and told him all about it. They wanted to get a canoe and an outfit, and seek for a trapping or hunting ground that would not encroach on those already possessed, for the trapping law is rigid. Even the death penalty is not considered too high in certain cases of trespass, provided the injured party is ready to be judge, jury, and executioner. Van Trumper was. Able to help them not a little in the matter of location. There was no use trying on the Vermont side, nor anywhere near Lake Champlain, nor near Lake George. Neither was it worthwhile going to the far north, as the Frenchmen came in there, and they were keen hunters, so that Hamilton County was more promising than any other. But it was almost inaccessibility, remote from all the great waterways, and of course without roads. Its inaccessibility was the reason why it was little known. So far so good, but happy. Hendrik was unpleasantly surprised to learn that the new help were for leaving at once. Finally he made this offer. If they would stay till September 1st, and so leave all in good shape for der winter, he would, besides the wages agreed, give them the canoe, 1 axe, 6 mink traps, and a fox trap now hanging in the barn, and carry them in his wagon as far as the 5-mile portage from Lake George to Schroon River, down which they could go to its junction with the upper Hudson, which followed up through 40 miles of rapids and hard portages, would bring them to a swampy river that enters from the southwest, and 10 miles up this would bring them to Jessop's Lake, which is 2 miles wide and 12 miles long. This country abounded with game, but was so hard to enter that after Jessop's death it was deserted. There was only one possible answer to such an offer. They stayed. In spare moments, Quonab brought the canoe up to the barn, stripped off some weighty patches of bark and canvas and some massive timber thwarts, repaired the ribs, and when dry and gummed, its weight was below 100 pounds, a saving of at least 40 pounds on the soggy thing. He crossed the lake in that first day on the farm. September came. Early in the morning, Quonab went alone to the lakeside. There on a hilltop he sat, looking toward the sunrise, and sang a song of the new dawn, beating, not with the tom-tom, he had none, but with one stick on another. And when the sunrise possessed the earth, he sang again the hunter's song. "Father, guide our feet, lead us to the good hunting." Then he danced to the sound, his face skyward, his eyes closed, his feet barely raised, but rhythmically moved. So would he, 3 times round to the chant in 3 sun circles, dancing a sacred measure, as royal David might have done that day when he danced around the Ark of the Covenant on its homeward journey. His face was illumined, and no man could have seen him then without knowing that this was a true heart's worship of a true God, who is in all things he has made. Chapter 17. Canoeing on the Upper Hudson. A settler named Hillette had a scow that was borrowed by the neighbors whenever needed to take a team across the lake. On the morning of their journey, the Dutchman's team and wagon, the canoe and the men, were aboard the scow. Skookum took his proper place at the prow, and all was ready for goodbye. Rolf found it a hard word to say. The good old Dutch mother had won his heart, and the children were like his brothers and sisters. "Come again, lad. Come and see us Kevik." She kissed him. He kissed Annette and the 3 later issues. They boarded the scow to ply the poles till the deep water was reached, then the oars. An east wind springing up gave them a chance to profit by a wagon cover rigged as a sail, and 2 hours later the scow was safely landed at West Side, where was a country store, and the head of the wagon rode to the Shun River. As they approached the door, they saw a rough-looking man slouching against the building, his hands in his pockets, his blear eyes taking in the newcomers with a look of contemptuous hostility. As they passed, he spat tobacco juice on the dog and across the feet of the men. Old Warren, who kept the store, was not partial to Indians, but he was a good friend of Hendrik and very keen to trade for fur, so the new trappers were well received. And now came the settling of accounts. Flour, oatmeal, pork, potatoes, tea, tobacco, sugar, salt, powder, ball, shot, clothes, lines, an inch auger, nails, knives, awls, needles, files, another axe, some tin plates, and a frying pan were selected and added to Hendrik's account. If I was you, I'd take a windy sash. You'll find it mighty convenient in cold weather. The storekeeper led them into an outhouse where was a pile of 6 lighted window frames all complete, so the awkward thing was added to their load. "Can't I sell you a fine rifle?" And he took down a new elegant small bore of the latest pattern. "Only $25. Rolf shook his head. "Part down, and I'll take the rest in fur next spring." Rolf was sorely tempted. However, he had an early instilled horror of debt. He steadfastly said, "No." But many times he regretted it afterward. The small balance remaining was settled in cash. As they were arranging and selecting, they heard a most hideous yelping outdoors, and a minute later Skookum limped in, crying as if half killed. Quonub was out in a moment. "Did you kick my dog?" The brutal loafer changed countenance as he caught the red man's eye. "Naw, never touched him, hurted himself on that rake." It was obviously a lie, but better to let it pass, and Quonub came in again. Then the rough stranger appeared at the door and growled, "Say, Warren, ain't you going to let me have that rifle? I guess my word's as good as the next man's." "No," said Warren. "I told you no." "Then you can go to blazes, and you'll never see a cent's worth of fur from the stuff I got last year." "I don't expect to," was the reply. "I've learned what your word's worth." And the stranger slouched away. "Who vas he?" asked Hendrik. "I only know that his name is Jack Hogue. He's a little bit of a trapper and a big bit of a bum. Stuck me last year. He doesn't come out this way. They say he goes out by the west side of the mountains." New light on their course was secured from Warren, and above all, the important information that the mouth of Jessop's River was marked by an eagle's nest in a dead pine. Up to that point, keep the main stream. And don't forget, next spring I'm buying fur. The drive across 5 Mile Portage was slow. It took over 2 hours to cover it. But late that day they reached the Schrouwen. Here the Dutchman said, "Goodbye, Coom again, some noder time." Skookum saluted the farmer with a final growl. Then Rolf and Quonub were left alone in the wilderness. It was after sundown, so they set about camping for the night. A wise camper always prepares bed and shelter in daylight if possible. While Rolf made a fire and hung the kettle, Quonub selected a level, dry place between 2 trees and covered it with spruce boughs to make the beds, and last a low tent was made by. Putting the lodge cover over a pole between the trees. The ends of the covers were held down by loose green logs, quickly cut for the purpose, and now they were safe against weather. Tea, potatoes, and fried pork, with maple syrup and hardtack, made their meal of the time, after which there was a long smoke. Quonub took a stick of red willow, picked up in the daytime, and began shaving it toward one end, leaving the curling shreds still on the stick. When these were bunched in a fuzzy mop, he held them over the fire until they were roasted brown. Then, grinding all up in his palm with some tobacco, and filling his pipe, he soon was enveloped in that odor of woodsy smoke called the Indian smell, by many who do not know whence or how it comes. Rolf did not smoke. He had promised his mother that he would not until he was a man, and something brought her back home now with overwhelming force. That was the beds they had made of fragrant balsam boughs. Cho cold tongue, or blister tree as Quonub called it, his mother had a little. Sofa pillow, brought from the north, a northern pine pillow, they called it, for it was stuffed with pine needles of a kind not growing in Connecticut. Many a time had Rolf, as a baby, pushed his little round nose into that bag to inhale the delicious odor it gave forth, and so it became the hallowed smell of all that was dear in his babyhood, and it never lost its potency. Smell never does. Oh, mighty aura! That, in marching by the nostrils, can reach and move the soul. How wise the church that makes this power its handmaid, and through its incense overwhelms all alien thought when the worshipper, wandering, doubting, comes again to see if it be true, that here doubt dies. O queen of memory, that is master of the soul, how fearful should we be of letting evil thought associated grow with some recurrent odor that we love. Happy indeed are they that find some 10 times pure and consecrated fragrance, like the pine, which entering in is master of their moods, and yet through linking thoughts has all its power, uplifting, full of sweetness and blessed peace. So came to Rolf his medicine tree. The balsam fir was his tree of hallowed memory, its odor never failed, and he slept that night with its influence all about him. Starting in the morning was no easy matter. There was so much to be adjusted that first day. Packs divided in two, new combinations to trim the canoe, or to raise such and such a package above a possible leak. The heavy things, like axes and pans, had to be fastened to the canoe or to packages that would float in case of an upset. The canoe itself had to be gummed in 1 or 2 places, but they got away after 3 hours and began the voyage down the Shroon. This was Rolf's first water journey. He had indeed essayed the canoe on the Pitestave Pond, but that was a mere ferry. This was real travel. He marveled at the sensitiveness of the frail craft, the delicacy of its balance, its quick response to the paddle, the way it seemed to shrink from the rocks, and the unpleasantly suggestive bend up of the ribs when the bottom grounded upon a log. It was a new world for him. Quonub taught him never to enter the canoe except when she was afloat, never to rise in her or move along without hold of the gunwale, never to make a sudden move, and he also learned that it was easier to paddle when there were 6 feet of water underneath than when only 6 inches. In an hour they had covered the 5 miles that brought them to the Hudson, and here the real labor began, paddling upstream. Before long they came to a shallow stretch with barely enough water to float the canoe. Here they jumped out and waded in the stream, occasionally lifting a stone to one side, till they reached the upper stretch of deep water and again went merrily paddling. Soon they came to an impassable rapid, and Rolf had his first taste of a real carry or portage. Quonub's eye was watching the bank as soon as the fierce waters appeared, for the first question was, "Where shall we land?" And the next, "How far do we carry?" There are no rapids on important rivers in temperate America that have not been portaged more or less for ages. No canoe-man portages without. considering most carefully when, where, and how to land. His selection of the place, then, is the result of careful study. He cannot help leaving some mark at the place, slight though it be, and the next man looks for that mark to save himself time and trouble. Ugh was the only sound that Rolf heard from his companion, and the canoe headed for a flat rock in the pool below the rapids. After landing, they found traces of an old campfire. It was near noon now, so Rolf prepared the meal while Quanab took a light pack and went on to learn the trail. It was not well marked, had not been used for a year or two evidently, but there are certain rules that guide one. The trail keeps near the water unless there is some great natural barrier, and it is usually the easiest way in sight. Quanab kept one eye on the river, for navigable water was the main thing, and in about 100 yards he was again on the stream's edge, at a good landing above the rapid. After the meal was finished, and the Indian had smoked, they set to work. In a few loads each, the stuff was portaged across, and the canoe was carried over and moored to the bank. The cargo replaced, they went on again, but in half an hour after passing more shoal water, saw another rapid, not steep, but too shallow to float the canoe, even with both men wading. Here Quanab made what the Frenchmen call a demi-charge. He carried half the stuff to the bank, then wading, one at each end, they hauled the canoe up the portage and reloaded her above. Another strip of good going was succeeded by a long stretch of very swift water that was 2 or 3 feet deep, and between shores that were densely grown with alders. The Indian landed, cut 2 light, strong poles, and now, one at the bow, the other at the stern, they worked their way foot by foot up the fierce current until safely on the upper level. Yet one more style of canoe propulsion was forced on them. They came to a long stretch of smooth, deep, very swift water, almost a rapid one, of the kind that is a joy when you are coming downstream. It differed from the last in having shores that were not alder hidden, but open gravel banks. Now did Quanyob take a long, strong line from his warsack. One end he fastened, not to the bow, but to the forward part of the canoe, the other to a buckskin band which he put across his breast. Then, with Rolf in the stern to steer and the Indian hauling on the bank, the canoe was safely tracked up the strong waters. Thus they fought their way up the hard river day after day, making sometimes only 5 miles after 12 hours' toilsome travel. Rapids, shoals, portages, strong waters abounded, and before they had covered the 50 miles to the forks of Jessop's River, they knew right well why the region was so little entered. It made a hardened canoeman of Rolf, and when, on the evening of the 5th day, they saw a huge eagle's nest in a dead pine tree that stood on the edge of a long swamp, both felt they had reached their own country and were glad. Chapter 18. Animal Life Along the River. It must not be supposed that, because it has been duly mentioned, they saw no wild life along the river. The silent canoeman has the best of opportunities. There were plenty of deer tracks about the first camp, and that morning, as they turned up the Hudson, Rolf saw his first deer. They had rounded a point in rather swift water when Quanad gave 2 taps on the gunwale, the usual sign, "Look out," and pointed to the shore. There, 50 yards away on bank, gazing at them, was a deer. Stock still he stood like a red statue, for he was yet in the red coat. With 3 or 4 strong strokes, Quanab gave a long and mighty forward spurt, then reached for his gun. But the deer's white flag went up. It turned and bounded away, the white flag the last thing to disappear. Rolf sat spellbound. It was so sudden, so easy, it soon melted into the woods again. He trembled after it was gone. Many a time in the evening they saw muskrats in the eddies, and once they glimpsed a black shiny something like a monstrous leech rolling up and down as it traveled in the stream. Quonub whispered, "Otter," and made ready his gun, but it dived and showed itself no more. At one of the camps, they were awakened by an extraordinary tattoo in the middle of the night. A harsh rattle close by their heads, and they got up to find that a porcupine was rattling his teeth on the frying pan in an effort to increase the amount of salt that he could taste on it. Skookum, tied to a tree, was vainly protesting against the intrusion and volunteered to make a public invader. The campers did not finally get rid of the spiny one till all their kitchen stuff was hung beyond his reach. Once they heard the sharp, short bark of a fox, and twice or thrice the soft, sweet, moaning call of the gray wolf out to hunt. Wildfowl abounded, and their diet was varied by the ducks that one or other of the hunters secured at nearly every camp. On the second day they saw 3 deer, and on the third morning Quonub loaded his gun with buckshot to be ready, then sallied forth at dawn. Rolf was following, but the Indian shook his head, then said, "Don't make fire for half an hour." In 20 minutes Rolf heard the gun. Then later the Indian returned with a haunch of venison, and when they left that camp, they stopped a mile up the river to add the rest of the venison to their cargo. 7 other deer were seen, but no more killed, yet Rolf was burning to try his hand as a hunter. Many other opportunities he had, and improved some of them. On one wood portage, he, or rather Skookum, put up a number of ruffed grouse. These perched in the trees above their heads, and the travelers stopped. While the dog held their attention, Rolf, with blunt arrows, knocked over 5 that proved most acceptable as food. But his thoughts were now on deer, and his ambition was to go out alone and return with a load of venison. Another and more thrilling experience followed quickly. Rounding a bend in the early dawn, they sighted a black bear and 2 cubs rambling along the gravelly bank and stopping now and then to eat something that turned out to be crayfish. Quonub had not seen a bear since childhood, when he and his father hunted along the hardwood ridges back of Llanos, and now he was excited. He stopped paddling, warned Rolf to do the same, and let the canoe drift backward until out of sight, then made for the land. Quickly tying up the canoe, he took his gun and Rolf his hunting arrows, and, holding Skookum in a leash, they dashed into the woods. Then, keeping out of sight, they ran as fast and as silently as possible in the direction of the bears. Of course, the wind was toward the hunters, or they never could have got so near. Now they were opposite the family group and needed only a chance for a fair shot. Sneaking forward with the utmost caution, they were surely within 25 yards, but still the bushes screened the crab. Ears. As the hunters sneaked, the old bear stopped and sniffed suspiciously. The wind changed. She got an unmistakable whiff, then gave a loud warning, "Cough, cough, cough, cough," and ran as fast as she could. The hunters, knowing they were discovered, rushed out, yelling as loudly as possible in hopes of making the bear's tree. The old bear ran like a horse, with Skookum yapping bravely in her rear. The young ones, left behind, lost sight of her and, utterly bewildered by the noise, made for a tree conveniently near and scrambled up into the branches. Now, Rolf thought, judging by certain tales he had heard, that old bear will come back and there will be a fight. "Is she coming back?" he asked nervously. The Indian laughed. "No, she is running yet. Black bear always a coward. They never fight when they can run away." The little ones of the tree were, of course, at the mercy of the hunters, and in this case, it was not a broken straw they depended on, but an ample salvation. "We don't need the meat and can't carry it with us. Let's leave them," said Rolf, but added, Will they find their mother? Yes, by and by. They come down in squall all over woods. She will hang round half a mile away, and by night all will be together. Their first bear hunt was over. Not a shot fired, not a bear wounded, not a mile traveled, and not an hour lost. And yet, it seemed much more full of interesting thrills than did any one of the many stirring bear hunts that Rolf and Quonab shared together in the days that were to come. Chapter 19. The Footprint on the Shore. Jessup's River was a tranquil stream that came from a region of swamps, and would have been easy canoeing but for the fallen trees. Some of these had been cut years ago, showing that the old trapper had used this route. Once they were unpleasantly surprised by seeing a fresh chopping on the bank, but their mourning was changed into joy when they found it was beaver work. 10 miles they made that day. In the evening they camped on the shore of Jessup's Lake, proud and happy in the belief that they were the rightful owners of it all. That night they heard again and again the howling of wolves, but it seemed on the far side of the lake. In the morning they went out on foot to explore, and at once had the joy of seeing 5 deer, while tracks showed on every side. It was evidently a paradise for deer, and there were in less degree the tracks of other animals, mink in fair abundance, 1 or 2 otters, a mountain lion, and a cow moose with her calf. It was thrilling to see such a feast of possibilities. The hunters were led on and on, reveling in the prospect of many joys before them. When all at once they came on something that turned their joy to grief, the track of a man, the fresh imprint of a cowhide boot. It was maddening. At first blush it meant some other trapper ahead of them with a prior claim to the valley, a claim that the unwritten law would allow. They followed it a mile. It went striding along the shore at a great pace, sometimes running and keeping down the west shore. Then they found a place where he had sat down and broken a lot of clamshells, and again had hastened on. But there was no mark of gun stock or other weapon where he sat. And why was he wearing boots? The hunters rarely did. For 2 miles the Indian followed with Rolf, and sometimes found that the hated stranger had been running hard. Then they turned back, terribly disappointed. At first it seemed a crushing blow. They had 3 courses open to them: to seek a location farther north, to assume that one side of the lake was theirs, or to find out exactly who and what the stranger was. They decided on the. Last, the canoe was launched and loaded, and they set out to look for what they hoped they would not find, a trapper's shanty on the lake. After skirting the shore for 4 or 5 miles and disturbing 1 or 2 deer, as well as hosts of ducks, the voyagers landed, and there still they found that fateful boot mark steadily tramping southward. By noon they had reached the south end of the west inlet that leads to another lake, and again an examination of the shore showed the footmarks, here leaving the lake and going southerly. Now the travelers retired to the main lake, and by noon had reached the south end. At no point had they seen any sign of a cabin, though both sides of the lake were in plain view all day. The traveling stranger was a mystery, but he did not live here, and there was no good reason why they should not settle. Where? The country seemed equally good at all points, but it is usually best to camp on an outlet. Then when a storm comes up, the big waves do not threaten. Your canoe, or compel you to stay on land. It is a favorite crossing for animals. Avoiding the lake, and other trappers coming in are sure to see your cabin before they enter. Which side of the outlet? Quonab settled that the west. He wanted to see the sun rise, and, not far back from the water, was a hill with a jutting, rocky pinnade. He pointed to this and uttered the one word, Idaho. Here, then, on the west side, Where the lake enters the river, they began to clear the ground for their home. Chapter 20. The Trapper's Cabin. I suppose every trapper that ever lived, on first building a cabin, said, "Oh, any little thing will do, so long as it has a roof and is big enough to lie down in." And every trapper has realized before spring that he made a sad mistake in not having it big enough to live in and store goods in. Quonab and Rolf were new at the business and made the usual mistake. They planned their cabin far too small, 10x12 feet instead of 12x20 feet. They made it in 6-foot walls instead of 8-foot walls. Both were expert axemen, spruce was plentiful, and the cabin rose quickly. In one day the walls were up. An important thing was the roof. What should it be? Overlapping basswood troughs, split shingles, also called shakes, or clay. By far the easiest to make, the warmest in winter and coolest in summer, is the clay roof. It has 3 disadvantages. It leaks in long continued wet weather, it drops down dust and dirt in dry weather, and is so heavy that it usually ends by crushing in the log rafters and beams unless they are further supported on posts, which are much in the way. But its advantages were so obvious that the builders did not hesitate. A clay roof it was to be. When the walls were 5 feet high, the doorway and window were cut through the logs, but leaving in each case 1/2 of the log at the bottom of the needed opening. The top log was now placed, then rolled over bottom up, while half of its thickness was cut away to fit over the door. A similar cutout was made over the window. 2 flat pieces of spruce were prepared for door jambs and 2 shorter ones for window jambs. Auger holes were put through, so as to allow an oak pin to be driven through the jamb into each log, and the doorway and window opening were done. In one corner they planned a small fireplace, built of clay and stone. Not stone from the lake as Rolf would have had it, but from the hillside. And why? Quonab said that the lake stone was of the water spirits, and would not live near fire, but would burst open, while the hillside stone was of the sun and fire spirit, and the fire would add its heat. The facts are that lake stone explodes when greatly heated, and hill stone does not. And since no one has been able to improve upon Quonab's explanation, it must stand for the present. The plan of the fireplace was simple. Rolf had been present at the building of several, and the main point was to have the chimney large enough and the narrowest point just above the fire. The eaves logs, end logs, and ridge logs were soon in place. Then came the cutting of small poles, spruce and tamarack, long enough to reach from ridge to eaves, and in sufficient number to completely cover the roof. A rank sedge meadow nearby afforded plenty of coarse grass with which the poles were covered deeply. And lastly, clay dug out with a couple of handmade, axe-hewn wooden spades was thrown evenly on the grass to a depth of 6 inches. This, when trampled flat, made a roof that served them well. The chinks of the logs, when large, were filled with split pieces of wood. When small, they were plugged with moss. A door was made of hewn planks and hinged very simply on 2 pins, one made by letting the plank project as a point, the other by nailing on a pin after the door was placed, both pins fitting, of course, into inch auger holes. A floor was not needed, but bed bunks were, and in making these, they began already to realize that the cabin was too small. But now, after a week's work, it was done. It had a sweet fragrance of wood and moss, and the pleasure it gave to Rolf at least was something he never again could expect to find in equal measure about any other dwelling he might make. Quonab laid the fire carefully, then lighted his pipe, sang a little crooning song about the home spirits, which we call household gods, walked around the shanty, offering the pike stem to each of the 4 winds in turn, then entering lighted the fire from his pipe, threw some tobacco and deer hair on the blaze, and the housewarming was ended. Nevertheless, they continued to sleep in the tent they had used all along, for Cornup loved not the indoors, and Rolf was growing daily more of his mind. Chapter 21. Rolf's First Deer. Anxious to lose no fine day, they had worked steadily on the shanty, not even going after the deer that were seen occasionally over the lake, so that now they were out of fresh meat, and Rolf saw a chance he long had looked for. "Quonab, I want to go out alone and get a deer, and I want your gun." "Ugh, you shall go. Tonight is good." Tonight meant evening, so Rolf set out alone as soon as the sun was low, for during the heat of the day the deer are commonly lying in some thicket. In general, he knew enough to travel upwind and to go as silently as possible. The southwest wind was blowing softly, and so he quickened his steps southwesterly, which meant along the lake tracks and signs abounded. It was impossible to follow any one trail. His plan was to keep on silently, trusting to luck, nor did he have long to wait. Across a little opening of the woods to the west, he saw a movement in the bushes, but it ceased, and he was in doubt whether the creature presumably a deer was standing there, or had gone on. "Never quit till you are sure," was one of Quonab's wise adages. Rolf was bound to know what it was that had moved. So he stood still and waited. A minute passed, another, many, a long time, and still he waited, but got no further sign of life from the bush. Then he began to think he was mistaken, yet it was good hunter-craft to find out what that was. He tried the wind several times, first by wetting his finger, which Tess said southwest, second by tossing up some handfuls of dried grass, which said yes, southwest, but veering southerly in this glade. So he knew he might crawl silently to the north side of that bush. He looked to the priming of his gun and began a slow and stealthy stalk, selecting such openings as might be passed without effort or movement of bushes or likelihood of sound. He worked his way step by step. Each time his foot was lifted, he set it down again only after trying the footing. At each step he paused to look and listen. It was only 100 yards to the interesting spot, but Rolf was 15 minutes in covering the distance, and more than once he got a great start as a chickadee flew out or a woodpecker tapped. His heart beat louder and louder, so it seemed everything near must hear. But he kept on his careful stalk, and at last had reached the thicket that had given him such thrills and hopes. Here he stood and watched for a full minute. Again he tried the wind and proceeded to circle slowly to the west of the place. After a long, tense crawl of 20 yards he came on the track and sign of a big buck, perfectly fresh, and again his heart worked harder. It seemed to be pumping his neck full of blood, so he was choking. He judged it best to follow this hot trail for a time, and holding his gun ready cocked, he stepped softly onward. A blue jay cried out, "Jay, Jay!" with startling loudness, and seemingly enjoyed his pent-up excitement. A few steps forward at slow, careful stalk, and then behind him he heard a loud whistling hiss. Instantly turning, he found himself face to face with a great, splendid buck in the short blue coat. "They're not." "30 yards away he stood, the creature he had been stalking so long, in plain view now, broadside on. They gazed each at the other perfectly still for a few seconds, then Rolf without undue movement brought the gun to bear, and still the buck stood gazing. The gun was up, but oh how disgustingly it wobbled and shook. And the steadier Rolf tried to bolt it, the more it trembled, until from that wretched gun the palsy spread all over his body. His breath came tremulously, his legs and arms were shaking, and at last, as the deer moved its head to get a better view and raised its tail, the lad, making an effort at self-control, pulled the trigger. Bang! And the buck went lightly bounding out of sight. Poor Rolf, how disgusted he felt, positively sick with self-contempt. 30 yards, standing, broadside on, full daylight, a big buck, a clean miss. Yes, there was the bullet hole in a tree, 5 feet above the deer's head. I'm no good. I'll never be a hunter, he groaned, then turned and slowly tramped back to camp. Quonub looked inquiringly, for, of course, he heard the shot. He saw a glum and sorry-looking youth who, in response to his inquiring look, gave merely a head shake and hung up the gun with a vicious bang. Quonub took down the gun, wiped it out, reloaded it, then turning to the boy said, "Nibawaka, you feel pretty sick." "Ugh, you know why? You got a good chance, but you got buck fever. It is always so. Everyone the first time. You go again tomorrow, and you get your deer." Rolf made no reply. So Quonub ventured, "You want me to go?" That settled it for Rolf. His pride was touched. "No, I'll go again in the morning." In the due time he was away once more on the hunting trail. There was no wind, but the southwest was the likeliest to spring up, so he went nearly over his last night's track. He found it much easier to go silently now, when all the world was dew-wet, and traveled quickly. Past the fateful glade he went, noted again the tree torn, several feet too high up, and on. Then the cry of a blue jay rang out. This is often a notification of deer at hand. It always is warning of something doing, and no wise hunter ignores it. Rolf stood for a moment listening and peering. He thought he heard a scraping sound, then again the blue jay, but the former ceased, and the jay note died in the distance. He crept cautiously on again for a few minutes. Another opening appeared. He studied this from a hiding place. Then far across he saw a little flash near the ground. His heart gave a jump. He studied the place, saw again the flash, and then made out the head of a deer, a doe that was lying in the long grass. The flash was made by its ear shaking off a fly. Rolf looked to his priming, braced himself, got fully ready, then gave a short, sharp whistle. Instantly the doe rose to her feet. Then another appeared, a signal one. Then a young buck. All stood gazing his way. Up went the gun, but again its muzzle began to wobble. Rolf lowered it, said grimly and savagely to himself, "I will not shake this time." The deer stretched themselves and began slowly walking toward the lake. All had disappeared but the buck. Rolf gave another whistle that turned the antler-bearer to a statue. Controlling himself with a strong "I will," he raised the gun, held it steadily, and fired. The buck gave a gathering spasm, a bound, and disappeared. Rolf felt sick again with disgust, but he reloaded, then hastily went forward. There was the deep imprint showing where the buck had bounded at the shot, but no blood. He followed, and 12 feet away found the next hoof marks, and on them a bright red stain. On and another splash, and more, and shortening bounds to 100 yards away. Yes, there it lay, the round gray form, quite dead, shot through the heart. Rolf gave a long, rolling war cry and got an answer from a point that was startlingly near, and Quonub stepped from behind a tree. "I got him!" shouted Rolf. The Indian smiled. "I knew you would, so I followed. Last night I knew you must have your shakes, so let you go it alone." Very carefully that deer was skinned, and Rolf learned the reason for many little modes of procedure. After the hide was removed from the body, not the hand or legs, Quonub carefully cut out the broad sheath of tendon that cover the muscles, beginning at the hip bones on the back and extending up to the shoulders. This is the sewing sinew. Then he cut out the 2 long fillets of meat that lie on each side of the spine outside the loin, and the 2 smaller ones inside the tenderloin. These, with the 4 quarters, the heart, and the kidneys, were put into the hide. The entrails, head, neck, legs, feet, he left for the foxes, but the hip bone or sacrum he hung in a tree with 3 little red yarns from them, so that the Great Spirit would be pleased and send good hunting. Then, addressing the head, he said, "Little brother, forgive us. We are sorry to kill you. Behold, we give you the honor of red streamers." Then, bearing the rest, they tramped back to camp. The meat, wrapped in sacks to keep off the flies, was hung in the shade, but the hide he buried in the warm mud of a swamp hole, and 3 days later, when the hair began to slip, he scraped it clean. A broad ash wood hoop he had made ready, and when the green rawhide was strained on it again, the Indian had an Indian drum. It was not truly dry for 2 or 3 days, and as it tightened on its frame, it gave forth little sounds of click and shrinkage that told of the strain that tensioned. Rawhide made. Quanub tried it that night as he sat by the fire softly singing, "Ho da ho he da ho he." But the next day before sunrise he climbed the hill, and sitting on the sun-up rock, he hailed the day god with the invocation as he had not sung it since the day they left the great rock above the Asolnuk, and followed with the song, "Father, we thank thee, we have found the good hunting. There is meat in the wigwam." Chapter 22. The Line of Traps. Now that they had the cabin for winter and food for the present, they must set about the serious business of trapping and lay a line of deadfalls for use in the coming cold weather. They were a little ahead of time, but it was very desirable to get their lines blazed through the woods in all proposed directions in case of any other trapper coming in. Most fur-bearing animals are to be found along the little valleys of the stream. Beaver, otter, mink, muskrat, coon are examples. Those that do not actually live by the water seek these places because of their sheltered character and because their prey lives there. Of this class are the lynx, fox, fisher, and marten that feed on rabbits and mice. Therefore, a line of traps is usually along some valley and over the divide and down some other valley back to the point of beginning. So, late in September, Rolf and Quonab, with their bedding, a pack, food for 4 days, and 2 axes, alternately followed and led by Skookum, set out along the stream that entered the lake near their cabin. A 1/4 mile up, they built there. First deadfall for martens. It took them 1 hour and was left unset. The place was under a huge tree on a neck of land around which the stream made a loop. This tree they blazed on 3 sides. 200 yards up, another good spot was found and a deadfall made. At one place across the neck of land was a narrow trail, evidently worn by otters. "Good place for steel trap, by," was Quonab's remark. From time to time they disturbed deer, and in a muddy place where a deer path crossed the creek, they found, among the numerous small hoofprints, the track of wolves, bears, and a mountain lion, or panther. At these little Skookum sniffed fearsomely and showed by his bristly mane that he was at least much impressed. After 5 hours' travel and work, they came to another stream joining on, and near the angle of the 2 little valleys they found a small tree that was chewed and scratched in a remarkable manner for 3 to 6 feet up. "Bear tree," said. Quanub, and by degrees Rolf got the facts about it. The bears, and indeed most animals, have a way of marking the range that they consider their own. Usually this is done by leaving their personal odor at various points, covering the country claimed. But in some cases, visible marks are added. Thus the beaver leaves a little dab of mud, the wolf scratches with his hind feet, and the bear tears the signal tree with tooth and claw. Since this is done from time to time, when the bear happens to be near the tree, it is kept fresh as long as the region is claimed. But it is especially done in midsummer when the bears are pairing and helps them to find suitable companions. Nor all are then roaming the woods seeking mates. All call and leave their mark on the signpost, so the next bear, thanks to his exquisite nose, can tell at once the sex of the bear that called last, and by its track tell which way it traveled afterward. In this case, it was a bear's register, but before long, Quonab showed Rolf a place. Where two long logs joined at an angle by a tree that was rubbed and smelly, and showed a few marten hairs, indicating that this was the signpost of a marten, and a good place to make a deadfall. Yet a third was found in an open grassy glade, a large white stone on which were pellets left by foxes. The Indian explained, "Every fox that travels near will come and smell the stone to see who of his kind is around. So this is a good place for a fox trap. A steel trap, of course, for no fox will go into a deadfall." And slowly Rolf learned that these habits are seen in some measure in all animals. Yes, down to the mice and shrews. We see little of it because our senses are blunt and our attention untrained. But the naturalist and the hunter always know where to look for the four-footed inhabitants, and by them can tell whether or not the land is possessed by such and such a furtive tribe. Chapter 23. The Beaver Pond. A.T. The noon halt. They were about 10 miles from home and had made 15 deadfalls for marten, for practice was greatly reducing the time needed for each. In the afternoon they went on. But the creek had become a mere rill, and they were now high up in a more level stretch of country that was more or less swampy. As they followed the main course of the dwindling stream, looking ever for signs of fur-bearers, they crossed and recrossed the water. At length Quonab stopped, stared, and pointed at the rill, no longer clear but clouded with mud. His eyes shone as he jerked his head upstream and uttered the magic word, "Beaver." They tramped westerly for 100 yards through a dense swamp of alders, and came at last to an irregular pond that spread out among the willow bushes and was lost in the swampy thickets. Following the stream, they soon came to a beaver dam, a long curving bank of willow branches and mud, tumbling. Through the top of which were a dozen tiny streams that reunited their waters below to form the rivulet they had been following. Red-winged blackbirds were sailing in flocks about the pond. A number of ducks were to be seen, and on a dead tree, killed by the backed-up water, a great blue heron stood. Many smaller creatures moved or flitted in the lively scene, while far out near the middle rose a dome-like pile of sticks, a beaver lodge, and farther 3 more were discovered. No beaver were seen, but the fresh-cut sticks, the floating branches peeled of all the bark, and the long, strong dam in good repair were enough to tell a practiced eye that here was a large colony of beavers in undisturbed possession. In those days, beaver was one of the most valued furs. The creature is very easy to trap, so the discovery of the pond was like the finding of a bag of gold. They skirted its uncertain edges, and Quonab pointed out the many landing places of the beaver. Little docks they seemed, built up with mud and stones with deep water plunge holes alongside. Here and there on the shore was a dome-shaped ant's nest with the pathway to it from the pond. showing, as the Indian said, that here the beaver came on sunny days to lie on the hill and let the swarming ants come forth and pick the vermin from their fur. At one high point projecting into the still water, they found a little mud pie with a very strong smell. This, the Indian said, was a castor cash, the sign that among beavers answers the same purpose as the bear tree among bears. Although the pond seemed small, they had to tramp a quarter of a mile before reaching the upper end, and here they found another dam, with its pond. This was at a slightly higher level and contained a single lodge. After this they found others, a dozen ponds in a dozen successive rises, the first or largest and the second only having lodges, but all were evidently part of the thriving colony, for fresh-cut trees were seen on every side. Good. We get maybe 50 beaver. Said the Indian, and they knew they had reached the promised land. Rolf would gladly have spent the rest of the day exploring the pond and trying for a beaver, when the eventide should call them to come forth. But Quanub said, only 20 deadfall, we should have 150. So making for a fine sugar bush on the dry ground west of the ponds, they blazed a big tree, left a deadfall there, and sought the easiest way over the rough hills that lay to the east, in hopes of reaching the next stream leading down to their lake. Chapter 24. The Porcupine. Skookum was a partly trained little dog. He would stay in camp when told if it suited him, and would not hesitate to follow or lead his master when he felt that human wisdom was inferior to the ripe product of canine experience covering more than 13 moons of recollection. But he was now living a life in which his previous experience must often fail him as a guide. A faint rustling on the leafy ground had sent him ahead at a run, and his sharp, angry bark showed that some hostile creature of the woods had been discovered. Again and again the angry yelping was changed into a sort of yowl, half anger, half distress. The hunters hurried forward to find the little fool charging again and again a huge porcupine that was crouched with its head under a log, its hindquarters exposed but bristling with spines, and its tail lashing about, left a new array of quills in the dog's mouth and face each time he charged. Skookum was a plucky fighter, but plainly he was nearly sick of it. The pain of the quills would, of course, increase every minute, and with each movement. Quanub took a stout stick and threw the porcupine out of its retreat. Rolf supposed to kill it when the head was exposed, but the spiny one, finding a new and stronger enemy, wasted no time in galloping at its slow, lumbering pace to the nearest small spruce tree, and up that it scrambled to a safe place in the high branches. Now the hunters called the dog. He was a sorry-looking object, pawing at his muzzle, first with one foot, then another, trying to unswallow the quills in his tongue, blinking hard, uttering little painful grunts and whines as he rubbed his head upon the ground or on his forelegs. Rolf held him, while Quanub, with a sharp jerk, brought out quill after quill. 30 or 40 of the poisonous little daggers were plucked from his trembling legs, head, face, and nostrils, but the dreadful ones were those in his lips and tongue. Already they were deeply sunk in the soft, quivering flesh. One by one those in the lips were withdrawn by the strong fingers of the red man, and Skookum whimpered a little, but he shrieked outright when those in the tongue were removed. Rolf had hard work to hold. Him, and anyone not knowing the case might have thought that the two men were deliberately holding the dog to administer the most cruel torture. But none of the quills had sunk very deep. All were got out at last, and the little dog set free. Now Rolf thought of vengeance on the quill pig snugly sitting in the tree near by. Ammunition was too precious to waste, but Rolf was getting ready to climb when Quanub said, "No, you must not. Once I saw a white man climb after the cock. It waited till he was near, then backed down, lashing its tail. He put up his arm to save his face. It speared his arm in 50 places, and he could not save his face, so he tried to get down, but the cock came faster, lashing him. Then he lost his hold and dropped. His leg was broken and his arm was swelled up for half a year. They are very poisonous. He nearly died. Well, I can at least chop him down, and Rolf took the axe. Wah! Quonub said, No, my father said you must not kill the cock, except you make sacrifice and use his quills for household work. It is bad medicine to kill the cock. So the spiny one was left alone in the place he had so ably fought for. But Skookum, what of him? He was set free at last. To be wiser? Alas, no. Before 1 hour he met with another porcupine, and remembering only his hate of the creature, repeated the same sad mistake, and again had to have the painful help, without which he must certainly have died. Before night, however, he began to feel his real punishment, and next morning no one would have known the pudding-headed thing that sadly followed the hunters, for the bright little dog that a day before had run so joyously through the woods. It was many a long day before he fully recovered, and at one time his life was in the balance. And yet, too, the last of his days, he never fully realized the folly of his insensate attacks on the creature that fights with its tail. It is ever so, said the Indian. The lynx, the panther, the wolf, the fox, the eagle, all that attack the cock must die. Once my father saw a bear that was killed by the quills. He had tried to bite the cock. It filled his mouth with quills that he could not spit out. They sunk deeper, and his jaws swelled so he could not open or shut his mouth to eat. Then he starved. My people found him near a fish pond below a rapid. There were many fish. The bear could kill them with his paw, but not eat, so with his mouth wide open and plenty about him he died of starvation in that pool. There is but one creature that can kill the cock, that is the OG, the big fisher weasel. He is a devil. He makes very strong medicine. The cock cannot harm him. He turns it on its back and tears open its smooth belly. It is ever so. We not. No, but my father said that it is because when in the flood Nanabojo was floating on the log with Cock and Ojig, Cock was insolent and wanted the highest place, but Ojig was respectful to Nanabojo. He bit the cock to teach him a lesson and got lashed with the tail of many stings. But the Manito drew out the quills and said, It shall be ever thus. The Ojig shall conquer the cock, and the quills of Cock shall never do Ojig any harm. Chapter 25. The Otter Slide. It was late now, and the hunters camped in the high cool woods. Skookum whined in his sleep so loudly as to waken them once or twice. Near dawn they heard the howling of wolves and the curiously similar hooting of a horned owl. There is indeed almost no difference between the short opening howl of a she-wolf and the long hoot of the owl. As he listened, half awake, Rolf heard a whir of wings which stopped overhead, then a familiar chuckle. He sat up and saw Skookum sadly lift his misshapen head to gaze at a row of black-breasted grouse partridge on a branch above, but the poor doggie was feeling too sick to take any active interest. They were not ruffed grouse, but a kindred kind, new to Rolf. As he gazed at the perchers, he saw Quonub rise gently, go to nearest willow and cut a long, slender rod at least 2 feet long. On the top of this he made a short noose of cord. Then he went cautiously under the watching grouse, the spruce partridges, and reaching up, slipped the noose over the neck of the first one. A sharp jerk then tightened noose and brought the grouse tumbling out of the tree. While its companions merely clucked their puzzlement, made no effort to escape. A short, sharp blow put the captive out of pain. The rod was reached again, and a second, the lowest always, was jerked down, and the trick repeated till 3 grouse were secured. Then only did it dawn on the others that they were in a most perilous neighborhood, so they took flight. Rolf sat up in amazement. Quonub dropped the 3 birds by the fire and set about preparing breakfast. "These are foal hens," he explained. "You can mostly get them this way, sure, if you have a dog to help, but ruffed grouse is no such fool." Rolf dressed the birds and as usual threw the entrails skookum. Poor little dog, he was indeed a sorry sight. He looked sadly out of his bulging eyes, feebly moved swollen jaws, but did not touch the food he once would have pounced on. He did not eat because he could not open his mouth. At camp the trappers made a log trap and continued the line with blazes and deadfalls, until, after a mile, they came to a broad tamarack swamp and, skirting its edge, found a small outflowing stream that brought them to an eastward-facing hollow. Everywhere there were signs game, but they were not prepared for the scene that opened as they cautiously pushed through the thickets into a high hardwood bush. A deer rose out of the grass and stared curiously at them. Then another and another, until nearly a dozen were in sight. Still farther many others appeared. To the left were more, and movements told of yet others to the right. Then their white flags went up, and all loped gently away on the slope that rose to the north. There may have been 20 or 30 deer in sight, but the general effect of all their white tails bobbing away was that the woods were full of deer. They seemed to be there by the hundreds, and the joy of seeing so many beautiful live things was helped in the hunters by the feeling that this was their own hunting ground. They had, indeed, reached the land of plenty. The stream increased as they marched. Many springs and some important rivulets joined on. They found some old beaver signs, but none new, and they left their deadfalls every quarter-mile or less. The stream began to descend more quickly until it was in a long, narrow valley with steep clay sides and many pools. Here they saw again and again the tracks and signs of otter, and coming quietly round a turn that opened a new reach, they heard a deep splash, then another and another. The hunters' first thought was to tie up Skookum, but a glance showed that this was unnecessary. They softly dropped the packs, and the sick dog lay meekly down beside them. Then they crept forward with hunter caution, favored by an easterly breeze. Their first thought was of beaver, but they had seen no recent sign, nor was there anything that looked like a beaver pond. The measured splash, splash, splash was not so far ahead. It might be a bear snatching fish, or no, that was too unpleasant, a man bailing out a canoe. Still the slow splash, splash went on at intervals, not quite regular. Now it seemed but 30 yards ahead and in the creek. With the utmost care, they crawled to the edge of the clay, and opposite they saw a sight, but rarely glimpsed by man. Here were 6 otters, 2 evidently full grown and 4 seeming young of the pair, engaged in a most hilarious and human game of tobogganing down a steep clay hill to plump into a deep part at its foot. Plump went the largest, presumably the father. Down he went, to reappear at the edge, scramble out and up an easy slope to the top of the 20-foot bank. Splash, 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 came 3 of the young ones. Splash, splash, the mother and one of the cubs almost together. Scoot went the big male again, and the wet fur slopping and rubbing on the long clay chute made it greasier and slipperier every time. Splash, plump, splash, splash, plump, splash, went the otter family gleefully, running up the bank again, eager each to be first, it seemed, and to do the chute the oftenest. The gambol and grace, the obvious good humor, the animal hilarity of it all was absorbingly amusing. The trappers gazed with pleasure that showed how near akin are naturalist and hunter. Of course, They had some covetous thought connected with those glossy hides. But this was September still, and even otter were not yet prime. Shoot, plump, splash, went the happy crew with apparently unabated joy and hilarity. The slide improved with use and the otters seemed tireless, when all at once a loud but muffled yelp was heard, and Skookum, forgetting all caution, came leaping down the bank to take a hand. With a succession of shrill, birdie chirps, the old otters warned their young. Plump, 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 all shot into the pool, but to reappear, swimming with heads out, for they were but slightly alarmed. This was too much for Quonob. He leveled his flintlock. Snap bang it went, pointed at the old male, but he dived at the snap and escaped. Down the bank now rushed the hunters, joined by Skookum, to attack the otters in the pool, for it was small and shallow. Unless a burrow led from it, they were trapped. But the otters realized the peril. All six dashed out of the pool, down the open, gravelly stream, the old ones uttering loud chirps that rang like screams. Under the fallen logs and brush they glided, dodging beneath roots and over banks, pursued by the hunters, each armed with a club, and by Skookum, not armed at all. The otters seemed to know where they were going, and distanced all but the bez. Dog. Forgetting his own condition, Skookum had almost overtaken one of the otter cubs when the mother wheeled about and, hissing and snarling, charged. Skookum was lucky to get off with a slight nip, for the otter is a dangerous fighter. But the unlucky dog was sent howling back to the two packs that he never should have left. The hunters now found an open stretch of woods through which Quonob could run ahead and intercept the otters as they bounded on down the stream bed, pursued by Rolf, who vainly tried to deal a blow with his club. In a few seconds the family party was up to Quonob, trapped it seemed, but there is no more desperate assailant than an otter fighting for its young. So far from being cowed, the two old ones made a simultaneous furious rush at the Indian. Wholly taken by surprise, he missed with his club and sprang aside to escape their jaws. The family dashed around, then past him, and, urged by the continuous chirps of the mother, they plunged under a succession of log jams and into a willow swamp. That spread out into an ancient beaver lake and were swallowed up in the silent wilderness. Chapter 26. Back to the cabin. The far end of the long swamp the stream emerged, now much larger, and the trappers kept on with their work. When night fell, they had completed 50 traps all told, and again they camped without shelter overhead. Next day, Skookum was so much worse that they began to fear for his life. He had eaten nothing since the sad encounter. He could drink a little, so Rolf made a pot of soup, and when it was cool, the poor doggy managed to swallow some of the liquid after half an hour's patient endeavor. They were now on the home line. From a hilltop they got a distant view of their lake, though it was at least 5 miles away. Down the creek they went, still making their deadfalls at likely places, and still seeing game tracks at the muddy spots. The creek came at length to an extensive, open, hardwood bush, and here it was joined by another stream that came from the south, the two making a small river. From then on, they seemed in a land of game. Trails of deer were seen. On the ground everywhere, and every few minutes they started 1 or 2 deer. The shady oak wood itself was flanked and varied with dense cedar swamps, such as the deer loved to winter in, and after they had trapped through 2 miles of it, the Indians said, "Good. Now we know where to come in winter when we need meat." At a broad, muddy ford they passed an amazing number of tracks, mostly deer, but a few of panther, lynx, fisher, wolf, otter, and mink. In the afternoon they reached the lake. The stream, quite a broad one here, emptied in about 4 miles south of the camp. Leaving a deadfall near its mouth, they followed the shore and made a log trap every quarter mile just above the high water mark. When they reached the place of Rolf's first deer, they turned aside to see it. The gray jays had picked a good deal of the loose meat. No large animal had troubled it, and yet in the neighborhood they found the tracks of both wolves and foxes. "Ugh," said Quonub, "they smell it and come near, but they know that a man has been here. They are not very hungry, so keep away. This is good for trap." So they made 2 deadfalls with the carrion halfway between them. Then 1 or 2 more traps and they reached home, arriving at the camp just as darkness and a heavy rainfall began. "Good," said Quonub. "Our deadfalls are ready. We have done all the work our fingers could not do when the weather is very cold and the ground too hard for stakes to be driven. Now the traps can get weathered before we go round and set them. Yet we need some strong medicine, some trapper charm." Next morning he went forth with fish line and fish spear. He soon returned with a pickerel. He filled a bottle with cut up shreds of this, corked it up, and hung it on the warm, sunny side of the shanty. "That will make a charm that every bear will come to," he said, and left it to the action of the sun. Chapter 27. Sick Dog Skookum. Getting home is always a joy, but walking about the place in the morning they noticed several little things that were wrong. Quonub's lodge was down, the paddles that stood against the shanty were scattered on the ground, and a bag of venison hung high at the ridge was opened and empty. Quonub studied the tracks and announced, "A bad old black bear. He has rollicked round for mischief, upsetting things." But the venison he could not reach. That was a marten that ripped open the bag. "Then that tells what we should do. Build a storehouse at the end of the shanty," said Rolf, adding, "It must be tight, and it must be cool." "Maybe sometime before winter," said the Indian, "but now we should make another line of traps while the weather is fine." "No," replied the lad, "Skookum is not fit to travel now. We can't leave him." Behind, and we can make a storehouse in 3 days. The unhappy little dog was worse than ever. He could scarcely breathe, much less eat or drink, and the case was settled. First they bathed the invalid's head in water as hot as he could stand it. This seemed to help him so much that he swallowed eagerly some soup that they poured into his mouth. A bed was made for him in a sunny place, and the hunters set about the new building. In 3 days the storehouse was done, excepting the chinking. It was October now, and a sharp night frost warned them of the hard white moons to come. Quonab, as he broke the ice in a tin cup and glanced at the low-hung sun, said, "The leaves are falling fast. Snow comes soon. We need another line of traps." He stopped suddenly, stared across the lake. Rolf looked, and here came 3. Deer, 2 bucks, and a doe, trotting, walking, or lightly clearing obstacles, the doe in advance, the others rival followers. As they kept along the shore, they came nearer the cabin. Rolf glanced at Quonab, who nodded, then slipped in, got down the gun, and quickly glided unseen to the river where the deer path landed. The bucks did not actually fight, for the season was not yet on, but their horns were clean, their necks were swelling, and they threatened each other as they trotted after the leader. They made for the ford, as for some familiar path, and splashed through, almost without swimming. As they landed, Rolf waited a clear view, then gave a short, sharp hist. It was like a word of magic, for it turned the 3 moving deer to 3 stony still statues. Rolf's sights were turned on the smaller buck, and when the great cloud following the bang had deered away, The two were gone, and the lesser buck was kicking on the ground some 50 yards away. "We have found the good hunting. The deer walk into camp," said Quanab, and the product of the chase was quickly stored, the first of the supplies to be hung in the new storehouse. The entrails were piled up and covered with brush and stones. That will keep off ravens and jays. Then in winter the foxes will come and we can take their coats. Now they must decide for the morning. Skookum was somewhat better but still very sick, and Rolf suggested, "Quonub, you take the gun and axe and lay a new line. I will stay behind and finish up the cabin for the winter and look after the dog." So it was agreed. The Indian left the camp alone this time and crossed to the east shore of the lake, there to follow up another stream as before and to return in 3 or 4 days to the cabin. Chapter 28. Alone in the Wilderness. Rolf began the day by giving Skookum a bath as hot as he could stand it, and later his soup. For the first he whined feebly, and for the second faintly wagged his tail, but clearly he was on the mend. Now the chinking and moss plugging of the new cabin required all attention. That took a day and looked like the biggest job on hand, but Rolf had been thinking hard about the winter. In Connecticut, the wiser settlers used to bank their houses for the cold weather. In the Adirondacks, he knew it was far, far colder, and he soon decided to bank the 2 shanties as deeply as possible with earth. A good spade made of white oak, with its edge hardened by roasting it brown, was his first necessity, and after 2 days of digging, he had the cabin with its annex buried up to the eyes in fresh, clean earth. A stock of new, dry wood for wet weather helped to show how much too small the cabin was, and now the heavier work was done, and Rolf had plenty of time. To think, which of us that has been left alone in the wilderness does not remember the sensations of the first day? The feeling of self-dependency, not unmixed with unrestraint, the ending of civilized thought, the total reversion to the primitive, the nearness of the woodfolk, a sense of intimacy, a recurrent feeling of awe at the silent inexorability of all around, and a sweet pervading sense of mastery in the very freedom. These were among the feelings that swept in waves through Rolf. And when the first night came, he found such comfort. Yes, he had to confess it, in the company of the helpless little dog whose bed was by his own. But these were sensations that come not often, and the 4 days and nights that he was alone, they lost all force. The hunter proverb about strange beasts when you have no gun was amply illustrated now that Quanab had gone with their only firearm. The second night, before turning in, he slept in the shanty now. He was taking a last look at the stars, when a large dark form glided among the tree trunks between him and the shimmering lake, stopped, gazed at him, then silently disappeared along the shore. No wonder that he kept the shanty door closed that night, and next morning, when he studied the sandy ridges, he read plainly that his night visitor had been not a lynx or a fox, but a prowling cougar or panther. On the third morning, as he went forth in the still early dawn, he heard a snort, and looking toward the spruce woods, was amazed to see towering up, statuesque, almost grotesque, with its mulish ears and antediluvian horns, a large bull moose. Rolf was no coward, but the sight of that monster so close to him set his scalp a-prickling. He felt so helpless without any firearms. He stepped into the cabin, took down his bow and arrows, then gave a contemptuous "Humph, all right for." partridge and squirrels, but give me a rifle for the woods." He went out again. There was the moose standing as before. The lad rushed toward it a few steps, shouting. It stared unmoved, but Rolf was moved, and he retreated to the cabin. Then, remembering the potency of fire, he started a blaze on the hearth. The thick smoke curled up on the still air, hung low, made swishes through the grove, until a faint air current took a wreath of it to the moose. The great nostrils drank in a draught that conveyed terror to the creature's soul, and wheeling it started at its best pace to the distant swamp, to be seen no more. 5 times during these 4 days did deer come by and behave as though they knew perfectly well that this young human was harmless, entirely without the power of the far-killing mystery. How intensely Rolf wished for a gun! How vividly came back the scene in the trader's store, when last month he had been offered a beautiful rifle for 20. $5 to be paid for in fur next spring, and savagely he blamed himself for not realizing what a chance it was. Then and there he made resolve to be the owner of a gun as soon as another chance came, and to make that chance come right soon. One little victory he had in that time. The creature that had torn open the venison bag was still around the camp. That was plain by the further damage on the bag hung in the storehouse, the walls of which were not chinked. Mindful of Quonab's remark, he set 2 marten traps, one on the roof near the hole that had been used as entry, the other on a log along which the creature must climb to reach the meat. The method of setting is simple. A hollow is made, large enough to receive the trap as it lies open. On the pan of the trap some grass is laid smoothly. On each side of the trap a piece of prickly brush is placed, so that in leaping over these the creature will land on the lurking snare. The chain was made fast to a small log. Although so seldom seen, there is no doubt that the marten comes out chiefly by day. That night the trap remained unsprung. Next morning, as Rolf went at silent dawn to bring water from the lake, he noticed a long dark line that proved to be ducks. As he sat gazing, he heard a sound in the tree beyond the cabin. It was like the scratching of a squirrel climbing about. Then he saw the creature, a large dark squirrel it seemed. It darted up this tree and down that, over logs and underbrush, with the lightning speed of a lightning squirrel, and from time to time it stopped still as a bump, while it gazed at some far and suspicious object. Up one trunk it went like a brown flash, and a moment later, out, cackling from its top, flew 2 partridges. Down to the ground, sinuous, graceful, incessantly active, flashed the marten. Along a log it raced in undulating leaps. In the middle it stopped as though frozen, to gaze intently into a bed of sedge. With 3 billowy bounds its sleek form reached the sedge, flashed in and out again with a mouse in its snarling jaws. A side leap now, and another squeaker was squeakless. And another. The 3 were slain, then thrown aside as the brown terror scanned a flight of ducks passing over. Into a thicket of willow it disappeared, and out again like an eel going through the mud, then up a tall stub where woodpecker holes were to be seen. Into the largest it went so quickly Rolf could scarcely see how it entered, and out in a few seconds bearing a flying squirrel whose skull it had crushed. Dropping the squirrel, it leaped after it and pounced again on the quivering form with a fearsome growl, then shook it savagely, tore it apart, cast it aside. Over the ground it now undulated, its shining yellow breast like a target of gold. Again it stopped, now in pose like a pointer, exquisitely graceful, but oh so wicked. Then the snaky neck swung the cobra head in the breeze, and the brown one sniffed and sniffed, advanced a few steps, tried the wind and the ground. Still farther, and the concentrated interest showed in its outstretched neck and quivering tail. Bounding into a thicket it went, when out of the other side there leaped a snowshoe rabbit, away and away for dear life. Jump, jump, jump! 12 feet at every stride, and faster than the eye could follow, with the marten close behind. What a race it was, and how they twinkled through the brush. The rabbit is, indeed, faster, but courage counts for much, and his was low. But luck and his good stars urged him round to the deer trail crossing of the stream. Once there, he could not turn. There was only one course. He sprang into the open river and swam for his life. And the marten. Why should it go in? It hated the water. It was not hungry. It was out for sport, and water sport is not to its liking. It braced its sinewy legs and halted at the very brink while Bunny crossed to the safe woods. Back now came Wapistan, the brown death, over the logs like a winged snake, skimming the ground like a sinister shadow, and heading for the cabin as the cabin's owner watched. Passing the body of the squirrel, it paused to rend it again, then diving into the brush came out so far away and so soon that the watcher supposed at first that this was another marten. Up the shanty corner it flashed, hardly appearing to climb, swung that yellow throat and dark brown muzzle for a second, then made toward the entry. Rolf sat with staring eyes as the beautiful demon, elegantly spurning the roof sods, went at easy, measured bounds toward the open chink toward its doom. 1, 2, 3, clearing the prickly cedar bush, its 4 feet fell on the hidden trap. Clutch, a savage shriek, a flashing, a struggle, baffling the eyes to follow, and the master of the squirrels was himself under mastery. Rolf rushed forward now. The little demon in the trap was frothing with rage and hate. It ground the iron with its teeth. It shrieked at the human foeman coming. The scene must end, the quicker the better. And even as the marten itself had served the flying squirrel and the mice, and as Konev served the mink, so Rolf served the marten, and the woods was still. Chapter 29. Snowshoes. That's for Annette, said Rolf, remembering his promise as he hung the stretched marten skin to dry. Yee, 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 came 3 yelps, just as he had heard them the day he first met Quanop, and crossing the narrow lake, he saw his partner's canoe. We have found the good hunting, he said, as Rolf steadied the canoe at the landing, and Skookum, nearly well again, wagged his entire ulterior person to welcome the wanderer home. The first thing to catch the boy's eye was a great splendid beaver skin stretched on a willow hoop. "Ho, ho!" he exclaimed. "Ugh! Found another pond." "Good, good," said Rolf as he stroked the first beaver skin he had ever seen in the woods. "This is better," said Quolnub, and held up the 2 bark stones, casters, or smell glands that are found in every beaver, and which for some hid reason have an irresistible attraction for all wild animals. To us the odor is slight, but they have the power of intensifying, perpetuating, and projecting such odorous substances as may be mixed with them. No trapper considers his bait to be perfect without a little of the mysterious castor. So that most stenchable thing they had already concocted of fish oil, putrescence, sewer gas, and sunlight, when commingled and multiplied with the dried-up powder of a castor, was intensified into a rich, rancid, gas-exhaling hell broth, as rapturously bewitching to our furry brothers as it is poisonously nauseating to ourselves, seductive afar like the sweetest music, inexorable as fate, insidious as lapping gas, soothing and absent this, the lure and caution lutridi, as deadly as inexplicable. Not a few of the states have classed it with black magic and declared its use a crime. But no such sentiment prevailed in the high hills of Quanap's time, and their preparations for a successful trapping season were nearly perfect. 30 deadfalls made by Quanap, with the 60 made on the first trip and a dozen steel traps, were surely promise of a good haul. It was nearly November now. The fur was prime. Then why not begin? Because the weather was too fine. You must have frosty weather, or the creatures taken in the deadfalls are spoiled before the trapper can get around. Already a good big pile of wood was cut. Both shanty and storeroom were chinked, plugged and banked for the winter. It was not safe yet to shoot and store a number of deer, but there was something they could do. Snowshoes would soon be a necessary of life, and the more of this fingerwork they did while the weather was warm, the better. Birch and ash are used for frames. The former is less liable to split, but harder to work. White ash was plentiful on the near flat, and a small 10-foot log was soon cut and split into a lot of long laths. Quanab, of course, took charge, but Rolf followed in everything. Each took a lath and shaved it down evenly until an inch wide and 3/4 of an inch thick. The exact middle was marked, and for 10 inches at each side of that, it was shaved down to half an inch in thickness. 2 flat crossbars, 10 and 12 inches long, were needed, and holes to receive these made half through the frame. The pot was ready boiling, and by using a cord from end to end of each lath, they easily bent it in the middle and brought the wood into touch with the boiling water. Before an hour, the steam had so softened the wood and robbed it of spring that it was easy to make it into any desired shape. Each lath was cautiously bent round. The crossbars slipped into their prepared sockets. A temporary lashing of cord kept all in place. Then finally the frames were set on a level place with the fore-end raised 2 inches and a heavy log put on the frame to give the upturn to the toe. Here they were left to dry, and the Indians set about preparing the necessary thongs. A buckskin rolled in wet, hard wood ashes had been left in the mud hole. Now after a week the hair was easily scraped off, and the hide, cleaned and trimmed of all loose ends and tags, was spread out soft, white, and supple. Beginning outside, and following round and round the edge, Quonub cut a thong of rawhide as nearly as possible a 1/4 inch wide. This he carried on till there were many yards of it, and the hide was all used up. The second deer skin was much smaller and thinner. He sharpened his knife and cut it much finer, at least half the width of the other. Now they were ready to lace the shoes, the finer for the fore and back parts, the heavy for the middle on which the wearer treads. An expert squaw would have laughed at the rude snowshoes that were finished that day, but they were strong and serviceable. Naturally, the snowshoes suggested a toboggan. That was easily made by splitting 4 thin boards of ash, each 6 inches wide and 10 feet long. And up. Curl was steamed on the prow of each, and rawhide lashings held all to the crossbars. Chapter 30. Catching a Fox. Quonub would not quit his nightly couch in the canvas lodge, so Rolf and Skookum stayed with him. The dog was himself again, and more than once in the hours of gloom dashed forth in noisy chase of something which morning study of the tracks showed to have been foxes. They were attracted partly by the carrion of the deer, partly by the general suitability of the sandy beach for a gambling place, and partly by a foxy curiosity concerning the cabin, the hunters, and their dog. One morning, after several night arousings and many raids by Skookum, Rolf said, "Fox is good now. Why shouldn't I add some fox pelts to that?" And he pointed with some pride to the marten skin. Good, go ahead, you will learn," was the reply. So getting out the 2 fox traps, Rolf set to work. Noting where chiefly the foxes ran or played, he chose 2 beaten pathways and hid the traps carefully. Exactly as he did for the marten. Then selecting a couple of small cedar branches, he cut these and laid them across the path, one on each side of the trap, assuming that the foxes following the usual route would leap over the boughs and land in disaster. To make doubly sure, he put a piece of meat by each trap, and halfway between them set a large piece on a stone. Then he sprinkled fresh earth over the pathways and around each trap and bait, so he should have a record of the tracks. Foxes came that night, as he learned by the footprints along the beach, but never one went near his traps. He studied the marks. They slowly told him all the main facts. The foxes had come as usual and frolicked about. They had discovered the bait and the traps at once, How could such sharp noses miss them? And as quickly noted that the traps were suspicious, smelling iron things, that man scent, hand, foot, and body were very evident all about. That the only inducement to go forward was some meat which was coarse and cold, not for a moment to be compared with the hot, juicy mouse meat that abounded in every meadow. The foxes were well fed and unhungry. Why should they venture into such evident danger? In a word, walls of stone could not have more completely protected the ground and the meat from the foxes than did the obvious nature of the traps. Not a track was near, and many afar showed how quickly they had veered off. "Ugh, it is always so," said Quonab. "Will you try again?" "Yes, I will," replied Rolf, remembering now that he had omitted to deodorize his tracks and his boots. He made a fire of cedar and smoked his traps, chains, and all. Then, taking a piece of raw venison, he rubbed it on his leather gloves and on the soles of his boots, wondering how he had expected to succeed the night before with all these man-scent killers left out. He put fine soft moss under the pan of each trap, then removed the cedar brush, and gently sprinkled all with fine dry earth. The set was perfect. No human eye could have told that there was any trap in the place. It seemed a foregone success. "Fox don't go by eye," was all the Indian said, for he reckoned it best to let the learner work it out. In the morning Rolf was up eager to see the results. There was nothing at all. A fox had indeed come within 10 feet at one place, but behaved then as though positively amused at the childishness of the whole smelly affair. Had a man been there on guard with a club, he could not have kept the spot more wholly clear of foxes. Rolf turned away baffled and utterly puzzled. He had not gone far before he heard a most terrific yelping from Skookum, and turned to see that trouble-seeking pup caught by the leg in the first trap. It was more the horrible surprise than the pain, but he did howl. The hunters came quickly to the rescue, and at once he was freed, none the worse, for the traps have no teeth, they merely hold. It is the long struggle and the starvation chiefly that are cruel, and these every trapper should cut short by going often around his line. Now Quonab took part. That is a good setting for some things. It would catch a coon, a mink, or a marten, or a dog, but not a fox or a wolf. They are very clever. You shall see. The Indian got out a pair of thick leather gloves, smoked them in cedar, also the traps. Next he rubbed his moccasin soles with raw meat, and selecting a little bay in the shore, he threw a long pole on the sand, from the line of high, dry shingle across to the water's edge. In his hand he carried a rough stake. Walking carefully on the pole and standing on it, he drove the stake in at about 4 feet from the shore, then split it and stuffed some soft moss into the split. On this he poured 3 or 4 drops of the smell charm. Now he put a lump of spruce gum on the pan of the trap, holding a torch under it till the gum was fused, and into this he pressed a small flat stone. The chain of the trap he fastened to a 10-pound stone of convenient shape, and sank the stone in the water halfway between the stake and the shore. Last he placed the trap on this stone, so that when open everything would be under water except the flat stone on the pan. Now he returned along the pole and dragged it away with him. Thus there was now no track or scent of human near the place. The setting was a perfect one, but even then the foxes did not go near it the following night. They must become used to it. In their code, a strange thing is always dangerous. In the morning Rolf was inclined to scoff, but Quonab said, "Wah, no trap goes first night." They did not need to wait for the second morning. In the middle of the night, Skookum rushed forth barking, and they followed to see a wild struggle, the fox leaping to escape, and fast to his foot was the trap with its anchor stone, a dragging. Then was repeated the scene that ended the struggle of mink and marten. The creature's hind feet were tied together, and his body hung from a peg in the shanty. In the morning they gloated over his splendid fur and added his coat to their store of trophies. Chapter 31. Following the Trapline. That night the moon changed. Next day came on with a strong north wind. By noon the wild ducks had left the lake. Many long strings of geese passed southeastward, honking as they flew. Colder and colder blew the strong wind, and soon the frost was showing on the smaller ponds. It snowed a little, but this ceased. With the clearing sky the wind fell, and the frost grew keener. At daybreak, when the hunters rose, it was very cold. Everything but the open lake was frozen over, and they knew that winter was come. The time of trapping was at hand. Quonab went at once to the pinnacle on the hill, made a little fire, then chanting the hunter's prayer, he cast into the fire the whiskers of the fox and the marten, some of the beaver castor, and some tobacco, then descended to prepare for the trail blankets, beaver traps, weapons, and food for 2 days, besides the smell charm and some fish for bait. Quickly the deadfalls were baited and set. Last the Indian threw into the trap. Chamber a piece of moss on which was a drop of the smell, and wiped another drop on each of his moccasins. "Phew," said Rolf, "that make a trail the marten follow for a month," was the explanation. Skookum seemed to think so too, and if he did not say "phew," it was because he did not know how. Very soon the little dog treed a flock of partridge, and Rolf, with blunt arrows, secured 3. The breasts were saved for the hunter's table, but the rest with the offal and feathers made the best of marten baits, and served for all the traps, till at noon they reached the beaver pond. It was covered with ice too thin to bear, but the freshly used landing places were easily selected. At each they set a strong steel beaver trap, concealing it amid some dry grass, and placing in a split stick a foot away a piece of moss in which were a few drops of the magic lore. The ring on the trap chain was slipped over a long, thin, smooth pole which was driven deep. In the mud, the top pointing away from the deep water, the plan was old and proven. The beaver, eager to investigate that semi-friendly smell, sets foot in the trap. Instinctively, when in danger, he dives for the deep water. The ring slips along the pole till at the bottom, and there it jams so that the beaver cannot rise again and is drowned. In an hour the 6 traps were set for the beavers. Presently the hunters, skirmishing for more partridges, had much trouble to save Skookum from another porcupine disaster. They got some more grouse, baited the traps for a couple of miles, then camped for the night. Before morning it came on to snow, and it was 3 inches deep when they arose. There is no place on earth where the first snow is more beautiful than in the Adirondacks. In early autumn nature seems to prepare for it. Green leaves are. Cleared away to expose the berry bunches in red. Brush beds mask their groups, turn golden brown, and bow their heads to meet the silver load. The low hills and the lines of various Christmas trees are arrayed for the finest effect. The setting is perfect and the scene, but it lacks the limelight yet. It needs must have the lavish blaze of white. And when it comes like the veil on a bride, the silver mountings on a charger's trappings, or the golden fire in a sunset, the shining crystal robe is the finishing, the crowning glory, without which all the rest must fail, could have no bright completeness. Its beauty stirred the hunters, though it found no better expression than Rolf's simple words, "Ain't it fine?" while the Indian gazed in silence. There is no other place in the eastern woods where the snow has such manifold tales to tell, and the hunters that day tramping found themselves dowered overnight with the wonderful power of the hound, to whom each trail is a plain record of every living creature that has passed within many hours. And though the first day after a storm has less to tell than the second, just as the second has less than the third, there was no lack of story in the snow. Here sped some antlered buck, trotting along while yet the white was flying. There went a fox, sneaking across the line of march and eyeing distrustfully that deadfall. This broad trail, with many large tracks not far apart, was made by one of Skookum's friends, a knight of many spears. That bounding along was a marten. See how he quartered that thicket like a hound. Here he struck our odor trail. Mark how he paused and whiffed it. Now away he goes, yes, straight to our trap. It's down, hurrah! Rolf shouted, for there, dead under the log, was an exquisite marten, dark, almost black, with a great broad shining breast of gold. They were going back now toward the Beaver Lake. The next trap was sprung and empty, the next held the body of a red squirrel, a nuisance always and good only to rebait the trappy springs. But the next held a marten, and the next a white weasel. Others were unsprung, but they had 2 good pelts when they reached the Beaver Lake. They were in high spirits with their good luck, but not prepared for the marvelous haul that now was theirs. Each of the 6 traps held a big beaver, dead, drowned, and safe. Each skin was worth $5, and the hunters felt rich. The incident had, moreover, this pleasing significance. It showed that these beavers were unsophisticated, so had not been hunted. 50 pelts might easily be taken from these ponds. The trappers reset the traps, then dividing the load sought a remote place to camp, for it does not do to light a fire near your beaver pond. 150 pounds of beaver, in addition to their packs, was not a load to be taken miles away. Within half a mile on a lower level, they selected a warm place, made a fire, and skinned their catch. The bodies they opened and hung in a tree with a view to future use, but the pelts and tails they carried on. They made a long, hard tramp that day, baiting all the traps, and reached home late in the night. Chapter 32. The Antler-Bound Bucks. In the man world, November is the month of gloom, despair, and many suicides. In the wild world, November is the mad moon. Many and diverse the madnesses of the time, but none more insane than the rut of the white-tailed deer. Like some disease it appears, first in the swollen necks of the antler-bearers, and then in the feverish habits of all. Long and obstinate combats between the bucks now characterize the time. Neglecting even to eat, they spend their days and nights in rushing about and seeking to kill. Their horns, growing steadily since spring, are now of full size, sharp, heavy, and cleaned of the velvet, in perfection. For what? Has nature made them to pierce, wound, and destroy? Strange as it may seem, these weapons of offense are used for little but defense. Less as spears than as bucklers, they serve the deer in battles with its kind. And the long, hard combats are little more than wrestling and pushing bouts. Almost never do they end fatally. When a mortal thrust is given, it is rarely a gaping wound, but a sudden springing and locking of antlers, whereby the 2 deer are bound together inextricably, hopelessly, and so suffer death by starvation. The records of deer killed by their rivals and left on the duel ground are few, very few and far between. The records of those killed by interlocking are numbered by the scores. There were hundreds of deer in this country that Rolf and Kolnab claimed. Half of them were bucks, and at least half of these engaged in combat sometimes or many times a day, all through November. That is to say, probably 1,000 duels were fought that month within 10 miles of the cabin. It was not surprising that Rolf should witness some of them and hear many more in the distance. They were living in the cabin now, and during the still, frosty nights, when he took a last look at the stars before turning in, Rolf formed the habit of listening intently for the voices of the gloom. Sometimes it was the hoo-hoo of the horned owl. Once or twice it was the long, smooth howl of the wolf. But many times it was the rattle of antlers that told of 2 bucks far up in the hardwoods, trying out the all-important question, which is the better buck? One morning he heard still an occasional rattle at the same place as the night before. He set out alone after breakfast, and coming cautiously near, peered into a little open space to see 2 bucks with heads joined, slowly, feebly pushing this way and that. Their tongues were out. They seemed almost exhausted, and the trampled snow for an acre about plainly showed that they had been fighting for hours, that indeed these were the ones he had heard in the night. Still they were evenly matched, and the green light in their eyes told of the ferocious spirit in each of these gentle-looking deer. Rolf had no difficulty in walking quite near. If they saw him, they gave slight heed to the testimony of their eyes, for the energetic struggle went on until, again pausing for breath, they separated, raised their heads a little, sniffed, then trotted away from the dreaded enemy so near. 50 yards off, they turned, shook their horns, seemed in doubt whether to run away, join battle again, or attack the man. Fortunately, the first was their choice, and Rolf returned to the cabin. Quonub listened to his account, then said, "You might have been killed. Every buck is crazy now. Often they attack man. My father's brother was killed by a mad moon buck. They found only his body, torn to rags. He had got a little way up a tree, but the buck had pinned him. There were the marks, and in the snow they could see how he held on to the deer's horns and was dragged about till his strength gave out. He had no gun. The buck went off. That was all they knew. I would rather trust a bear than a deer." The Indian's words were few, but they drew a picture all too realistic. The next time Rolf heard the far sound of a deer fight, it brought back the horror of that hopeless fight in the snow and gave him a new and different feeling for the antler-bearer of the changing mood. It was 2 weeks after this, when he was coming in from a trip alone on part of the line, when his ear caught some strange sounds in the woods ahead. Deep, sonorous, semi-human they were. Strange and weird wood notes in winter are nearly sure to be those of a raven or a jay. If deep, they are likely to come from a raven. Quack, quack, ha, 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 her, 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 her. The diabolic noises came, and Rolf, coming gently forward, caught a glimpse of sable pinions swooping through the lower pines. "Ho, ho, 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 ya, he water, water," came the demon laughter of the deathbirds, and Rolf soon glimpsed a dozen of them in the branches, hopping or sometimes flying to the ground. One alighted on a brown bump. Then the bump began to move a little. The raven was pecking away, but again the brown bump heaved. And the raven leaped to a near perch. "Wah, wah, 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 ar, ah, ar, ar, ar." And the other ravens joined in. Rolf had no weapons but his bow, his pocket knife, and a hatchet. He took the latter in his hand and walked gently forward. The hollow-voiced ravens haw-hawed. then flew to safe perches where they chuckled like ghouls over some extra ghoulish joke. The lad, coming closer, witnessed a scene that stirred him with mingled horror and pity. A great strong buck, once strong at least, was standing, staggering, kneeling there, sometimes on his hind legs, spasmodically heaving and tugging at a long gray form on the ground. The body of another buck, his rival, dead now with a broken neck as it proved, but bearing big strong antlers with which the antlers of the living buck were interlocked as though riveted with iron, bolted. With clamps of steel. With all his strength, the living buck could barely move his head, dragging his adversary's body with him. The snow marks showed that at first he had been able to haul the carcass many yards, had nibbled a little at shoots and twigs, but that was when he was stronger, was long before. How long? For days at least, perhaps a week, that wretched buck was dying. Hopelessly, a death that would not come. His gaunt sides, his parched and lolling tongue, less than a foot from the snow and yet beyond reach, the filmy eye, whose opaque veil of death was illumined again with a faint fire of fighting green as the new foe came. The ravens had picked the eyes out of the dead buck and eaten a hole in its back. They had even begun on the living buck, but he had been able to use one front foot to defend his eyes. Still, his plight could scarce have been more dreadful. It made the most pitiful spectacle Rolf had ever seen in wild life. Yes, in all his life. He was full of compassion for the poor brute. He forgot it as a thing to be hunted for food, thought of it only as a harmless, beautiful creature in dire and horrible straits, a fellow being in distress, and he at once set about being its helper. With hatchet in hand, he came gently in front, and selecting an exposed part at the base of the dead buck's antler, he gave a sharp blow with the hatchet. The effect on the living buck was surprising. He was roused to vigorous action that showed him far from death as yet. He plunged, then pulled backward, carrying with him the carcass and the would-be rescuer. Then Rolf remembered the Indian's words, "You can make strong medicine with your mouth." He spoke to the deer, gently, softly, then came nearer, and tapped on the horn he wished to cut. Softly speaking and tapping, he increased his force, until at last he was permitted to chop seriously at that prison bar. It took many blows, for the antler stuff is very thick and strong at this time, but the horn was loose at last. Rolf gave it a twist, and the strong buck was free. Free for what? Oh, tell it not among the folk who hath been the wild deer's friend. Hide it from all who blindly believe that gratitude must always follow goodwill. With unexpected energy, with pent-up fury, with hellish purpose, the ingrate sprang on his deliverer, aiming a blow as deadly as was in his power. Wholly taken by surprise, Rolf barely had time to seize the murderer's horns and ward them off his vitals. The buck made a furious lunge. Oh, what foul fiend was it gave him then such force, and Rolf went down. Clinging for dear life to those wicked, shameful horns, he yelled as he never yelled before, "Conab, Conabi, help me, oh help me!" But he was pinned at once, the fierce brute above him pressing on his chest, striving to bring its horns to bear. His only salvation had been that their wide spread gave his body room between. But the weight on his chest was crushing out his force, his life. He had no breath to call again. How the ravens chuckled and haw-hawed in the tree. The buck's eyes gleamed again with the emerald light of murderous hate, and he jerked his strong neck this way and that with the power of madness. It could not. Last for long. The boy's strength was going fast. The beast was crushing in his chest. "Oh, God, help me!" he gasped as the antlered fiend began again struggling for the freedom of those murderous horns. The brute was almost free when the ravens rose with loud croaks, and out of the woods dashed another to join the fight. A smaller deer? No. What? Rolf knew not, nor how, but in a moment there was a savage growl, and Skookum had the murderer by the hind leg. Worrying and tearing, he had not the strength to throw the deer, but his teeth were sharp, his heart was in his work, and when he transferred his fierce attack to parts more tender still, the buck, already spent, reared, wheeled, and fell. Before he could recover, Skookum pounced upon him by the nose, and hung on like a vice. The buck could swing his great neck a little, and drag the dog, but he could not shake him off. Rolf saw the chance, rose to his tottering legs, seized his hatchet, stunned the fierce brute with a blow. Then finding on the snow his missing knife, he gave the hunter's stroke that spilled the red life blood, and sank on the ground to know no more till Quanab stood beside him. Chapter 33. A Song of Praise. Rolf was lying by a fire when he came to, Quanab bending over him with a look of grave concern. When he opened his eyes, the Indian smiled. Such a soft, sweet smile, with long, ivory rows in its background. Then he brought hot tea, and Rolf revived, so he could sit up and tell the story of the morning. He is an evil Manito, and he looked toward the dead buck. We must not eat him. You surely made medicine to bring Skookum. Yes, I made medicine with my mouth, was the answer. I called, I yelled when he came at me. It is a long way from here to the cabin, was Quanab's reply. I could not hear you. Skookum could not hear you, but Kazkab, my father, told me that when you send out a cry for help, you send medicine too, that goes farther than the cry. Maybe so. I do not know. My father was very wise. Did you see Skookum come, Quanab? No. He was with me hours after you left, but he was restless and whimpered. Then he left me, and it was a long time before I heard him bark. It was the something wrong bark. I went. He brought me here. He must have followed my track all round the line. After an hour they set out for the cabin, the ravens ha-ha Ed and ho-ho Ed and Flauntu. Quanab took the fateful horn that Rolf had chopped off and hung it on a sapling with a piece of tobacco and a red yam streamer to appease the evil spirit that surely was near. There it hung for years after, until the sapling grew to a tree that swallowed the horn, all but the tip, which rotted away. Skookum took a final sniff at his fallen enemy, gave the body the customary expression of a dog's contempt, then led the procession homeward. Not that day, not the next, but on the first day of calm red sunset sky, went Quanab to his hill of worship, and when the little fire that he lit sent up its thread of smoke like a plumb line from the red cloud over him, he burnt a pinch of tobacco, and with face and arms upraised in the red light, he sang a new song. The evil one set a trap for my son, but the Manito saved him. In the form of a Skookum, he saved him. In the form. Chapter 34. The Birch Bark Vessels. Rolf was sore and stiff for a week afterward. So was Skookum. There were times when Quanab was cold, moody and silent for days. Then some milder wind would blow in the region of his heart, and the bleak ice surface melted into running rills of memory or kindly emanation. Just before the buck adventure, there had been an unpleasant time of chill and aloofness. It arose over little. Since the frost had come, sealing the waters outside, Quanab would wash his hands in the vessel that was also the bread pan. Rolf had New England ideas of propriety in cooking matters, and finally he forgot the respect due to age and experience. That was one reason why he went out alone that day. Now, with time to think things over, the obvious safeguard would be to have a wash bowl. But where to get it? In those days, tins were scarce and expensive. It was the custom to look in the woods for nearly all the necessaries of life, and, guided by ancient custom and experience, they seldom looked in vain. Rolf had seen, and indeed made, watering troughs, pig troughs, sap troughs, hen troughs, etc., all his life, and he now set to work with the axe and a block of basswood to hew out a trough for a washbowl. With adequate tools he might have made a good one, but working with an axe and a stiff arm, the result was a very heavy, crude affair. It would indeed hold water, but it was almost impossible to dip it into the water hole, so that a dipper was needed. When Quanap saw the plan and the result, he said, "In my father's lodge we had only birch bark. See, I shall make a bowl." He took from the storehouse a big roll of birch bark gathered in warm weather. It can scarcely be done in cold, for use in repairing the canoe. Selecting a good part, he cut out a square, 2 feet each way, and put it in the big pot which was full of boiling water. At the same time he soaked with it a bundle of watap, or long fibrous roots of the white spruce, also gathered before the frost came, with a view to canoe repairs in the spring. While these were softening in the hot water, he cut a couple of long splints of birch, as nearly as possible 1/2 inch wide and 1/8 of an inch thick, and put them to steep with the bark. Next he made 2 or 3 straddle pins or clamps like clothes pegs by splitting the ends of some sticks which had a knot at one end. Now he took out the spruce roots, soft and pliant, and selecting a lot that were about 1/8 of an inch in diameter, scraped off the bark and roughness until he had a bundle of perhaps 10 feet of soft, even, white cords. The bark was laid flat and cut as below. The rounding of A and B is necessary, for the holes of the sewing would tear the piece off if all were on the same line of grain. Each corner was now folded and doubled on itself. C then held so with a straddle pin D. The rim was trimmed so as to be flat where it crossed the fiber of the bark and arched where it ran along. The pliant rods of birch were bent around this and using the large awl to make holes. Quonub sewed the rim rods to the bark with an overlapping stitch that made a smooth finish to the edge, and the birch bark washpan was complete. E. Much heavier bark can be used if the plan FG be followed, but it is hard to make it watertight, so now they had a washpan and a cause of friction was removed. Rolf found it amusing as well as useful to make other bark vessels of varying sizes for dippers and dunnage. It was work that he could do now while he was resting and recovering, and he became expert. After watching a fairly successful attempt at a box to hold fish hooks and tackle, Quanip said, "In my father's lodge, these would bear quill work and colors." "That's so," said Rolf, remembering the birch bark goods often sold by the Indians. "I wish we had a porcupine now." "Maybe Skookum could find one," said the Indian with a smile. "Will you let me kill the next cock we find?" "Yes, if you use the quills and burn its whiskers." "Why burn its whiskers?" "My father said it must be so." "The smoke goes straight to the all above. Then the Manito knows we have killed, but we have remembered to kill only for use and to thank him." It was some days before they found a porcupine, and when they did it was not necessary for them to kill it. But that belongs to another chapter. They saved its skin with all its spears and hung it in the storehouse. The quills with the white bodies and ready-made needle at each end are admirable for embroidering, but they are white only, How can we dye them, Quonub? In the summer are many dyes. In winter they are hard to get. We can get some. So forth he went to a hemlock tree, and cut till he could gather the inner pink bark, which boiled with the quills turned them a dull pink. Similarly, alder bark furnished rich orange, and butternut bark a brown. Oak chips, with a few bits of iron in the pot, dyed black. Must wait till summer for red and green, said the Indian. Red comes only from berries. The best is the blidum. We call it squaw berry and miskywal. Yellow comes from the yellow root, hydrastis. But black, white, orange, pink, brown, and a dull red made by a double dip of orange and pink are a good range of color. The method in using the quills is simple, and all to make holes in the bark for each. The rough parts behind are concealed afterward with a lining of bark stitched over them, and before the winter was over, Rolf had made a birch bark box, decorated lid and all, with porcupine quill work, in which he kept the sable skin that was meant to buy Annette's new dress, the costume she had dreamed of, the ideal and splendid, almost unbelievable vision of her young life, 95 cents worth of cotton print. There was one other point of dangerous friction. Whenever it fell to Quanub to wash the dishes, he simply set them on the ground and let Skookum lick them off. This economical arrangement was satisfactory to Quoneb, delightful to Skookum, and apparently justified by the finished product, but Rolf objected. The Indian said, "Don't he eat the same food as we do?" You cannot tell if you do not see. Whenever he could do so, Rolf washed the doubtful dishes over again. Yet there were many times when this was impossible and the situation became very irritating. But he knew that the man who loses his temper has lost the first round of the fight. So, finding the general idea of uncleanness without avail, he sought for some purely Indian argument. As they sat by the evening fire, one day, he led up to talk of his mother, of her power as a medicine woman, of the many evil medicines that harmed her. It was evil medicine for her if a dog licked her hand or touched her food. A dog licked her hand, and the dream dog came to her 3 days before she died. After a long pause, he added, "In some ways, I am like my mother." 2 days later, Rolf chanced to see his friend behind the shanty give Skookum the pan to clean off after they had been frying deer fat. The Indian had no idea that Rolf was near, nor did he ever learn the truth of it. That night, after midnight, the lad rose quietly, lighted the pine splints that served them for a torch, rubbed some charcoal around each eye to make dark rings that should supply a horror-stricken look. Then he started in to pound on Quanab's tom-tom, singing, "Evil spirit, leave me, dog face, do not harm me." Quanab sat up in amazement. Rolf paid no heed, but went on, bawling and drumming and staring upward into vacant space. After a few minutes, Skookum scratched and whined at the shanty door. Rolf rose, took his knife, cut a bunch of hair from Skookum's neck and burned it in the torch, then went on singing with horrid solemnity, "Evil spirit, leave me, dog face, do not harm me." At last he turned, and seeming to discover that Quanab was looking on, said, "The dream dog came to me. I thought I saw him lick deer grease from the frying pan behind the shanty." He laughed, for he knew that he made evil medicine for me. "I am trying to drive him away, so he cannot harm me. I do not know. I am like my mother. She was very wise, but she died after it." Now Quonab arose, cut some more hair from Skookum, added a pinch of tobacco, then, setting it ablaze, he sang in the rank odor of the burning wheat and hair his strongest song to kill ill magic, and Rolf, as he chuckled and sweetly sank to sleep, knew that the fight was won. His friend would never, never more install Skookum in the high and sacred post of pot licker, dishwasher, or final polisher. Chapter 35. Sneering Rabbits. The deepening snow about the cabin was marked in all the thickets by the multitudinous tracks of the snowshoe rabbits or whitehares. Occasionally the hunter saw them, but paid little heed. Why should they look at rabbits when deer were plentiful? "You catch rabbit?" asked Quombove one day when Rolf was feeling fit again. "I can shoot one with my bow," was the answer, "but why should I when we have plenty of deer?" "My people always hunted rabbits. Sometimes no deer were to be found, then the rabbits were food. Sometimes in the enemy's country it was not safe to hunt, except rabbits with blunt arrows, and they were food. Sometimes only squaws and children in camp nothing to eat, no guns, then the rabbits were food. Well, see me get one," and Rolf took his bow and arrow. He found many white. Bunnies, but always in the thickest woods. Again and again he tried, but the tantalizing twigs and branches muffled the bow and turned the arrow. It was hours before he returned with a fluffy snowshoe rabbit that is not our way. Quombove led to the thicket, and selecting a place of many tracks he cut a lot of brush and made a hedge across with half a dozen openings. At each of these openings he made a snare of strong cord tied to a long pole, hung on a crotch, and so arranged that a tug at the snare would free the pole, which in turn would hoist the snare and the creature in it high in the air. Next morning they went around and found that 4 of the snares had each a snow-white rabbit hanging by the neck. As he was handling these, Quombove felt a lump eye on the hind leg of one. He carefully cut it open and turned out a curious-looking object about the size of an acorn, flattened, made of flesh and covered with hair, and nearly the shape of a large bean. He gazed at it, and, turning to Rolf, said with intense meaning, we have found the good hunting. This is the Pito Waboos once, the little medicine rabbit. Now we have strong medicine in the lodge." "You shall see." He went out to the 2 remaining snares and passed the medicine rabbit to each. An hour later, when they returned, they found a rabbit taken in the first snare. "It is ever so," said the Indian. "We can always catch rabbits now. My father had the Pito Wabiush once, the little medicine deer, and so he never failed in hunting but twice. Then he found that his papoose, Quombove, had stolen his great medicine. He was a very wise papoose. He killed a chipmunk each of those days. Hark, what is that?" A faint sound of rustling branches and some short animal noises in the woods had caught Rolf's ear and Skookum's too, for he was off like one whose life is bound up in a great purpose. "Yap, yap, yap," came the angry sound from Skookum, who can say that animals have no language. His merry yip, yip, yip for partridge up a tree, or his long, hilarious yow, 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 when despite all orders he chased some deer, were totally distinct from the angry yap, yap he gave for the bear up the tree, or the grockotreap with which he voiced his hatred of the porcupine. But now it was the yap, yap, as when he had treed the bears. "Something up a tree," was the Indians' interpretation as they followed the sound. Something up a tree. A whole menagerie, it seemed to Rolf when they got there. Hanging by the neck in the remaining snare, and limp now, was a young lynx, a kit of the year. In the adjoining tree, with Skookum circling and yapping round the base, was a savage old lynx. In the crotch above her was another young one, and still higher was a third, all looking their unutterable disgust at the noisy dog below. the mother indeed expressing it in occasional hisses, but none of them daring to come down and face him. The lynx is very good fur and very easy prey. The Indian brought the old one down with a shot. Then, as fast as he could reload, the others were added to the bag, and, with the one from the snare, they returned laden to the cabin. The Indian's eyes shone with a peculiar light. "Ah, ah," my father told me. "It is great medicine. You see, now, it does not fail." Chapter 36. Something Wrong at the Beaver Traps. Once they had run the trap lines, and their store of furs was increasing finely. They had taken 25 beavers and counted on getting 2 or 3 each time they went to the ponds. But they got an unpleasant surprise in December on going to the beaver grounds to find all the traps empty and unmistakable signs that some man had been there and had gone off with the catch. They followed the dim trail of his snowshoes, half hidden by a recent wind. But night came on with more snow, and all signs were lost. The thief had not found the line yet, for the haul of marten and mink was good, but this was merely the beginning. The trapper law of the wilderness is much like all primitive laws. First come has first right, provided he is able to hold it. If a strong rival comes in, the first must fight as best he can. The law justifies him in anything he may do if he succeeds. The law justifies the second in anything he may do, except murder, that is, the defender may shoot to kill, the offender may not. But the fact of Conab's being an Indian and Rolf supposedly one would turn opinion against them in the Adirondacks, and it was quite likely that the rival considered them trespassers on his grounds, although the fact that he robbed their traps without removing them and kept out of sight rather showed the guilty conscience of the self-accused poacher. He came in from the west, obviously. Probably the Racket River country, was a large man, judging by his foot and stride, and understood trapping, but lazy, for he set no traps. His principal object seemed to be to steal, and it was not long before he found their line of marten traps, so his depredations increased. Primitive emotions are near the surface at all times, and under primitive conditions are very ready to appear. Rolf and Conab felt that. Now it was war. Chapter 37. The Pecan or Fisher. There was one large track in the snow that they saw several times. It was like that of a marten, but much larger. "Pecan," said the Indian, "the big marten, the very strong one that fights without fear. When my father was a papoose, he shot an arrow at a pecan. He did not know what it was. It seemed only a big black marten. It was wounded, but sprang from the tree on my father's breast. It would have killed him, but for the dog. Then it would have killed the dog, but my grandfather was near. He made my father eat the pecan's heart, so his heart might be like it. It sought no fight, but it turned when struck and fought without fear. That is the right way. Seek peace, but fight without fear. That was my father's heart and mine." Then glancing toward the west, he continued in a tone of menace, "That trap robber will find it so. We sought no fight, but some day I kill him." The big track went in bounds to be lost in the low, thick woods. But they met it. Again. They were crossing a hemlock ridge a mile farther on when they came to another track, which was first a long, deep furrow, some 15 inches wide, and in this were the widespread prints of feet as large as those of a fisher. "Cock," said Quonab, and Skookum said cock too, but he did it by growling and raising his back hair, and doubtless also by sadly remembering. His discretion seemed as yet embryonic, so Rolf slipped his sash through the dog's collar, and they followed the track, for the porcupine now stood in Rolf's mind as a sort of embroidery outfit. They had not followed far before another track joined on the track of the fisher pecan, and soon after they heard in the woods ahead scratching sounds as of something climbing, and once or twice a faint, far, fighting snarl. Quickly tying the over-valiant Skookum to a tree, they crept forward, ready for anything, and arrived on the scene of a very peculiar action. Action it was, though it was singularly devoid of action. First there was a creature, like a huge black marten or a short-legged black fox, standing at a safe distance, while partly hidden under a log, with hind quarters and tail only exposed, was a large porcupine. Both were very still, but soon the fisher snarled and made a forward lunge. The porcupine, hearing the sounds or feeling the snow dash up on that side, struck with its tail, but the fisher kept out of reach. Next, a feint was made on the other side, with the same result. Then many, as though the fisher were trying to tire out the tail or use up all its quills. Sometimes the assailant leaped on the log and teased the quill pig to strike upward, while many white daggers already sunk in the bark showed that these tactics had been going on for some time. Now the two spectators saw by the trail that a similar battle had been fought at another log, and that the porcupine trail from that was spotted with blood. How the fisher had forced it out was not then clear, but soon became so. After feinting till the cock would not strike, the pecan began a new Montsever. Starting on the opposite side of the log that protected the spiny one's nose, he burrowed quickly through the snow and leaves. The log was about 3 inches from the ground, and before the porcupine could realize it, the fisher had a space cleared and seized the spiny one by its soft, unspiny nose. Grunting and squealing, it pulled back and lashed its terrible tail. To what effect? Merely to fill the log around with quills. With all its strength the quill pig pulled and writhed, but the fisher was stronger. His claws enlarged the hole, and when the victim ceased from exhaustion, the fisher made a forward dash and changed his hold from the tender nose to the still more tender throat of the porcupine. His hold was not deep enough and square enough to seize the windpipe, but he held on. For a minute or two, the struggles of cock were of desperate energy, and its lashing tail began to be short of spines. But a red stream trickling from the wound was sapping its strength. Protected by the log, the fisher had but to hold on and play a waiting game. The heaving and backward pulling of cock were very feeble at length. The fisher had nearly finished the fight, but he was impatient of further delay, and backing out of the hole he mounted the log, displaying a much scratched nose. Then reaching down with deft paw near the quill pig's shoulder, he gave a sudden jerk that threw the former over on its back, and before it could recover, the fisher's jaws closed on its ribs and crushed and tore. The nerveless, almost quillless tail could not harm him there. The red blood flowed, and the porcupine lay still. Again and again as he uttered chesty growls, the pecan ground his teeth into the warm flesh and shook and worried the unconquerable one he had conquered. He was licking his bloody chops for the 20th time, gloating in. Gore, when crack went Quanub's gun, and the pecan had an opportunity of resuming the combat with cock far away in the happy hunting. Yap, 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 and in rushed Skookum, dragging the end of Rolf's sash, which he had gnawed through in his determination to be in the fight, no matter what it costs. And it was entirely due to the fact that the porcupine was belly up, that Skookum did not have another hospital experience. This was Rolf's first sight of a fisher, and he examined it as one does any animal or man that one has so long heard described in superlative terms that it has become idealized into a semi-myth. This was the desperado of the woods, the weird black cat that feared no living thing. This was the only one that could fight and win against Kak. They made a fire at once, and while Rolf got the midday meal of tea and venison, Quanab skinned the fisher. Then he cut out its heart and liver. When these were cooked, he gave the first to Rolf and the second to Skookum, saying to the one, "I give you a pecan heart," and to the dog, "That will force all of the quills out of you if you play the fool again, as I think you will." In the skin of the fisher's neck and tail they found several quills, some of them new, some of them dating evidently from another fight of the same kind, but none of them had done any damage. There was no inflammation or sign of poisoning. "It is ever so," said Quanab, "the quills cannot hurt him." Then, turning to the porcupine, he remarked, as he prepared to skin it, "Hokok, you see now it was a big mistake you did not let Nanaboju sit on the dry end of that log." Chapter 38. The Silver Fox. They were returning to the cabin one day when Quanab stopped and pointed. Away off on the snow of the far shore was a moving shape to be seen. "Fox, and I think Silver Fox. He's so black, I think he lives there." "Why?" "I have seen many times a very big fox track, and they do not go where they do not live. Even in winter they keep their own range." "He's worth 10 mardens, they say?" queried Rolf. "Ugh, 50. Can't we get him?" "Can try. But the water set will not work in winter. We must try different." This was the plan, the best that Quanah could devise for the snow. Saving the ashes from the fire-dry sand would have answered. He selected 6 open places in the woods on the south of the lake, and in each made an ash bed on which he scattered 3 or 4 drops of the smell charm. Then, 25 yards from each, on the north or west side, the side of the prevailing wind, he hung from some sapling a few feathers, a partridge wing or tail, with some red yarns to it. He left the places unvisited for 2 weeks, then returned to learn the progress of Act 1. Judging from past experience of fox nature and from the few signs that were offered by the snow, this is what had happened. A fox came along soon after the trappers left, followed the track a little way, came to the first opening, smelled the seductive danger lure, swung around it, saw the dangling feathers, took alarm, and went off. Another of the places had been visited by a marten. He had actually scratched in the ashes. A wolf had gone around another at a safe distance. Another had been shunned several times by a fox or by foxes, but they had come again and again, and at last yielded to the temptation to investigate the danger smell. Finally had rolled in it, evidently wallowing in an abandon of delight. So far, the plan was working there. The next move was to set the 6 strong fox traps, each thoroughly smoked, and chained to a 15-pound block of wood. Approaching the place carefully, and using his blood-rubbed glove, Quanab set in each ash pile a trap. Under its face he put a wad of white rabbit fur. Next he buried all in the ashes, scattered a few bits of rabbit and a few drops of smell charm, then dashed snow over the place, renewed the dangling feathers to lure the eye, and finally left the rest to the weather. Rolf was keen to go the next day, but the old man said, "Wah, no good. No trap, go first night. Man smell too strong." The second day there was a snowfall, and the third morning Quanab said, "Now seemed like good time." The first trap was untouched, but there was clearly the track of a large fox within 10 yards of it. The second was gone, Quonub said with surprise in his voice. Deer? Yes, truly, there was the record. A deer. A big one had come wandering past. His keen nose soon apprised him of a strong, queer appeal nearby. He had gone unsuspiciously toward it, sniffed and pawed the unaccountable and exciting nose medicine. Then snap! And he had sprung a dozen feet with that diabolic smell thing hanging to his foot. Hop, hop, hop! The terrified deer had gone into a slashing windfall. Then the drag had caught on the logs, and thanks to the hard and taper hoofs, the trap had slipped off and been left behind, while the deer had sought safer regions. In the next trap, they found a beautiful marten dead, killed at once by the clutch. Of steel. The last trap was gone, but the tracks and the marks told a tale that anyone could read. A fox had been beguiled and had gone off, dragging the trap and log. Not far did they need to go. Held in a thicket they found him, and Rolf prepared the midday meal while Quonab gathered the pelt. After removing the skin, the Indian cut deep and carefully into the body of the fox and removed the bladder. Its contents sprinkled near each of the traps was good medicine, he said, a view that was evidently shared by Skookum. More than once they saw the track of the big fox of the region, but never very near the snare. He was too clever to be fooled by smell spells or kidney products, no matter how temptingly arrayed. The trappers did indeed capture 3 red foxes, but it was at cost of great labor. It was a venture that did not pay. The silver fox was there, but he took too good care of his precious hide. The slightest hint of a man being near was enough to treble his already double wariness. They would never have seen him near at hand but for a stirring episode that told a tale. Of winter hardship. Chapter 39. The Humiliation of Skookum. If Skookum could have been interviewed by a newspaper man, he would doubtless have said, "I am a very remarkable dog. I can treat partridges. I'm death on porcupines. I am pretty good in the dog fight. Never was licked in fact, but my really marvelous gift is my speed. I'm a terror to run." Yes, he was very proud of his legs, and the foxes that came about in the winter nights gave him many opportunities of showing what he could do. Many times over he very nearly caught a fox. Skookum did not know that these wily ones were playing with him, but they were, and enjoyed it immensely. The self-sufficient cur never found this out, and never lost a chance of nearly catching a fox. The men did not see those autumn chases because they were by night, but foxes hunt much by day in winter, perforce, and are often seen, and more than once they witnessed one of these farcical races. And now the shining white furnished background for a much more important affair. It was near sundown one day when a faint fox bark was heard out on the snow-covered ice of the lake. "That's for me," Skookum seemed to think, and jumping up with a very fierce growl, he trotted forth. The men looked first from the window. Out on the snow, sitting on his haunches, was their friend, the big black silver fox. Quonub reached for his gun, and Rolf tried to call Skookum, but it was too late. He was out to catch that fox. Their business was to look on and applaud. The fox sat on his haunches, grinning apparently, until Skookum dashed through the snow within 20 yards. Then that shining black fox loped gently away, his huge tail level out behind him, and Skookum, sure of success, raced up within 6 or 7 yards. A few more leaps now, and the victory would be won. But somehow he could not close that 6 or 7 yard gap. No matter how he strained and leaped, the great black brush was just so far ahead. At first they had headed for the shore, but the fox wheeled back to the ice and up and down. Skookum felt it was because escape was hopeless, and he redoubled his effort. But all in vain. He was only wearing himself out. panting noisily now. The snow was deep enough to be a great disadvantage, more to dog than to fox, since weight counted as such a handicap. Unconsciously, Skookum slowed up. The fox increased his headway, then audaciously turned around and sat down in the snow. This was too much for the dog. He wasted about a lungful of air in an angry bark and again went after the enemy. Again the chase was round and round, but very soon the dog was so wearied that he sat down, and now the black fox actually came back and barked at him. It was maddening. Skookum's pride was touched. He was in to win or break. His supreme effort brought him within 5 feet of that white-tipped brush. Then, strange to tell, the big black fox put forth his large reserve of speed, and making for the woods, left Skookum far behind. Why? The cause was clear. Quonub, after vainly watching for a chance to shoot that would not endanger the dog, had under cover crept around the lake and now was awaiting in a thicket. But the fox's keen nose had warned him. He knew that the funny part was over, so ran for the woods and disappeared as a ball tossed up the snow behind him. Poor Skookum's tongue was nearly a foot long as he walked meekly ashore. He looked depressed. His tail was depressed. So were his ears. But there was nothing to show whether he would have told that reporter that he wasn't feeling up to his usual today, or didn't you see me get the best of him? Chapter 40. The Rarest of Pelts. They saw that silver fox 3 or 4 times during the winter, and once found that he had had the audacity to jump from a high snowdrift onto the storehouse and thence to the cabin roof, where he had feasted on some white rabbits kept there for deadfall baits. But all attempts to trap or shoot him were vain, and their acquaintance might have ended as it began, but for an accident. It proved a winter of much snow. Heavy snow is the worst misfortune that can befall the woodfolk in fur. It hides their food beyond reach, and it checks their movements, so they can neither travel far in search of provender, nor run fast to escape their enemies. Deep snow then means fetters, starvation, and death. There are 2 ways of meeting the problem: stilts and snowshoes. The second is far the better. The caribou and the moose have stilts. The rabbit, the panther, and the lynx wear snowshoes. When there are 3 or 4 feet of soft snow, the lynx is king of all small beasts and little in fear of the large ones. Man on his snowshoes has most wild 4 foots at his mercy. Skookum, without either means of meeting the trouble, was left much alone in the shanty. Apparently it was on one of these occasions that the silver fox had driven him nearly frantic by eating rabbits on the roof above him. The exasperating robbery of their trap line had gone on irregularly all winter, but the thief was clever enough or lucky enough to elude them. They were returning to the cabin after a 3 days' round, when they saw, far out on the white expanse of the lake, 2 animals, alternately running and fighting. Skookum and the fox was the first thought that came. But on entering the cabin, Skookum greeted them in person. Quonub gazed intently at the 2 running specks and said, "One has no tail. I think it is a Pichu lynx and a fox." Rolf was making dinner. From time to time he glanced over the lake and saw. The 2 specks, usually running. After dinner was over, he said, "Let's sneak round and see if we can get a shot." So, putting on their snowshoes and keeping out of sight, they skimmed over the deer crossing and through the woods, till at a point near the fighters, and there they saw something that recalled at once the day of Skookum's humiliation. 100 yards away on the open snow was a huge lynx and their old friend, the black and shining silver fox, face to face. The fox desperate, showing his rows of beautiful teeth, but sinking belly deep in the snow as he strove to escape. Already he was badly wounded. In any case, he was at the mercy of the lynx who, in spite of his greater weight, had such broad and perfect snowshoes that he skimmed on the surface, while the fox's small feet sank deep. The lynx was far from fresh, and still stood in some awe of those rows of teeth that snapped like traps when he came too near. He was minded, of course, to kill his black rival. But not to be hurt in doing so. Again and again there was in some sort a closing fight, the wearied fox plunging breathlessly through the treacherous, relentless snow. If he could only get back to cover, he might find a corner to protect his rear and have some fighting chance for life. But wherever he turned that huge cat faced him, doubly armed and equipped as a fox can never be for the snow. No one could watch that plucky fight without feeling his sympathies go out to the beautiful silver fox. Rolf, at least, was for helping him to escape when the final onset came. In another dash for the woods, the fox plunged out of sight in a drift made soft by sedge sticking through, and before he could recover, the lynx's jaws closed on the back of his neck and the relentless claws had pierced his vitals. The justification of killing is self-preservation, and in this case the proof would have been the lynx making a meal of the fox. Did he do so? Not at all. He shook his fur, licked his chest and paws in a self-congratulatory way, then giving a final tug at the body, walked calmly over the snow along the shore. Quona put the back of his hand to his mouth and made a loud squeaking, much like a rabbit caught in a snare. The lynx stopped, wheeled, and came trotting straight toward the promising music. Unsuspectingly, he came within 20 yards of the trappers. The flintlock banged, and the lynx was kicking in the snow. The beautiful silver foxskin was very little injured and proved to value almost to double their catch so far, while the lynxskin was as good as another marten. They now had opportunity of studying the tracks and learn that the fox had been hunting rabbits in a thicket when he was set on by the lynx. At first he had run around in the bushes and saved himself from serious injury, for the snow was partly packed by the rabbits. After perhaps an hour of this, he had wearied and sought to save himself by abandoning the lynx's territory, so had struck across. The open lake, but here the snow was too soft to bear him at all, and the lynx could still skim over, so it proved a fatal error. He was strong and brave. He fought at least another hour here before the much stronger, heavier lynx had done him to death. There was no justification. It was a clear case of tyrannical murder, but in this case vengeance was swift and justice came sooner than its wont. Chapter 41. The Enemy's Fort. It generally took 2 days to run the west line of traps. At a convenient point, they had built a rough shat for a halfway house. On entering this one day, they learned that since their last visit it had been occupied by someone who chewed tobacco. Neither of them had this habit. Quonup's face grew darker each time. Fresh evidence of the enemy was discovered, and the final wrong was added soon. Some trappers mark their traps, some do not bother. Rolf had marked all of theirs with a file, cutting notches on the iron. 2, 1, 3 was their mark, and it was a wise plan as it turned out. On going around the West Beaver Pond, they found that all 6 traps had disappeared. In some, there was no evidence of the thief. In some, the tracks showed clearly that they were taken by the same interloper that had bothered them all along, and on a jagged branch was a short blue yarn. "Now will I take up his trail and kill him," said the Indian. Rolf had opposed extreme measures, and again he remonstrated. To his surprise, the Indian turned fiercely and said, "You know it is white man. If he was Indian, would you be patient? No. There is plenty of country south of the lake. Maybe he was here first. You know he was not. You should eat many pecan hearts. I have sought peace, now I fight." He shouldered his pack, grasped his gun, and his snowshoes went tissape, 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 tissape over the snow. Skookum was sitting by Rolf. He rose to resume the march and trotted a few steps on Quonup's trail. Rolf did not move. He was dazed by this sudden and painful situation. Mutiny is always worse than war. Skookum looked back, trotted on. Still Rolf sat staring. Quonup's figure was lost in the distance. The dog's was nearly so. Rolf moved not. All the events of the last year were rushing through his mind. The refuge he had found with the Indian, the incident of the buck fight and the tender nurse the red man proved. He wavered. Then he saw Skookum coming back on the trail. The dog trotted up to the boy and dropped the glove, one of Quonup's. Undoubtedly the Indian had lost it. Skookum had found it on the trail and mechanically brought it to the nearest of his masters. Without that glove, Quonup's hand would freeze. Rolf rose and sped along the other's trail. Having taken the step, he found it easy to send a long halloo, then another and another, till an answer came. In a few minutes, Rolf came up. The Indian was sitting on a log waiting. The glove was handed over in silence and received with a grunt. After a minute or two, Rolf said, "Let's get on," and started on the dim trail of the robber. For an hour or two they strode in silence, then their course rose as they reached a rocky range. Among its bare, wind-swept ridges all sign was lost, but the Indian kept on till they were over and on the other side. A far cast in the thick, windless woods revealed the trail again, surely the same, for the snowshoe was 2 fingers wider on every side and a handbreadth longer than Quonup's. Besides, the right frame had been broken, and the binding of rawhide was faintly seen in the snow mark. It was a mark they had seen all winter, and now it was headed as before for the west. When night came down, they camped in a hollow. They were used to snow camps. In the morning they went on, but wind and snow had hidden their telltale guide. What was the next move? Rolf did not ask, but wondered. Quonup evidently was puzzled. At length Rolf ventured. He surely lives by some river that way, and within a day's journey. This track is gone, but we may strike a fresh one. We'll know it when we see it. The friendly look came back to the Indian's face. "You are Nibawaka." They had not gone half a mile before they found a fresh track, their old acquaintance. Even Skookum showed his hostile recognition, and in a few minutes it led them to a shanty. They slipped off their snowshoes and hung them in a tree. Quonub opened the door without knocking. They entered, and in a moment were face to face with a lanky, ill-favored white man that all three, including Skookum, recognized as Hoag, the man they had met at the trader's. That worthy made a quick reach for his rifle, but Quonub covered him and said in tones that brooked no discussion, "Sit down." Hole did so, sullenly, then growled, "All right. My partners will be here in 10 minutes. Rolf was startled. Quonub and Skookum were not. "We settled your partners up in the hills," said the former, knowing that one bluff was as good as another. Skookum growled and sniffed at the enemy's legs. The prisoner made a quick move with his foot. "You kick that dog again, and it's your last kick," said the Indian. "Who's kicked your dog? And what do you mean coming here with your cutthroat ways? You'll find there's law in this country before you're through," was the answer. That's what we're looking for, you trap robber, you thief. We're here first to find our traps. Second, to tell you this, the next time you come on our line, there'll be meat for the ravens. Do you suppose I don't know them? And the Indian pointed to a large pair of snowshoes with long heels and a repair lashing on the right frame. See that blue yarn? And the Indian matched it with a blue sash hanging to a peg. Yes, them belongs to Bill Hawkins. He'll be round in 5 minutes now. The Indian made a gesture of scorn, then turning to Rolf said, "Look round for our traps." Rolf made a thorough search in and about the shanty and the adjoining shed. He found some traps, but none with his mark. None of a familiar make even. Better hunt for a squaw and papoose, sneered Hoag, who was utterly puzzled by the fact that now Rolf was obviously a white lad. But all the search was vain. Either Hoag had not stolen the traps or had hidden them elsewhere. The only large traps they found were two of the largest, size 4. Taking bear. Hogg's torrent of bad language had been quickly checked by the threat of turning Skookum loose on his legs, and he looked such a groveling beast that presently the visitors decided to leave him with a warning. The Indian took the trapper's gun, fired it off out of doors, not in the least perturbed by the possibility of its being heard by Hoag's partners. He knew they were imaginary. Then changing his plan, he said, "Ugh, you find your gun in half a mile on our trail. But don't come farther, and don't let me see the snowshoe trail on the divide again. Them ravens is awful hungry." Skookum, to his disappointment, was called off, and, talking the trapper's gun for a time, they left it in a bush and made for their own country. Chapter 42. Skookum's Panther. "Why are there so few deer tracks now?" "Deer yarded for winter," replied the Indian. "No travel in deep snow." "We'll soon need another," said Rolf, which unfortunately was true. They could have killed many deer in early winter, when the venison was in fine condition, but they had no place to store it. Now they must get it as they could. And of course it was thinner and poorer every week. They were on a high hill some days later. There was a clear view, and they noticed several ravens circling and swooping. "Maybe dead deer, maybe deer yard," said the Indian. It was over a thick, sheltered, and extensive cedar swamp near the woods where last year they had seen so many deer, and they were not surprised to find deer tracks in numbers as soon as they got into its dense thicket. A deer yard is commonly supposed to be a place in which the deer have a daily be at road work all winter long and deliberately keep the snow hammered down so they can run on a hard surface everywhere within its limits. The fact is, the deer gather in a place where there is plenty of food and good shelter. The snow does not drift here, so the deer, by continually moving about, soon make a network of tracks in all directions, extending them as they must to seek more food. They may, of course, leave the yard at any time, but at once they encounter the dreaded obstacle of deep, soft snow in which they are helpless. Once they reached the well-worn trails, the hunters took off their snowshoes and went gently on these deer paths. They saw one or two disappearing forms, which taught them the thick cover was hiding many more. They made for the sound of the ravens and found that the feast of the sable birds was not a deer, but the bodies of 3 quite recently killed. Quonub made a hasty study of the signs and said, "Panther." Yes, a panther, cougar, or mountain lion also had found the deer yard. And here he was living, like a rat in a grocer's shop, with nothing to do but help himself whenever he felt like feasting. Pleasant for the panther, but hard on the deer, for the killer is wasteful and will often kill for the joy of murder. Not a quarter of the carcasses lying here did he eat. He was feeding at least a score of ravens, and maybe foxes, martens, and lynxes as well. Before killing a deer, Konop thought it well to take a quiet prowl around in hopes of seeing the panther. Skookum was turned loose and encouraged to display his talents. Proud as a general with an ample and obedient following, he dashed ahead. Carrying fresh dismay among the deer, if one might judge from the noise. Then he found some new smell of excitement and voiced the new thrill in a new sound, one not unmixed with fear. At length his barking was far away to the west, in a rocky part of the woods. Whatever the prey, it was treed, for the voice kept one place. The hunters followed quickly and found the dog yapping furiously under a thick cedar. The first thought was of porcupine, but a nearer view showed the game to be a huge panther on the ground, not greatly excited, disdaining to climb and taking little notice of the dog except to curl his nose and utter a hissing kind of snarl when the latter came too near. But the arrival of the hunters gave a new color to the picture. The panther raised his head, then sprang up a large tree and ensconced himself on a fork, while the valorous Skookum reared against the trunk, threatening loudly to come. Up and tear him to pieces. This was a rare find and a noble chance to conserve their stock of deer, so the hunters went around the tree seeking for a fair shot. But every point of view had some serious obstacle. It seemed as though the branches had been told off to guard the panther's vitals, for a big one always stood in the bullet's way. After vainly going around, Konop said to Rolf, "Hit him with something, so he'll move." Rolf always was a good shot with stones, but he found none to throw. Near where they stood, however, was an unfreezing spring, and the soggy snow on it was easily packed into a hard, heavy snowball. Rolf threw it straight, swift, and by good luck, it hit the panther square on the nose and startled him, so that he sprang right out of the tree and flopped into the snow. Skookum was on him at once, but got a slap on the ear that changed his music, and the panther bounded away out of sight with the valiant Skookum 10 feet behind, whooping and yelling like mad. It was annoyance rather than fear that made that panther tick to a low tree while Skookum boxed the compass and made a beaten dog path all around him. The hunters approached very carefully now, making little sound and keeping out of sight. The panther was wholly engrossed with observing the astonishing impudence of that dog, when Konop came quietly up, leaned his rifle against a tree, and fired. The smoke cleared to show the panther on his back, his legs convulsively waving in the air, and Skookum tugging valiantly at his tail. "My panther," he seemed to say, "whatever would you do without me?" A panther in a deer yard is much like a wolf shut up in a sheepfold. He would probably have killed all the deer that winter, though there were 10 times as many as he needed for food, and getting rid of him was a piece of good luck for hunters and deer, while his superb hide made a noble trophy that in years to come had unexpected places of honor. Chapter 43. Sunday in the Woods. Rolf still kept to the tradition of Sunday, and Konop had in a manner accepted it. It was a curious fact that the red man had far more toleration for the white man's religious ideas than the white man had for the red's. Konop's songs to the sun and the spirit, or his burning of a tobacco pinch, or an animal's whiskers, were to Rolf but harmless nonsense. Had he given them other names, calling them hymns and incense, he would have been much nearer respecting them. He had forgotten his mother's teaching, if any man do anything sincerely, believing that thereby he is worshipping God, he is worshipping God. He disliked seeing Konop use an axe or a gun on Sunday, and the Indian, realizing that such action made evil medicine for Rolf, practically abstained. But Rolf had not yet learned to respect the red yarns the Indian hung from a deer's skull, though he did come to understand that he must let them alone or produce bad feeling in camp. Sunday had become a day of rest, and Quonub made it also a day of song and remembrance. They were sitting one Sunday night by the fire in the cabin, enjoying the blaze, while a storm rattled on the window and door. A white-footed mouse, one of a family that lived in the shanty, was trying how close he could come to Skookum's nose without being caught, while Rolf looked on. Quonab was lying back on a pile of deerskins, with his pipe in his mouth, his head on the bunk and his hands clasped back of his neck. There was an atmosphere of content and brotherly feeling. The evening was young when Rolf broke silence. "Were you ever married, Quonub?" "Ugh," was the Indian's affirmative. "Where?" "Mianos." Rolf did not venture more questions, but left the influence of the hour to work. It was a moment of delicate poise, and Rolf knew a touch would open the door or double bar it. He wondered how he might give that touch as he wished it. Skookum still slept. Both men watched the mouse as, with quick movements, it crept about. Presently it approached a long birch stick that stood up against the wall. High-hanging was the song drum. Rolf wished Quonab would take it and let it open his heart, but he dared not offer it. That might have the exact wrong effect. Now the mouse was behind the birch stick. Then Rolf noticed that the stick, if it were to fall, would strike a drying line, one end of which was on the song drum peg. So he made a dash at the mouse and displaced the stick. The jerk it gave the line sent the song drum with hollow bumping to the ground. The boy stooped to replace it. As he did, Quonab grunted and Rolf turned to see his hand stretched for the drum. Had Rolf officiously offered it, it would have been refused. Now the Indian took it, tacked and warmed it at the fire, and sang a song of the Wabanaki. It was softly done and very low, but Rolf was close for almost the first time in any long rendition, and he got an entirely new notion of the red music. The singer's face brightened as he tummed and sang with peculiar grace notes and throat warbles of Calliscap's war with the Magi, and the spirit of his people, rising to the sweet magic of melody, came shining in his eyes. He sang the lover's song, The Bark Canoe. C. F. R. Burton's American Primitive Music. While the stars shine and falls the dew, I seek my love in bark canoe. And then the cradle song. The naked bear shall never catch thee. When he stopped, he stared at the fire, and after a long pause, Rolf ventured, "My mother would have loved your songs." Whether he heard or not, the warm emanation surely reached the Indian, and he began to answer the question of an hour before. Her name was Gamowini, for she sang like the sweet night-bird at Asamok. I brought her from her father's house at Sagotak. We lived at Mianos. She made beautiful baskets and moccasins. I fished and trapped. We had enough. Then the baby came. He had big round eyes, so we called him Wee Wees, our little owl, and we were very happy. When Gamowini sang to her baby, the world seemed full of sun. One day when Wee Wees could walk, she left him with me, and she went to Stamford with some baskets to sell. A big ship was in the harbor. A man from the ship told her that his sailors would buy all her baskets. She had no fear. On the ship, they seized her for a runaway slave and hid her till they sailed away. When she did not come back, I took Wee Wees on my shoulder and went quickly to Stamford. I soon found out a little, but the people did not know the ship, or whence she came, or where she went, they said. They did not seem to care. My heart grew hotter and wilder. I wanted to fight. I would have killed the men on the dock, but they were many. They bound me and put me in jail for 3 months. When I came out, Wee Wees was dead. They did not care. I have heard nothing since. Then I went to live under the rock, so I should not see our first home. I do not know, she may be alive. But I think it killed her to lose her baby." The Indian stopped, then rose quickly. His face was hard set. He stepped out into the snowstorm and the night. Rolf was left alone with Skookum. Sad, sad. Everything seemed sad in his friend's life, and Rolf brooding over it. With wisdom beyond his years, could not help asking, had Quonib and Gamawini been white folk, would it have happened so? Would his agony have been received with scornful indifference? Alas, he knew it would not. He realized it would have been a very different tale, and the sequent questions that would not down were, will this bread cast on the waters return after many days? Is there a God of justice and retribution? On whom will the flail of vengeance fall for all these abominations? 2 hours later the Indian returned. No word was spoken as he entered. He was not cold. He must have walked far. Rolf prepared for bed. The Indian stooped, picked up a needle from the dusty ground, one that had been lost the day before, silently handed it to his companion, who gave only a recognizant "hmm," and dropped it into the birch bark box. Chapter 44. The Lost Bundle of Furs. There had been a significant cessation of robbery on their trapline after the inconclusive visit to the enemy's camp. But a new and extreme exasperation arose in the month of March, when the alternation of thaw and frost had covered the snow with a hard crust that rendered snowshoes unnecessary and made it easy to run anywhere and leave no track. They had gathered up a fisher and some martens before they reached the beaver pond. They had no beaver traps now, but it was interesting to call and see how many of the beavers were left and what they were doing. Bubbling springs on the bank of the pond had made open water at several places, now that the winter frost was weakening. Out of these, the beavers often came, as was plainly seen in the tracks, so the trappers approached them carefully. They were scrutinizing one of them from behind a log, Quonub with ready gun, Rolf holding the unwilling Skookum, when the familiar broad flat head appeared. A large beaver swam around the hole, sniffed and looked, then silently climbed the bank, evidently making for a certain aspen tree that he had already been cutting. He was in easy range, and the gunner was about to fire when Rolf pressed his arm and pointed. Here, wandering through the wood, came a large lynx. It had not seen or smelt any of the living creatures ahead as yet, but speedily sighted the beaver now working away to cut down his tree. As a pelt, the beaver was worth more than the lynx, but the naturalist is strong in most hunters, and they watched to see what would happen. The lynx seemed to sink into the ground and was lost to sight as soon as he knew of a possible prey ahead. And now he began his stalk. The hunter sighted him once as he crossed a level opening in the snow. He seemed less than 4 inches high as he crawled. Logs, ridges, trees, or twigs afforded ample concealment, till his whiskers appeared in a thicket within 15 feet of the beaver. All this was painfully exciting to Skookum, who, though he could not see, could get some thrilling whiffs, and he strained forward to improve his opportunities. The sound of this slight struggle caught the beaver's ear. It stopped work, wheeled, and made for the waterhole. The lynx sprang from his ambush, seized the beaver by the back, and held on. But the beaver was double the lynx's weight. The bank was steep and slippery. The struggling animals kept rolling downhill, nearer and nearer the hole. Then, on the very edge, the beaver gave a great plunge and splashed into the water with the lynx clinging to its back. At once they disappeared, and the hunters rushed to the place, expecting them to float up and be an easy prey, but they did not float. At length it was clear that the pair had gone under the ice, for in water the beaver was master. After 5 minutes, it was certain that the lynx must be dead. Quonub cut sapling and made a grappler. He poked this way and that way under the ice until at length he felt something soft. With the hatchet, they cut a hole over the place and then dragged out the body of the lynx. The beaver, of course, escaped and was probably little the worse. While Quonab skinned the catch, Rolf prowled around the pond and soon came running back to tell of a remarkable happening. At another open hole, a beaver had come out, wandered 20 yards to a mound which he had castorized, then past several hardwood trees to find a large poplar or aspen, the favorite food tree. This he had begun to fell with considerable skill, but for some strange reason, perhaps because alone he had made a miscalculation, and when the tree came crashing down, it had fallen across his back, killed him, and pinned him to the ground. It was an easy matter for the hunters to remove the log and secure his pelt, so they left the beaver pond, richer than they had expected. Next night, when they reached their halfway shanty, they had the best haul they had taken on this line since the memorable day when they got 6 beavers. The morning dawned clear and bright. As they breakfasted, they noticed an extraordinary gathering of ravens far away to the north, beyond any country they had visited. At least 20 or 30 of the birds were sailing in great circles, high above a certain place, uttering a deep, sonorous croak from time to time. Occasionally one of the ravens would dive down out of sight. Why do they fly above that way? That is to let other ravens know there is food here. Their eyes are very good. They can see the signal 10 miles away, so all come to the place. My father told me that you can gather all the ravens per 20 miles by leaving a carcass so they can see it and signal each other. Seems as if we should look into that. Maybe another panther, was Rolf's remark. The Indian nodded. So leaving the bundle of furs in a safe place with the snowshoes that they carried on a chance, they set out over the hard crust. It was 2 or 3 miles to the ravens' gathering, and, as before, it proved to be over a cedar brake, where was a deer yard. Skookum knew all about it. He rushed into the woods, filled with the joy of martial glory, but speedily came running out again as hard as he could, yelling yow, yow, yow for help, while swiftly following, behind him were a couple of gray wolves. Quonub waited till they were within 40 yards, then seeing the men, the wolves slowed up and veered. Quonub fired. One of the wolves gave a little dog-like yelp. Then they leaped into the bushes and were lost to view. A careful study of the snow showed 1 or 2 trifling traces of blood. In the deer yard they found at least a dozen carcasses of deer killed by the wolves, but none very recent. They saw but few deer, and nothing more of the wolves, for the crust had made all the country easy, and both kinds fled before the hunters. Exploring a lower level of willow country in hopes of finding beaver delayed them, and it was afternoon when they returned to the halfway shanty, to find everything as they left it, except that their pack of furs had totally disappeared. Of course, the hard crust gave no sign of track. Their first thought was of the old enemy, but seeking far and near for evidence, they found pieces of an ermine skin, and a 1/4 mile farther, the rest of it then, at another place, fragments of a muskrat skin. Those made it look like the work of the trapper's enemy, the wolverine, which, though rare, was surely found in these hills. Yes, there was a wolverine scratch mark, and here another piece of the rat skin. It was very clear. Who was the thief? He tore up the cheapest ones of the lot anyway, said Rolf. Then the trappers stared at each other significantly, only the cheap ones destroyed. Why should a wolverine show such discrimination? There was no positive sign of wolverine. In fact, the icy snow gave no sign of anything. There was little doubt that the tom furs and the scratch marks were there to mislead, that this was the work of the human robber, almost certainly Hogue. He had doubtless seen them leave in the morning, and it was equally sure, since he had had hours of start, he would now be far away. Ugh! Give him few days to think he's safe, then I follow and settle all, and this time the Indian clearly meant to end the matter. Chapter 45. The Subjugation of Hoag. So, remarkable changes of weather made some remarkable changes in their plan and saved their enemy from immediate molestation. For 2 weeks, it was a succession of thaws, and there was much rain. The lake was covered with 6 inches of water. The river had a current above the ice that was rapidly eating the latter away. Everywhere there were slush and wet snow that put an end to travel and brought on the spring with a rush. Each night there was indeed a trifling frost, but each day's sun seemed stronger, and broad bare patches of ground appeared on all sunny slopes. On the first crisp day, the trappers set out to go the rounds, knowing full well that this was the end of the season. Henceforth for 6 months deadfall and snare would lie idle and unset. They went their accustomed line, carrying their snowshoes, but rarely needing them. Then they crossed a large track to which Quonab pointed and grunted. Affirmatively as Rolf said, "Bear?" Yes, the bears were about once more. Their winter sleep was over. Now they were fat and the fur was yet prime. In a month they would be thin and shedding. Now is the time for bear hunting with either trap or dog. Doubtless Skookum thought the party most fortunately equipped in the latter respect, but no single dog is enough to bay a bear. There must be 3 or 4 to bother him behind, to make him face about and fight. One dog merely makes him run faster. They had no traps, and knowing that a spring bear is a far traveler, they made no attempt to follow. The deadfalls yielded 2 martens, but one of them was spoiled by the warm weather. They learned at last that the enemy had a trap line, for part of which he used their deadfalls. He had been the rounds lately, and had profited at least a little by their labors. The track, though 2 days old, was not hard to follow either on snow or ground. Quonab looked the lock of his gun. His lower lip tightened, and he strode along. "What are you going to do, Quonab? Not shoot?" "When I get near enough," and the dangerous look in the red man's eye told Rolf to be quiet and follow. In 3 miles they passed but 3 of his marten traps, very lazy, trapping, and then found a great triangle of logs by a tree with a bait and signs enough to tell the experienced eye that in that corner was hidden a huge steel trap for bear. They were almost too late in restraining the knowledge hunger of Skookum. They went on a mile or 2 and realized in so doing that however poor a trapper the enemy might be, he was a good tramper and knew the country. At sundown they came to their halfway shelter and put up there for the night. Once when Rolf went out to glimpse the skies before turning in, he heard a far tree creaking and wondered, for it was dead calm. Even Skookum noticed it. But it was not repeated. Next morning they went on. There are many quaint sounds in the woods at all times. The rasping of trees, at least a dozen different calls by jays, twice as many by ravens, and occasional notes from chickadees, grouse, and owls. The quadrupeds in general are more silent, but the red squirrel is ever about and noisy as well as busy. Far-reaching sounds are these echoes of the woods, some of them very far. Probably there were not 5 minutes of the day or night when some weird woodland chatter, scrape, crack, screech, or whistle did not reach the keen ears of that ever-alert dog. That is, 300 times a day his outer ear submitted to. His inner ear, some report of things a-doing, which same report was as often for many days disregarded as of no interest or value. But this did not mean that he missed anything. The steady tramp, tramp of their feet, while it dulled all sounds for the hunter, seemed to have no effect on Skookum. Again the raspy squeal of some far tree reached his inmost brain, and his hair rose as he stopped and gave a low woof. The hunters held still. The wise ones always do when a dog says, "Stop." They waited. After a few minutes it came again, merely the long-drawn creak of a tree bough, wind rubbed on its neighbor. "And yet woof, woof, woof," said Skookum, and ran ahead. "Come back, you little fool," cried Rolf. But Skookum had a mind of his own. He trotted ahead, then stopped, paused, and sniffed at something in the snow. The Indian picked it up. It was the pocket jackscrew that every bear trapper carries to set the powerful trap, and without which, indeed, one man cannot manage the springs. He held it up with ugh. Hogue in trouble now. Clearly their rival trapper had lost this necessary tool. But the finding was an accident. Skookum pushed on. They came along a draw to a little hollow. The dog, far forward, began barking and angrily baying at something. The men hurried to the scene to find on the snow, fast held in one of those devilish engines called a bear trap, the body of their enemy Hogue, the trapper held by a leg and a hand in the gin he himself had been setting. A fierce light played on the Indian's face. Rolf was stricken with horror. But even while they contemplated the body, the faint cry was heard again coming from it. "He's alive! Hurry!" cried Rolf. The Indian did not hurry, but he came. He had vowed vengeance at sight. Why should he haste to help? The implacable iron jaws had clutched the trapper by one knee and the right hand. The first thing was to free him. How? No man has power enough to force that spring. But the jackscrew! Quona, help him! For God's sake, come! Cried Rolf in agony, forgetting their feud and seeing only tortured, dying man. The Indian gazed a moment, then rose quickly and put on the jackscrew. Under his deft fingers, the first spring went down, but what about the other? They had no other screw. The long buckskin line they always carried was quickly lashed round and round the down spring to hold it. Then the screw was removed and put on the other spring. It bent, and the jaws hung loose. The Indian forced them wide open, drew out the mangled limbs. The trapper was free, but so near death. It seemed they were too late. Rolf spread his coat. The Indian made a fire. In 15 minutes they were pouring hot tea between victims' lips. Even as they did, his feeble throat gave out again the long, low moan. The weather was mild now. The prisoner was not actually frozen, but numbed and racked. Heat, hot tea, kindly rubbing, and he revived a little. At first they thought him dying, but in an hour recovered enough to talk. In feeble accents and broken phrases they learned the tale. "Yes, mum, yesterday no. 2 or 3 days back, mum, I don't know. I was a-goin' round me traps, me bear traps. Didn't have no luck. Yes, I'd like another sip. Ye ain't got no whiskey, no? Nothing in any trap, and when I come to this oh, ma, I seen the bait was stole by birds, and the the pan nis. That's better'n the pan laid bare. So I starts to cover it with cedar. The only thing I got was wise. Leaning over to fix t'other side me, foot slipped on the iceber thing, was icy and A more lost me balance me knee, the panel lord, how I suffer. M. It grabbed me knee and hacked it, and his voice died to a whisper and ceased. He seemed sinking. Quanab got up to hold him. Then, looking at Rolf, Indian shook his head as though to say all was over. The poor wretch had a woodman's constitution, and in spite of a mangled, dying body, he revived again. They gave him more hot tea, and again he began in a whisper. I had one arm free and an end. I might ha' got out mish, but I had no wrench. I lost it some place. Me. Then I yelled, I dunno, maybe some un might hear it ken a kinder eased. Me to yell mum. Say make that your dog keep away, will yer? I don't know. It seems like a week must have fainted some mum. I yelled when I could. There was a long pause. Rolf said, Seems to me I heard you last night when we were up there. And dog heard you too. Do you want me to move that leg around? Yeah, that's better say. You air white, ain't you? You won't leave me 'cause I done some mean things. You won't, will ya? No, you needn't worry, we'll stay by ya. Then he muttered. They could not tell what. He closed his eyes. After long silence, he looked around wildly and began again. Say I done you dirt, but don't leave me. Don't leave me. Tears ran down his face, and he moaned piteously. I'll make it right. You're white, ain't ye? Quanah rose and went for more firewood. The trapper whispered, I'm scared of him now. He'll do me say I'm just a poor old man. If I do live through this I'll never walk again. I'm crippled, sure. It was long before he resumed. Then he began, Say, what day is it Friday? I must spend 2 days in there. I reckoned it was a week. When the dog came, I thought it was wolves. Oh, I didn't care much. Say, you won't leave me 'cause I treated ye mean. I ain't had no luck. He went off into a stupor, but presently let out a long, startling cry, the same as that they had heard in the night. The dog growled. The men stared. The wretch's eyes were rolling again. He seemed delirious. Quanah pointed to the east, made the sun up sign, and shook his head at the victim, and Rolf understood it to mean that he would never see the sunrise, but they were wrong. The long night passed in a struggle between Heath and the tough makeup of a mountaineer. The waiting light of dawn saw death defeated, retiring from the scene. As the sun rose high, the victim seemed to gain considerably in strength. There was no immediate danger of an end. Rolf said to Quanab, Where shall we take him? Guess you better go home for the toboggan, and we'll fetch him to the shanty. But the invalid was able to take part in the conversation. Say, don't take me there. Want to go home. 'Pears like I'd be better at home. My folks is out Moose River way. I'd never get out if I went in there. And by there he seemed to mean the Indian's lake, and glanced furtively at the unchanging countenance of the red man. Have you a toboggan at your shanty? Asked Rolf. Yes. Good enough. It's on the roof, say. And he beckoned feebly to Rolf. Let him go after it. Don't leave me. He'll kill me. And he wept feebly in his self-pity. So Quanah started down the mountain, a sinewy man, a striding form, a speck in the melting distance. Chapter 46. Nursing Hogue. In 2 hours the red man reached the trapper's shanty and at once, without hesitation or delicacy, set about a thorough examination of its contents. Of course there was the toboggan on the roof, and in fairly good condition for such a shiftless owner. There were bunches of furs hanging from the rafters, but not many, for fur-taking is hard work, and Quonub, looking suspiciously over them, was not surprised to see the lynx skin he had lost, easily known by the absence of wound and the fur still in points as it had dried from the wetting. In another bundle he discovered the beaver that had killed itself, for there was the dark band across its back. The martens he could not be sure of, but he had a strong suspicion that most of this fur came out of his own traps. He tied Hoeg's blankets on the toboggan and hastened back to where he left. The two on the mountain. Skookum met him long before he was near. Skookum did not enjoy Hoag's company. The cripple had been talking freely to Rolf, but the arrival of the Indians seemed to suppress him. With the wounded man on the toboggan, they set out. The ground was bare in many places, so that the going was hard. But, fortunately, it was all downhill, and 4 hours' toil brought them to the cabin. They put the sick man in his bunk, then Rolf set about preparing a meal, while Quonub cut wood. After the usual tea, bacon, and flour cakes, all were feeling refreshed. Hoag seemed much more like himself. He talked freely, almost cheerfully, while Quonub, with Skookum at his beat, sat silently smoking and staring into the fire. After a long silence, the Indian turned, looked straight at the trapper, and, pointing with his pipe stem to the furs, said, "How many is ours?" Hoag looked scared, then sulky, and said, "I don't know what you mean. I'm a awful sick man. You get me out to Lion's Falls all right, and you can have the whole lot," and he wept. Rolf shook his head at Quonub, then turned to the sufferer and said, "Don't you worry. We'll get you out all right. Have you a good canoe?" "Pretty fair. Needs a little fixing." The night passed with 1 or 2 breaks, when the invalid asked for a drink of water. In the morning he was evidently recovering, and they began to plan for the future. He took the first chance of whispering to Rolf, "Can't you send him away? I'll be all right with you." Rolf said nothing. "Say," he continued, "say, young feller, what's your name?" "Rolf Kiddering." "Say, Rolf, you wait a week or 10 days and the ice'll be out, then I'll be fit to travel. There ain't only a few carries between here and Lion's Falls." After a long pause, due to Quonub's entry, he continued again, "Moose River's good canoeing. Ye can get me out in 5 days. Me folks is at Lion's Falls." He did not say that his folks consisted of a wife and boy that he neglected, but whom he counted on to nurse him now. Rolf was puzzled by the situation. "Say, I'll give ye all them furs if ye get me out." Rolf gave him a curious look as much as to say, "Ye mean our furs." Again the conversation was ended by the entry of Quonab. Rolf stepped out, taking the Indian with him. They had a long talk then. As Rolf re-entered, the sick man began, "You stay by me and get me out." "I'll give ye my rifle then," after a short silence, "and I'll throw in all the traps in the canoe." "I'll stay by you," said Rolf, "and in about 2 weeks we'll take you down to Lion's Falls. I guess you can guide us. Ye can have all them pelts," and again the trapper presented the spoils he had stolen, "and you bet it's your rifle when you get me out." So it was arranged, but it was necessary for Quonab to go back to their own cabin. Now what should he do? carry the new lot of fur there, or bring the old lot here to dispose of all at Lion's Falls. Rolf had been thinking hard. He had seen the evil side of many men, including Ho. To go among Hoag's people with a lot of stuff that Hoag might claim was running risks, so he said, "Quonub, you come back in not more than 10 days. We'll take a few furs to Lion's Falls so we can get supplies. Leave the rest of them in good shape so we can go out later to Warren's. We'll get a square deal there, and we don't know what at Lion's." So they picked out the lynx, the beaver, and a dozen martens to leave, and making the rest into a pack, Quonab shouldered them, and followed by Skookum, trudged up the mountain and was lost to view in the woods. The 10 days went by very slowly. Ho was alternately querulous, weeping, complaining, unpleasantly fawning, or trying to ensure good attention by presenting again and again the furs, the gun, and the canoe. Rolf found it pleasant to get away from the cabin when the weather was fine. One day, taking Hoag's gun, he traveled up the nearest stream for a mile and came on a big beaver pond. Round this he scouted and soon discovered a drowned beaver held in a trap which he recognized at once, for it had the mark on the frame. Then he found an empty trap with a beaver leg in it, and another, till 6 traps were found. Then he gathered up the 6 and the beaver and returned to the cabin to be greeted with a string of complaints. "You didn't ought to leave me like this. I'm paying you well enough. I don't ax no favors, etc. See what I got." And Rolf showed the beaver. N. See what I found. Then he showed the traps. "Queer, ain't it?" he went on. "We had 6 traps just like them, and I marked the face just like these, and they all disappeared, and there was a snowshoe trail pointing this way. You haven't got any crooked neighbors about here, have you?" The trapper looked sulky and puzzled, and grumbled, "I bet it was Bill Hawkins done it," then relapsed into silence. Chapter 47. Homecoming. The coming of springtime in the woods is one of the gentlest, sweetest events in the world. Sometimes there are heavy rains which fill all the little rivers with an overflood that quickly eats away the ice and snow, but usually the woodland streams open slowly and gradually. Very rarely is there a spate, an upheaval, and a cataclysmal sweep that bursts the ice and ends its reign in an hour or two. That is the way of the large rivers, whose ice is free and floating. The snow in the forest melts slowly, and when the ice is attacked, it goes gradually, gently, without uproar. The spring comes in the woods with swelling of buds and a lengthening of drooping catkins, with honking of wild geese and cawing of crows coming up from the lower countries to divide with their larger cousins, the ravens, the spoils of winter's killing. The small birds from the south appear with a few short notes of spring, and the pert cicadas that have braved it all winter now lead to singing with their cheery "I told you so" notes, till robins and blackbirds join in, and with their more ambitious singing make all the lesser roundelays forgot. Once the winter had taken a backward step, spring found it easy to turn retreat into panic and rout, and the 10 days Quonub stayed away were days of revolutionary change. For in them semi-winter gave place to smiling spring, with all the snowdrifts gone, except perhaps in the shadiest hollows of the woods. It was a bright morning, and a happy one for Rolf, when he heard the Indian's short hoe outside, and a minute later had Skookum dancing and leaping about him. On Hoag, the effect was quite different. He was well enough to be up, to hobble about painfully on a stick, to be exceedingly fault-finding, and to eat 3 hearty meals a day, But the moment the Indian appeared, he withdrew into himself and became silent and uneasy. Before an hour passed, he again presented the furs, the gun, the canoe, and the traps to Rolf, on condition that he should get him out to his folks. All three were glad to set out that very day on the outward trip to Lyons Falls. Down Little Moose River to Little Moose Lake and on to South Branch of Moose, then by the main Moose, was their way. The streams were flush, there was plenty of water, and this fortunately reduced the number of carries, for Holg could not walk and would not hobble. They sweat and labored to carry him over every portage, but they covered the 50 miles in 3 days, and on the evening of the 3rd arrived at the little backwoods village of Lyons Falls. The change that took place in Hoag now was marked and unpleasant. He gave a number of orders where, the day before, he would have made whining petitions. He told them to land easy and don't bump my canoe. He hailed the loungers about the mill with an effusiveness that they did not respond to. Their cool, "Hello, Jack, are you back?" was little but a passing recognition. One of them was persuaded to take Rolf's place in carrying Hoag to his cabin. Yes, his folks were there, but they did not seem overjoyed at his arrival. He whispered to the boy, who sullenly went out to the river and returned with the rifle, Rolf's rifle now. The latter supposed, and would have taken the bundle of furs had not Skookum sprung on the robber and driven him away from the canoe. And now Hoag showed his true character. "Dim's my furs and my canoe," he said to one of the mill hands, and turning to the two who had saved him, he said, "And you two dirty, cutthroat, redskin thieves, you can get out of town as fast as ye know how, or I'll have ye jugged," and all the pent-up hate of his hateful nature frothed out in words insulting and unprintable. "Talks like a white man," said Quonub coldly. Rolf was speechless. To toil so devotedly and to have such filthy, humiliating words for thanks. He wondered if even his Uncle Mike would have shown so vile a spirit. Hoag gave free rein to his tongue and found in his pal, Bill Hawkins, one with ready ears to hear his tale of woe. The wretch began to feel himself frightfully ill-used. So, fired at last by the evermore lurid story of his wrongs, the partner brought the magistrate, so they could swear out a warrant, arrest the two outlaws, and especially secure the bundle of Hoag's fares in the canoe. Old Silas Sylvan, the mill owner and pioneer of the place, was also its magistrate. He was tall, thin, black-looking, a sort of Abe Lincoln in type, physically and in some sort mentally. He heard the harrowing tale of terrible crime, robbery, and torture inflicted on poor harmless Hoag by these two ghouls in human shape. He listened, at first shocked, but little by little amused. "You don't get no warrant till I hear from the other side," he said. Rolf and Quonub came at call. The old pioneer sized up the two as they stood, then addressing Rolf, said, "Air you an Injun?" "No, sir." "No, sir." "Air you half-breed?" "No, sir." "Well, let's hear." About this business, and he turned his piercing eyes full on the lad's face. Rolf told the simple, straight story of their acquaintance with Hoag, from the first day at Warren's to their arrival at the falls. There is never any doubt about the truth of a true story, if it be long enough, and this true story, presented in its nakedness to the shrewd and kindly old hunter, trader, mill owner, and magistrate, could have only one effect. "Sonny," he said slowly and kindly, "I know that ye have told me the truth. I believe every word of it. We all know that Hoag is the meanest cuss and biggest liar on the river. He's a nuisance, and always was. He only promised to give ye the canoe and the rifle, and since he don't want to, we can't help it. About the trouble in the woods, you got 2 witnesses to his 1, and you got the furs and the traps. It's just as well you left the other furs behind, or you might have had to divide 'em. So keep them and call the hull thing square. We'll find ye a canoe too. Get out of this gay metropolis, and as to Hogue, ye needn't to worry. His traveling days is done. A man with a bundle of high-class furs is a man of means in any frontier town. The magistrate was trader too, so they set about disposing of their furs and buying the supplies they needed. The day was nearly done before their new canoe was gummed and ready with the new supplies. When dealing, old Sylvain had a mild, quiet manner, and a peculiar way of making funny remarks that led some to imagine he was easy in business. But it was usual to find at the end that he had lost nothing by his manners, and rival traders shunned an encounter with Long Sylvain of the unruffled brow. When business was done keen and complete, he said, "Now, I'm a-goin' to give each of ye a present," and handed out 2 double-bladed jackknives. New things. In those days, wonderful things, precious treasures in their eyes, sources of endless joy. And even had they known that one marten skin would buy a quart of them, their pleasant surprise and childish joy would not have been in any way tempered or alloyed. "Ye better eat with me, boys, and start in the morning." So they joined the miller's long continuous family and shared his evening meal. Afterward, as they sat for 3 hours and smoked on the broad porch that looked out on the river, old Sylvain, who had evidently taken a fancy to Rolf, regaled them with a long, rambling talk on fellers and things. That was one of the most interesting Rolf had ever listened to. At the time it was simply amusing. It was not till years after that the lad realized by its effect on himself, its insight and its hold on his memory, that C. Sylvain's talk was real wisdom. Parts of it would not look well in print, but the rugged words, the uncouth Saxonism, the obscene phrase, were the mere oaken bucket in which the pure and precious waters were hauled to this Minlicary. Surface. Looked like he had you pinched when that shyster got you in to Lyons Falls. Wall. There's 2 bad places for Jack Hogue. One is where they don't know him at all and take him on his looks, and t'other is where they know him through and through for 20 years, like we have. A smart rogue kin put up a false front for a year or maybe 2, but given 20 year to try him for and by summer and winter, and I reckon a man's make is pretty well showed up, without no dark corners left unexplored. Not that I want to jedge him harsh, 'cause I don't know what kind of maggots is eatin' his innards to make him so ornery. I'm bound to suppose he has 'em, or he wouldn't act so dumb like it. So I says, go slow and gentle before puttin' a black brand on any feller. As my mother used to say, never say a bad thing till you ask, is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? And I tell you, the older I get, the slower I jedge. When I was your age, I was a steel trap on a hair trigger. And cocksure, I tell you, there ain't anything wiser nor a 16-year-old boy, 'cept maybe a 15-year-old girl. You'll generally find, lad, just when things looks about as black as they can look, that's the sign of luck, a-comin' your way, providin' ye hold steady, keep cool and kind. Something happens every time to make it all easy. There's always a way, and the stout heart will find it. Ye may be very sure o' this, boy, who tar never lick till you think ye air, and if you won't think it, ye can't be licked. It's just the same as being sick. I seen a lot of doctorin' in my day, and I'm forced to believe there ain't any sick folks 'cept them that thinks they air sick. The older I get, the more I'm bound to consider that most things is inside anyhow, and what's outside don't count for much. So it stands to reason, when ye play the game for what's inside, ye win over all the outside players. When ye done kindness to Hogg, ye mightn't 'a meant it, but ye was bracin' up the goodness in yourself, or bankin' it up somewhere on the trail ahead, where it was needed. And he was simply showin' his own leg off when he done ye dirt. I ain't much a prattlin' Christian, but I reckon as a cold-blooded business proposition it pays to lend the neighbor a hand, not that I go much on gratitude. It scarce snowballs in hell, which ain't the point, but I take notice there ain't any man'll hate you more'n the feller that knows he's acted mean to ye, and there ain't any feller more ready to fight your battles than the chap that by some dumb accident has had the luck to help ye, even if he only done it to spite someone else, which minds me o' McCarthy's bullpup that saved the drowning kittens by mistake, and ever after was a fightin' Kate and Cotting by mistake, and ever with the one escape and the continent principle. And the way they cured the cattle-eatin' squirrels was giving her a literal squirrels to raise. I tell ye there's a lot of common sense and kindness in the country, only it's so dumb slow to get around, while the cussedness and meanness always acts like they felt the hellfire sizzling their hind end whiskers and knowed they had just so many minutes to live and make a record. There's where a man's smart that fixes things so he can hold out a long time, for the good stuff in men's minds is what lasts, and the feller what can stay with it has proved hisself by stayin'. How'd ye happen to tie up with the Injun, Rolf? Do ye want me to tell it long or short, was the reply. Wall short for a start, and Silas Sylvan chuckled. So Rolf gave a very brief account of his early life. Pretty good, said the miller. Now let's hear it long. And when he had finished, the miller said, I've seen ye tried furmost. Everything that goes to make a man, Rolf, and I have my own notion of the results. You ain't gone to live forever in them hills. When you've had your fling and want a change, let me know. Early next day, the two hunters paddled up the Moose River with a good canoe, an outfit of groceries, and a small supply of ready cash. Goodbye, lad, goodbye. Come back again and you'll find we improve on acquaintance. And don't forget I'm buying fur, was C. Sylvan's last word. And as they rounded the point, on the home way, Rolf turned in the canoe, faced Quonen, and said, You see there are some good white men left, but the Indian neither blinked, nor moved, nor made a sound. Chapter 48. Rolf's Lesson in Trailing. The return journey was hard paddling against strong waters, but otherwise uneventful. Once over, any trail is enough to fix it in the memory of a woodman. They made no mistakes and their loads were light, so the portages were scarcely any loss of time, and in 2 days they were back at Howak's cabin. Of this they took possession. First, they gathered all things of value, and that was little since the furs and bedding were gone. But there were a few traps and some dishes. The stuff was made in 2 packs. Now it was an overland journey, so the canoe was hidden in a cedar thicket, a quarter of a mile inland. The two were about to shoulder the packs. Quoneb was lighting his pipe for a start when Rolf said, Say, Quoneb, that fellow we saw at the falls claimed to be Howag's partner. He may come on here and make trouble if we don't head him off. Let's burn her, and he nodded toward the shanty. Was the reply. They gathered some dry brush and a lot of birch bark, piled them up against the wall inside, and threw plenty of firewood on this. With flint and steel, Quonad made the vital spark. The birch bark sputtered, the dry resinous logs were easily set ablaze, and soon great volumes of smoke rolled from the door, the window, and the chimney. And Skookum, standing afar, barked pleasantly aloud. The hunters shouldered their packs and began the long upward slope. In an hour they had reached a high rocky ridge. Here they stopped to rest, and far below them, marked with grim joy, a twisted, leaning column of thick black smoke. That night they camped in the woods, and next day rejoiced to be back again at their own cabin, their own lake, their home. several times during the march they had seen fresh deer tracks, and now that the need of meat was felt, Rolf proposed a deer hunt. Many deer die every winter. Some are winter killed. Many are devoured by beasts of prey or killed by hunters. Their numbers are at low ebb in April, so that now one could not count on finding a deer by roaming at random. It was a case for trailing. Anyone can track a deer in the snow. It is not very hard to follow a deer in soft ground when there are no other deer about. But it is very hard to take one deer trail and follow it over rocky ground and dead leaves, never losing it or changing off, when there are hundreds of deer tracks running in all directions. Rolf's eyes were better than Quolnob's, but experience counts for as much as eyes, and Quolnob was leading. They picked out a big buck track that was fresh. No good hunter kills a doe at this season. They knew it for a buck because of its size and the roundness of the toes. Before long, Rolf said, "See, Quolnob, I want to learn this business. Let me do the trailing, and you set me right if I get off the line." Within 100 yards, Quolnob gave a grunt and shook his head. Rolf looked surprised, for he was on a good fresh track. Quolnob said but one word, "Joe." Yes, a closer view showed the tracks to be a little narrower, a little closer together, and a little sharper than those he began with. Back went Rolf to the last marks that he was sure of, and plainly read where the buck had turned aside. For a time things went along smoothly, Quolnob and Skookum following Rolf. The last was getting very familiar with that stub hoof on the left foot. At length they came to the fumette, or sign. It was all in one. Pile. That meant the deer had stood, so was unalarmed and warm. That meant but a few minutes ahead. Now they must use every precaution, for this was the crux of the hunt. Of this much only they were sure: the deer was within range now, and to get him they must see him before he saw them. Skookum was leashed. Rolf was allowed to get well ahead, and crawling cautiously, a step at a time, he went, setting down his moccasined foot only after he had tried and selected a place. Once or twice he threw into the air a tuft of dry grass to make sure that the wind was right, and by slow degrees he reached the edge of a little opening. Across this he peered long without entering it. Then he made a sweep with his hand and pointed to let Quolnob know the buck had gone across, and he himself must go around. But he lingered still, and with his eyes swept the near woods. Then, dim gray among the gray twigs, he saw a slight movement, so slight it might have been made by the tail of a tomtit, but it fixed his attention, and out of this gray haze he slowly made out the outline of a deer's head, antlers, and neck. 100 yards away, but take a chance when it comes, is hunter wisdom. Rolf glanced at the sight, took steady aim, fired, and down went the buck behind a log. Skookum whined and leaped high in his eagerness to see. Rolf restrained his impatience to rush forward, at once reloaded, then all three went quickly to the place. Before they were within 50 yards, the deer leaped up and bounded off. At 75 yards, it stood for a moment to gaze. Rolf fired again. Again, the buck fell down, but jumped to its feet and bounded away. They went to the two places, but found no blood. Utterly puzzled, they gave it up for the day, as already the shades of night were on the woods, and in spite of Skookum's voluble offer to solve and settle everything, they returned to the cabin. "What do you make of it, Quolnob?" The Indian shook his head, then maybe touched his head and stunned him. First shot, second, why, I not know. "I know this," said Rolf. "I touched him, and I mean to get him in the morning. True to this resolve, he was there again at dawn, but examined the place in vain for a sign of blood. The red rarely shows up much on leaves, grass, or dust, but there are two kinds of places that the hunter can rely on as telltale stones and logs. Rolf followed the deer track, now very dim, till at a bare place he found a speck of blood on a pebble. Here the trail joined onto a deer path with so many tracks that it was hard to say which was the right one. But Rolf passed quickly along to a log that crossed the runway, and on that log he found a drop of dried-up blood that told him what he wished to know. Now he had a straight run of 1/4 of a mile, and from time to time he saw a peculiar scratching mark that puzzled him. Once he found a speck of blood at one of these scratches, but no other evidence that the buck was touched. A wounded deer is pretty sure to work downhill, and Quonub, leaving Skookum with Rolf, climbed a lookout that might show whither the deer was heading. After another half-mile, the deer path forked. There were buck trails on both, and Rolf could not pick out the one he wanted. He went a few yards along each, studying the many marks, but was unable to tell which was that of the wounded buck. Now Skookum took a share in it. He had always been forbidden to run deer and knew it was a contraband amusement, but he put his nose to that branch of the trail that ran downhill, followed it for a few yards, then looked at Rolf. As much. As to say, "You poor nose-blind creature, don't you know a fresh deer track when you smell it? Here it is, this is where he went." Rolf stared, then said, "I believe he means it," and followed the lower trail. Very soon he came to another scrape, and just beyond it found the new velvet-covered antler of a buck, raw and bloody and splintered at the base. From this on, the task was easier, as there were no other tracks, and this was pointing steadily downhill. Soon Quonub came striding along. He had not seen the buck, but a couple of jays and a raven were gathered in a thicket far down by the stream. The hunters quit the trail and made for that place. As they drew near, they found the track again and again saw those curious scrapes. Every hunter knows that the blue jay dashing about a thicket means that hidden. There is game of some kind, probably deer. Very, very slowly and silently they entered that copse. But nothing appeared until there was a rush in the thickest part, and up leaped the buck. This was too much for Skookum. He shot forward like a wolf, fastened on one hind leg, and the buck went crashing head over heels. Before it could rise, another shot ended its troubles. And now a careful study shed the light desired. Rolf's first shot had hit the antler near the base, breaking it except for the skin on one side, and had stunned the buck. The second shot had broken a hind leg. The scratching places he had made were efforts to regain the use of this limb, and at one of them the deer had fallen and parted the rag of skin by which the antler hung. It was Rolf's first important trailing on the ground. It showed how possible it was, and how quickly he was learning the hardest of all the feats of woodcraft. Chapter 49. Rolf Gets Lost. Everyone who lives in the big woods gets lost at some time. Yes, even Daniel Boone did sometimes go astray. And whether it is to end as a joke or a horrible tragedy depends entirely on the way in which the person takes it. This is indeed the grand test of a hunter and scout, the trial of his knowledge, his muscle, and, above everything, his courage. And, like all supreme trials, it comes without warning. The wonderful flocks of wild pigeons had arrived. For a few days in May they were there in millions, swarming over the ground in long, reaching hordes, walking along, pecking and feeding, the rearmost flying on ahead, ever to the front. The food they sought so eagerly now was chiefly the seeds of the slippery elm, tiny nuts showered down on wings like broad-brimmed hats. And when the flock arose at some alarm, the sound was like that of the sea beach in a storm. There seemed to be most pigeons in the low country southeast of the lake, of course, because, being low, it had most elms. So Rolf took his bow and arrows, crossed in the canoe, and confidently set about gathering in a dozen or two for broilers. It is amazing how well the game seems to gauge the range of your weapon and keep the exact safe distance. It is marvelous how many times you may shoot an arrow into a flock of pigeons and never kill one. Rolf went on and on, always in sight of the long straggling flocks on the ground or in the air, but rarely within range of them. Again and again he fired a random shot into the distant mass without success for 2 hours. Finally a pigeon was touched and dropped, but it rose as he ran forward and flew 10 yards to drop once more. Again he rushed at it, but it fluttered out of reach, and so led him on and on for about half an hour's breathless race, until at last he stopped, took deliberate aim, and killed it with an arrow. Now a peculiar wailing and squealing from the woods far ahead attracted him. He stalked and crawled for many minutes before he found out, as he should have known, that it was caused by a mischievous blue jay. At length he came to a spring in a low hollow, and leaving his bow and arrows on a dry log, he went down to get a drink. As he arose, he found himself face to face with a doe and a fat little yearling buck, only 20 yards away. They stared at him, quite unalarmed, and determining to add the yearling to his bag, Rolf went back quietly to his bow and arrows. The deer were just out of range now, but inclined to take a curious interest in the hunter. Once when he stood still for a long time, they walked forward 2 or 3 steps, but whenever he advanced, they trotted farther away. To kill a deer with an arrow is quite a feat of woodcraft, and Rolf was keen to show his prowess, so he kept on with varying devices and was continually within sight of the success that did not actually arrive. Then the deer grew wilder and loped away as he entered another valley that was alive with pigeons. He was feeling hungry now, so he plucked the pigeon he had secured, made a fire with the flint and steel he always carried, then roasted the bird carefully on a stick, and having eaten it, felt ready for more travel. The day was cloudy, so he could not see the sun, but he knew it was late, and he made for camp. The country he found himself in was entirely strange to him, and the sun's whereabouts doubtful, but he knew the general line of travel and strode along rapidly toward the place where he had left the canoe. After 2 hours tramping, he was surprised at not seeing the lake through the trees, and he added to his pace. 3 hours passed, and still no sign of the water. He began to think he had struck too far to the north, so corrected his course and strode along with occasional spells of trotting. But another hour wore away, and no lake appeared. Then Rolf knew he was off his bearings. He climbed a tree and got a partial view of the country. To the right was a small hill. He made for that. The course led him through a hollow. In this he recognized 2 huge basswood trees that gave him a reassuring sense. A little farther he came on a spring, strangely like the one he had left some hours ago. As he stooped to drink, he saw deer tracks, then a human track. He studied it. Assuredly it was his own track, though now it seemed on the south side instead of the north. He stared at the dead gray sky, hoping for sign of sun, but it gave no hint. He tramped off hastily toward the hill that promised a lookout. He went faster and faster. In half an hour the woods opened a little, then dipped. He hastened down, and at the bottom found himself standing by the same old spring, though again it had changed its north bearing. He was stunned by this succession of blows. He knew now he was lost in the woods, had been tramping in a circle. The spring whirled around him. It seemed now north and now south. His first impulse was to rush madly northwesterly as he understood it. He looked at all the trees for guidance. Most moss should be on the north side. It would be so, if all trees were perfectly straight and evenly exposed. But alas, none are so. All lean one way or another, and by the moss he could prove any given side to be north. He looked for the hemlock-top twigs. Tradition says they always point easterly, but now they differed among themselves as to which was east. Rolf got more and more worried. He was a brave boy, but grim fear came into his mind as he realized that he was too far from camp to be heard. The ground was too leafy for trailing him. Without help, he could not get away from that awful spring. His head began to swim when all at once he remembered a bit of advice his guide had given him long ago. Don't get scared when you're lost. Hunger don't kill the lost man, and it ain't cold that does it. It's being afraid. Don't be afraid, and everything will come out all right. So, instead of running, Rolf sat down to think it over. Now, said he, I went due southeast all day from the canoe. Then he stopped. Like a shock it came to him that he had not seen the sun all day. Had he really gone southeast? It was a devastating thought, enough to unhinge some men, but again, Rolf said to himself, never mind now, don't get scared and it'll be all right. In the morning the sky will be clear. As he sat pondering, a red squirrel chippered and scolded from a near tree. Closer and closer the impudent creature came to sputter at the intruder. Rolf drew his bow, and when the blunt arrow dropped to the ground, there also dropped the red squirrel, turned into acceptable meat. Rolf put this small game into his pocket, realizing that this was his supper. It would soon be dark now, so he prepared to spend the night. While yet he could see, he gathered a pile of dry wood into a sheltered hollow. Then he made a windbreak and a bed of balsam boughs. Flint, steel, tinder, and birch bark soon created a cheerful fire, and there is no better comforter that the lone lost man can command. The squirrel roasted in its hide proved a passable supper, and Rolf curled up to sleep. The night would have been pleasant and uneventful, but that it turned chilly, and when the fire burnt low, the cold awakened him, so he had a succession of naps and fire buildings. Soon after dawn, he heard a tremendous roaring, and in a few minutes the wood was filled again with pigeons. Rolf was living on the country now, so he sallied forth with his bow. Luck was with him. At the first shot he downed a big fat cock. At the second he weaned another, and as it scrambled through the brush, he rushed headlong in pursuit. It fluttered away beyond reach, half flying, half running, and Rolf, in reckless pursuit, went sliding and tumbling down a bank to land at the bottom with a horrid jar. One leg was twisted under him. He thought it was broken, for there was a fearful pain in the lower part. But when he pulled himself together, he found no broken bones, indeed, but an ankle badly sprained. Now his situation was truly grave, for he was crippled and incapable of traveling. He had secured the second bird, and crawling painfully and slowly back to the fire, he could not but feel more and more despondent and gloomy as the measure of his misfortune was realized. There is only one thing that can shame a man, that is, to be afraid. And again, there's always a way out. These were the sayings that came ringing through his head to his heart. One was from Quonop, the other from old Sylvan. Yes, there's always a way, and the stout heart can always find it. Rolf prepared and cooked the two birds, made a breakfast of one, and put the other in his pocket for lunch, not realizing at the time that his lunch would be eaten on the same spot. More than once, as he sat, small flocks of ducks flew over the trees due northward. At length the sky, now clear, was ablaze with the rising sun, and when it came, it was in Rolf's western sky. Now he comprehended the duck flight. They were really heading southeast for their feeding grounds on the Indian Lake, and Rolf, had he been able to tramp, could have followed, but his foot was growing worse. It was badly swollen and not likely to be of service for many a day, perhaps weeks, and it took all of his fortitude not to lie down and weep over this last misfortune. Again came the figure of that grim, kindly, strong old pioneer, with the gray-blue eyes, and his voice was saying, just when things looks about as black as they can look, if you hold steady, keep cool and kind, something sure happens to make it all easy. There's always a way, and the stout heart will find it. What way was there for him? He would die of hunger and cold before Quonub could find him, and again came the specter of fear. If only he could devise some way of letting his comrade know. He shouted once or twice in the faint hope that the still air might carry the sound, but the silent wood was silent when he ceased. Then one of his talks with Quonub came to mind. He remembered how the Indian, as a little papoose, had been lost for 3 days. Though then but 10 years old, he had built a smoke fire that brought him help. Yes, that was the Indian way. 2 smokes means I am lost. Double for trouble. Fired by this new hope, Rolf crawled a little apart from his camp and built a bright fire, then smothered it with rotten wood and green leaves. The column of smoke it sent up was densely white and towered above the trees. Then painfully he hobbled and crawled to a place 100 yards away and made another smoke. Now all he could do was wait. A fat pigeon, strayed from its dock, sat on a bough above his camp, in a way to tempt Providence. Rolf drew a blunt arrow to the head and speedily had the pigeon in hand for some future meal. As he prepared it, he noticed that its crop was crammed with the winged seed of the slippery elm, so he put them all back again into the body when it was cleaned, knowing well that they are a delicious food and in this case would furnish a welcome variant to the bird itself. An hour crawled by. Rolf had to go out to the far fire, for it was nearly dead. Instinctively he sought a stout stick to help him, then remembered how Hoag had managed with 1 leg and 2 crutches. "Ho!" he exclaimed. "That is the answer, this is the way." Now his attention was fixed on all the possible crutches. The trees seemed full of them, but all at impossible heights. It was long before he found one that he could cut with his knife. Certainly he was an hour working at it. Then he heard a sound that made his blood jump. From far away in the north it came, faint but reaching, yoo-hoo-oh. Rolf dropped his knife and listened with the instinctively open mouth that takes all pressure from the eardrums and makes them keen. It came again, yoo-hoo-oh. No mistake now, and Rolf sent the ringing answer back, yoo-hoo-oh, yoo-hoo-oh. In 10 minutes, there was a sharp yap, yap, and Skookum bounded out of the woods to leap and bark around Rolf as though he knew all about it, while a few minutes later came Quonub striding. "Ho, boy," he said with a quiet smile, and took Rolf's hand. "Ugh, that was." "Good," and he nodded to the smoke fire. "I knew you were in trouble." "Yes," and Rolf pointed to the swollen ankle. The Indian picked up the lad in his arms and carried him back to the little camp. Then, from his light pack, he took bread and tea and made a meal for both, and, as they ate, each heard the other's tale. I was troubled when you did not come back last night, for you had no food or blanket. I did not sleep. At dawn I went to the hill where I pray, and looked away southeast where you went in the canoe. I saw nothing. Then I went to a higher hill, where I could see the northeast, and even while I watched, I saw the two smokes, so I knew my son was alive. You mean to tell me I am northeast of camp? About 4 miles. I did not come very quickly because I had to go for the canoe and travel here. How do you mean by canoe? Said Rolf in surprise. You are only half a mile from Jesup River, was the reply. I soon bring you home. It was incredible at first, but easy of proof. With the hatchet they made a couple of serviceable crutches and set out together. In 20 minutes they were afloat in the canoe. In an hour they were safely home again. And Rolf pondered it not a little. At the very moment of blackest despair, the way had opened, and it had been so simple, so natural, so effectual. Surely, as long as he lived, he would remember it. There is always a way, and the stout heart will find it. Chapter 50. Marketing the Fur. If Rolf had been at home with his mother, she would have rubbed his black and swollen ankle with goose grease. The medical man at Stamford would have rubbed it with a carefully prepared and secret ointment. His Indian friend sang a little crooning song and rubbed it with deer's fat. All different and all good, because each did something to reassure the patient, to prove that big things were doing on his behalf, and each helped the process of nature by frequent massage. 3 times a day, Quanah rubbed that blackened ankle. The grease saved the skin from injury, and in a week Rolf had thrown his crutches away. The month of May was nearly gone. June was at hand, that is, the spring was over. In all ages, man has had the impulse, if not the habit, of spring migration. Yielding to it, he either migrated or made some radical change in his life. Most of the Adirondack men who trapped in the winter sought work on the log drives in spring. Some who had families and a permanent home set about planting potatoes and plying the fish nets. Rolf and Quonab, having neither way open, yet feeling the impulse, decided to go out to Warren's with the fur. Quonab wanted tobacco and a change. Rolf wanted a rifle, and to see the Van Trumpers, and to change. So June 1st saw them all aboard, with Quonab steering at the stern, and Skookum bow-wowing at the bow, bound for the great center of Warren's settlement, 1 store and 3 houses, very wide apart. There was a noble flush of water in the streams, and, thanks to their axe work in September, they passed down Jesup's River without a pause, and camped on the Hudson that night, fully 25 miles from home. Long stringing flocks of pigeons going north were the most numerous forms of life. But a porcupine on the bank and a bear in the water aroused Skookum to a pitch of frightful enthusiasm and vaulting ambition that he was forced to restrain. On the evening of the 3rd day they landed at Warren's and found a hearty welcome from the trader, who left a group of loafers and came forward. "Good day to ye, boy. My, how you have growed." So he had. Neither Rolf nor Quonab had remarked it, but now they were much of the same height. "Wall, and how'd you make out with your hunt?" That's fine," as each of them dropped a fur pack on the counter. "Wall, this is fine. We must have a drink on the head of it," and the trader was somewhat nonplussed when both the trappers refused. He was disappointed, too, for that refusal meant that they would get much better prices for their fun. But he concealed his chagrin and rattled on. "I reckon I'll sell you the finest rifle in the country this time, and—" He knew by Rolf's face that there was business to do in that line. Now came the listing of the fur, and naturally the bargaining was between the shrewd Yankee boy and the trader. The Indian stood shyly aside, but he did not fail to help with significant grunts and glances. "There now," said Warren, as the row of martens were laid out side by side. 30 martens elitely pale, worth $3.50 each, or, to be generous, we'll say $4. Rolf glanced at Quanab, who, unseen by the trader, shook his head, held his right hand out, open hollow up, then raised it with a jerk for 2 inches. Quickly Rolf caught the idea and said, "No, I don't reckon them pale. I call them prime dark, every one of them." Kornoff spread his hand with all 5 fingers pointed up, and Rolf continued, "They are worth $5 each, if they're worth a copper." "Phew," said the trader. "You forget fur is an awful risky thing. What with mildew, moth, mice, and markets, we have a lot of risk. But I want to please you, so let her go. 5 each. There's a fine black fox that's worth $40. "I should think it is," said Rolf, as Quanab, by throwing to his right an imaginary pinch of sand, made the sign "Refuse." They had talked over the value of that fox skin, and Rolf said, "Why, I know of a black fox that sold for $200. "Where?" "Oh, down at Stamford." "Why, that's near New York." "Of course. Don't you send your fur to New York?" "Yes, but it costs a lot to get it there." "Now," said Warren, "if you'll take it in trade, I'll meet you halfway and call it $100. Make it $125, and I'll take a rifle anyway." "Phew," whistled the trader. "Where do you get such notions?" "Nothing wrong about the notion. Old Cecil Vaughan offered me pretty near that if I'd come out his way with the stuff." This had the desired effect of showing that there were other traders. At last the deal was closed. Besides the foxskin, they had $300 worth of fur. The exchange for the foxskin was enough to buy all the groceries and dry goods they needed. But Rolf had something else in mind. He had picked out some packages of candies, some calico prints, and certain bright ribbons when the trader grasped the idea. "I see, you're goin' visitin'. Who is it?" "Must be the Van Trompers." Rolf nodded, and now he got some very intelligent guidance. He did not buy Annette's dress because part of her joy was to be the expedition in person to pick it out, but he stocked up with some gorgeous pieces of jewelry that were 10 cents each, and ribbons whose colors were as far beyond expression as were the joys they could create in the backwoods female heart. Proudly clutching his new ryle, and carrying in his wallet a memorandum of $300 for their joint credit, Rolf felt himself a person of no little importance. As he was stepping out of the store, the trader said, "You didn't run across Jack Ho again, did ye?" "Did we?" And Rolf told briefly of their experience with that creature. Just like him. Just like him. Served him right. He was a dirty cuss. But say, don't you be led into taking your fur out Lyons Falls way. They're a mean lot in there, and it stands to reason I can give you better prices, being 100 miles nearer New York. And that lesson was not forgotten. The nearer New York, the better the price. $75 at Lyons Falls, $125 at Warren's, $200 at New York. Rolf pondered long, and the idea was one which grew and bore fruit. Chapter 51. Back at Dan Trumper's. "I think we better leave all here. Callan will lend us a canoe." So they shouldered the guns. Rolf clung to his, and tramped across the portage, reaching Callan's in less than 2 hours. "Why, certainly you could have the canoe, but come in and eat first," was the kindly backwoods greeting. However, Rolf was keen to push on. They launched the canoe at once and speedily were flashing their paddles on the lake. The place looked sweetly familiar as they drew near. The crops in the fields were fair, the crop of chickens at the barn was good, and the crop of children about the door was excellent. Mein Himmel, shouted fat old Hendrik as they walked up to the stable door. In a minute he was wringing their hands and smiling into great red, white, and blue smiles. Come in, lad. Hi, Marta, here be Rolf and Quanop. Mein Himmel, what am I now so happy? Where's Annette? asked Rolf. Ack, poor Annette, she fever have a little, not mooch some, and he led over to a corner, where on a low cot lay Annette, thin, pale, and listless. She smiled faintly in response when Rolf stooped and kissed her. Why, Annette, I came back to see you. I want to take you over to Warren's store so you can pick out that dress. See, I brought you my first marten and I made this box for you. You must thank Skookum for the quills on it. Poor Chile, she been sick all spring, and Marta used the bunch of sedge to drive away the flies and mosquitoes that, bass and treble, hovered around the child. What ails her? asked Rolf anxiously. Dat we do not know, was the reply. Maybe there's someone here can tell, and Roll glanced at the Indian. Ach, sure. Have I you that? Not always told lays eat is so. Always, I want somepin bad mooch. I praise de good Lord, and always, 2 times now, he had sinned by next boat. Ike, how I am spoil. And the good Dutchman's eyes filled with tears of thankfulness. Quanib knelt by the sufferer. He felt her hot, dry hand. He noticed her short, quick breathing, her bright eyes, and the untouched bowl of mush by her bed. Swamp fever, he said. I bring good medicine. He passed quietly out into the woods. When he returned, he carried a bundle of snake root which he made into tea. Annette did not wish to touch it, but her mother persuaded her to take a few sips from a cup held by Rolf. Wah, this not good, and Quanab glanced about the close, fly-infested room. I must make lodge. He turned up the cover of the bedding. 3 or 4 large, fiat-brown things moved slowly out of the light. Yes, I make lodge. It was night now, and all retired. The newcomers to the barn. They had scarcely entered when a screaming of poultry gave a familiar turn to affairs. On running to the spot, it proved not a mink or coon, but Skookum, up to his old tricks. On the appearance of his masters, he fled with guilty haste, crouched beneath the post that he used to be, and soon again was, chained to. In the morning Quanip set about his lodge, and Rolf said, I've got to go to Warren's for sugar. The sugar was part truth and part blind. As soon as he heard the name Swamp Beaver, Rolf remembered that in Reading, Jesuit's bark, known later as quinine, was the sovereign remedy. He had seen his mother administer it many times, and, so far as he knew, with uniform success. Every frontier or backwoods, it's the same trader carries a stock of medicine, and in 2 hours Rolf left Warren's counter with 25 pounds of maple sugar and a bottle of quinine extract in his pack. You say she's bothered with the flies. Why don't you take some of this new stuff for a curtain? And the trader held up a web of mosquito gauze, the first Rolf had seen. That surely was a good idea, and 10 yards snipped off was a most interesting addition to his pack. The amount was charged against him, and in 2 hours more he was back at Van Trumper's. On the cool side of the house, Quanip had built a little lodge, using a sheet for cover. On a low bed of pine boughs lay the child. Near the door was a smoldering fire of cedar, whose aromatic fumes on the lazy wind reached every cranny of the lodge. sitting by the bedhead with a chicken wing to keep off the few mosquitoes. Was the Indian. The child's eyes were closed. She was sleeping peacefully. Rolf crept gently forward, laid his hand on hers. It was cool and moist. He went into the house with his purchases. The mother greeted him with a happy look. Yes, Annette was a little better. She had slept quietly ever since she was taken outdoors. The mother could not understand. Why should the Indian want to have her surrounded by pine boughs? Why cedar smoke, and why that queer song? Yes, there it was again. Rolf went out to see and hear. Softly summing on a tin pan with a mudded stick, the Indian sang a song. The words which Rolf learned in the after time were, "Come, Calliskop, drive the witches, those who came to harm the dear one." Annette moved not, but softly breathed, as she slept a sweet, restful slumber, the first for many days. "Wouldn't she be better in the house?" whispered the anxious mother. No, let Quonub do his own way. And Rolf wondered if any white man had sat by little wee wees to brush away the flies from his last bed. Chapter 52. Annette's New Dress. "Quonub, I am going out to get her a partridge." Good." So Rolf went off. For a moment he was inclined to grant Skookum's prayer for leave to follow, but another and better plan came in mind. Skookum would most likely find a mother partridge which none should kill in June, and there was a simple way to find a cock. That was, listen. It was now the evening calm, and before Rolf had gone half a mile, he heard the distant thump, 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 whir of a partridge drumming. He went quickly and cautiously toward the place, then waited for the next drumming. It was slow in coming, so he knelt down by a mossy, rotten log and struck it with his hands to imitate the thump and roll of the partridge. At once this challenge procured response. Thump, 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 per-rat. Thump, frrrr it came, with martial swing and fervor, and crawling nearer, Rolf spied the drummer, pompously strutting up and down a log some 40 yards away. He took steady aim, not for the head. Strange gun, at 40 yards for the body. At the crack, the bird fell dead, and in Rolf's heart there swelled up a little gush of joy, which he believed was all for the sake of the invalid, but which a finer analysis might have proved to be due quite as much to pride in himself and his newly bought gun. Night was coming on when he got back, and he found the Dutch parents in some excitement. "Dat Indian he, no, bring Annette indoors for de night. How she sleep outdoors, like dog, like bigger, like tramp." "Yeah, it is bad, ain't it?" And poor old Hendrik looked sadly upset and mystified. "Hendrik, do you suppose God turns out worse air in the night than in the day?" "Ack, dunno." "Well, you see Quonub knows what he's doing." "Yeah, well, let him do it. He or I'll sleep alongside the child shall be all right." And Rolf thought of those horrible brown crawlers under the bedding indoors. Rolf had much confidence in the Indian as a doctor, but he had more in his own mother. He was determined to give Annette the quinine, yet he hesitated to interfere. At length he said, "It is cool enough now. I will put these thin curtains round her bed." Good." But the red man sat there while it was being done. "You need not stay now. I'll watch her, Quonub." "Soon, give more medicine," was the reply that Rolf did not want. So he changed his ruse. "I wish you'd take that partridge and make soup of it. I've had my hands in poison ivy, so I dare not touch it." "Ack, shall I do? Dat can myself do." And the fat mother, laying the recent baby in its cradle, made cumbrous haste to cook the bird. Foiled again, was Rolf's thought, but his Yankee wit was with him. He laid one hand on the bowl of snake-root tea. It was lukewarm. "Do you give it hot or cold, Quonum?" "Hot." "I'll take it in and heat it." He carried it off, thinking, "If Quonab won't let me give the bark extract, I'll make him give it." In the gloom of the kitchen he had no difficulty in adding to the tea, quite unseen, a quarter of the extract. When heated, he brought it again, and the Indian himself gave the dose. As bedtime drew near, and she heard the red man say he would sleep there, the little one said feebly, "Mother, mother," then whispered in her mother's ear, "I." "Want Rolf." Rolf spread his blanket by the cot and slept lightly. Once or twice he rose to look at Annette. She was moving in her sleep, but did not awake. He saw to it that the mosquito bar was in place and slept till morning. There was no question that the child was better. The renewed interest in food was the first good symptom, and the partridge served the end of its creation. The snakershoot and the quinine did noble work, and thenceforth her recovery was rapid. It was natural for her mother to wish the child back indoors. It was a matter of course that she should go. It was accepted as an unavoidable evil that they should always have those brown crawlers about the bed. But Rolf felt differently. He knew what his mother would have thought and done. It meant another visit to Warren's, and the remedy he brought was a strong-smelling oil called in those days rock oil, a crude petroleum. When all cracks in the bed and near wall were treated with this, it greatly mitigated, if it did not quite end, the nuisance of the plague that walks in the dark. Meanwhile, Quanap had made good his welcome by working on the farm, but when a week had flown, he showed signs of restlessness. "We have enough money, Nibawaka. Why do we stay?" Rolf was hauling a bucket of water from the well at the time. He stopped with his burden on the well sweep, gazed into the well, and said slowly, "I don't know." If the truth were set forth, it would be that this was the only home circle he knew. It was the clan feeling that held him, and soon it was clearly the same reason that was driving Quanab to Rome. "I have heard," said the Indian, "that my people still dwell in Canada, beyond Rouse's Point. I would see them. I will come again in the Red Moon August." So they hired a small canoe, and one bright morning, with Skookum in the bow, Quona paddled away on his voyage of 120 miles on the plead waters of Lakes George and Champlain. His canoe became a dark spot on the water. Slowly it faded till only the flashing paddle was seen, and that was lost around a headland. The next day Rolf was sorry he let Quona go alone, for it was evident that Van Trumper needed no help for a month yet. That is, he could not afford to hire, and while it was well enough for Rolf to stay a few days and work to equalize his board, the arrangement would not long continue satisfactory to both. Yet there was one thing he must do before leaving: take Annette to pick out her dress. She was well again now, and they set off one morning in the canoe, she and Rolf. Neither father nor mother could leave the house. They had their misgivings, but what could they do? She was bright and happy, full of the childish joy that belongs to that age, and engaged on such an important errand. For the first time in her life, there was something more than childish joy showing in her face. An older person would have seen that, but it was largely lost on Rolf. There was a tendency to blush when she laughed, a disposition to tease her big brother, to tyrannize over him in little things. "Now you tell me some more about Robinson Crusoe." she began as soon as they were in the canoe, and Rolf resumed the ancient inspiring tale to have it listened to eagerly, but criticized from the standpoint of a Lake George farm. Where was his wife? How could he have a farm without hens? Dried grapes must be nice, but I'd rather have pork than goat, etc. Rolf, of course, took the part of Robinson Crusoe, and it gave him a little shock to hear Quo Nab called his man Friday. At the west side, they were to invite Mrs. Callan to join their shopping trip, but in any case they were to borrow a horse and buckboard. Neither Mrs. Callan nor the buckboard was available, but they were welcome to the horse. So Annette was made comfortable on a bundle of blankets and chattered incessantly while Rolf walked alongside with the grave interest and superiority of a much older brother. So they crossed the 5-mile portage and came to Warren's store. Nervous and excited, with sparkling eyes, Annette laid down her marten skin, received $5, and set about the tremendous task of selecting her first dress of really truly calico print. And Rolf realized that the joy he had found in his new rifle was a very small affair compared with the epic-making, soul-filling, life-absorbing, unspeakable, and cataclysmal bliss that a small girl can have in her first chance of unfettered action in choice of a cotton print. Beautiful? How can mere words do justice to masses of yellow corn mixed recklessly with green and scarlet poppies on a bright blue ground? No, you should have seen Annette's dress, or you cannot expect to get the adequate thrill. And when they found that there was enough cash left over to add a red cotton parasol to the glorious spoils, everyone there beamed in a sort of friendly joy, and the trader, carried away by the emotions of the hour, contributed a set of buttons of shining brass. Warren kept a meal house, which phrase was a ruse that saved him from a burdensome hospitality. Determined to do it all in the best style, Rolf took Annette to the meal house table. She was deeply awed by the grandeur of a tablecloth and white plates, but everyone was kind. Warren, talking to a stranger opposite and evidently resuming a subject they had discussed, said, "Yes, I'd like to send the whole lot down to Albany this week if I could get another man for the canoe." Rolf was interested at once and said, "What wages are you offering?" $25 and board. How will I do? Well, said Warren, as though thinking it over, I dunno but ye would. Could you go tomorrow? Yes, indeed, for 1 month. All right, it's a bargain. And so Rolf took the plunge that influenced his whole life. But Annette whispered gleefully and excitedly, "May I have some of that and that?" pointing to every strange food she could see, and got them all. After noon they set out on their return journey, Annette clutching her prizes and prattling incessantly, while Rolf walked alongside, thinking deeply, replying to her chatter, but depressed by the thought of goodbye tomorrow. He was aroused at length by a scraping sound overhead and a sharp reprimand. "Rolf, you'll tear my new parasol if you don't lead the horse better." By 2 o'clock they were at Callan's. Another hour and they had crossed the lake, and Annette, shrill with joy, was displaying her treasures to the wonder and envy of her kin. Making a dress was a simple matter in those, and Marta promised, "Yeah, some day then I one have shall I it so." Meanwhile, Annette was quaffing deep, soul-satisfying draughts in the mere contempt of the yellow, red, green, and blue glories in which was soon to appear in public. And when the bed came, she fell asleep holding the dress-goods stuff in arms, and with the red parasol spread. Above her head, tired out but inexpressibly happy. Chapter 53. Traveling to the Great City. The children were not astir when Rolf was off in the morning. He caught a glimpse of Annette, still asleep under the red parasol, but the dress goods and the brass buttons had fallen to the floor. He stepped into the canoe. The dead calm of early morning was on the water, and the little craft went skimming and wimpling across. In half an hour it was beached at Callan's. In a little more than an hour's jog and stride he was at Warren's, ready for work. As he marched in, strong and brisk, his color up, his blue eyes kindled with the thought of seeing Albany, the trader could not help being struck by him, especially when he remembered each of their meetings, in which he discerned a keen, young mind of good judgment, one that could decide quickly. Gazing at the live, red-checked lad, he said, "Say, Rolf, air ye an Injun?" "No, sir." "No, sir. Air ye a half-breed?" "No, I'm a Yank. My name is Kittering. Born and bred in Redding, Connecticut. Well, I swan, ye look it. At fust I took ye fur an Injun. Ye did look dark," and Rolf laughed inside as he thought of that butternut dye, "but I'm bound to say we're glad you're white. Here, Bill, this is Rolf Kittering. He'll go with ye to Albany." Bill, a loose-jointed, middle-aged, flat-footed, large-handed, semi-loafer with keen gray eyes, looked up from a bundle he was roping. Then Warren took Rolf aside and explained, "I'm sending down all my fur this trip. There's 10 bales of 60 pounds each, pretty near my whole fortune. I want it took straight to Van Dam's, and night or day, don't leave it till you get it there. He's close to the dock. I'm telling you this for 2 reasons. The river's swarming with pirates and sneaks. They'd like nothing better than to get away with a 5. $100 bundle of fur, and, next, while Bill is A1 on the river and true as steel, he's awful weak on the liquor, goes crazy once it's in him, and I notice you've always refused it here, so don't stop at Troy, and when you get to Albany, go straight past there to Vandam's. You'll have a letter that'll explain, and he'll supply the goods you're to bring back. He's a sort of a partner, and orders from him is same as from me. I suppose I ought to go myself, but this is the time all the fur is coming in here, and I must be on hand to do the dickering, and there's too much to risk it any longer in the storehouse." "Suppose," said Rolf, "Bill wants to stop at Troy. He won't. He's all right, given he's sober. I've give him the letter. Couldn't you give me the letter, in case?" "Law, Bill get mad and quit. He'll never know." "That's so, I will." So when they paddled away, Bill had an important letter of instructions ostentatiously tucked in his outer pocket. Rolf, unknown to anyone else but Warren, had a duplicate, wrapped in waterproof, hidden in an inside pocket. Bill was A1 on the river, a kind and gentle old woodman, much stronger than he looked. He knew the value of fur and the danger of wetting it, so he took no chances in doubtful rapids. This meant many portages and much hard labor. I wonder if the world realizes the hard labor of the portage or carry, and that any man who seeks for light take a 50-pound sack of flour on his shoulders and walk a quarter of a mile on level ground in cool weather. Unless he is in training, he will find it a heavy burden long before he is halfway. Suppose, instead of a flour sack, the burden has sharp angles. The bearer is soon in torture. Suppose the weight carried be double, then the strain is far more than doubled. Suppose, finally, the road be not a quarter mile, but a mile, and not on level, but through swamps, over rocks, logs, and roots, and the weather not cool, but suffocating summer weather in the woods, with mosquitoes boring into every exposed part, while both hands are occupied, steadying the burden or holding on to branches for help up steep places, and then he will have some idea of the horror of the portage. And there were many of these, each one calling it. What wonder that men will often take chances in some fierce rapid rather than to make a long carry through the fly-infested woods? It was weighty evidence of Bill's fidelity that again and again they made a portage around rapids he had often run, because in the present case he was in, sacred trust of that much prized commodity fur. 80 miles, they called it, from Warren's to Albany, but there were many halts and carries, which meant long delay, and a whole week was covered before Bill and Rolf had passed the settlements of Glens Falls, Fort Edward, and Squirrelville, and guided their heavily laden canoe on the tranquil river past the little town of Troy. Loafers hailed him from the bank, but Bill turned a deaf ear to all temptation, and they pushed on happy in the thought that now their troubles were over. The last rapid was passed. The broad, smooth waters extended to their port. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.